All right. Well, good morning, El Dorado County. Today is Tuesday, March 15th, 2024, otherwise known as Super Tuesday. So happy Election Day. And certainly
Supervisor Thomas,
yes.
What's the date today? What'd you say?
Tuesday, March 5th, 2024.
Okay, I thought I heard you say 15th. So I was like, what did you? What did you?
Hopefully not. March 5th.
Okay.
2024.
Maybe there's so much exuberance in
Maybe
it. I went, what did you say?
Thank you for clarifying. So just once again, happy Election Day, and encourage everyone to get out and exercise their sacred responsibility, which is a foundation of our government, and make your voice count. And to that end, as a reminder, all of our election ballot boxes and locations will be open till 8 p.m. tonight. All right, and so Kim, do we have Reverend Linda Burson? Is she on? Okay, well, if she comes online, we'll circle back around to her. So with that, Supervisor Heidel, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Certainly. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And before we get into the meat of our agenda, I would like to thank Vice Chair Heidel for running last week's meeting. It was wonderful for me to be able to participate online because I wasn't feeling well, but I certainly couldn't have run the meeting remotely. So I appreciate you handling that. Yep. Did a great job. And I would also like folks to know that Supervisor Lane is participating remotely at our Tahoe location. So we do have another teleconference location at the South Lake Tahoe District 5 office at 3368 Lake Tahoe Boulevard, Suite 102 in South Lake Tahoe. And so welcome, Supervisor Lane. And that, I believe, is open to the public if any member of the public wishes to participate in the meeting up there. And I'm sure conditions are rather crazy up there, Supervisor Lane. Yes,
it's been a challenging 5 days.
Well, we're happy you can participate in your office up in Tahoe.
Thank you. I am as well.
Perfect. Recording in progress. Okay, so with that, let's move on to adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent calendar. And before I invite comments or changes to our consent calendar, I believe our staff has a clarifying statement on consent item 14. Good morning, Tara.
Morning, Board. Tara Stout with the Chief Administrative Office. I need a request to change on item 14. On the agenda, it was published with 3 different resolution numbers. However, it only requires one. There's 2 APNs that span 3 maps that we're abandoning an easement on. So it only requires one resolution, and that resolution encompasses everything that they're asking you to approve today.
So once again, it doesn't change the action before us on the consent calendar. You're just clarifying what this is.
Correct. So does that become the 0402024?
It becomes the very first one. Yes, 040024.
Great.
Excellent.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you for clarifying that. Wonderful.
Thank you.
Supervisor Heidel, do you have any comments or changes?
No changes.
Supervisor Turnbull?
Yeah, I'm gonna vote no on item number 2.
All right. Supervisor Parlin?
No changes.
And Supervisor Lane?
No changes.
Excellent. I don't have any comments or changes either. Oh, actually, I do have a comment. I would just like to thank Jim Davies for accepting the appointment, provided the board approves today, for the Fish and Wildlife Commission. Jim will just bring a deep knowledge to that commission, and I am very excited to have him a part of that. And I want to deeply thank Kathleen Germstead for serving. She brought a very unique perspective to the Fish and Wildlife Commission, and just very grateful for all the volunteers that serve on our committees and commissions.
Yeah, I got to go back, and I want to thank Eric Harnage for all his commitment for the Fish and Wildlife Commission.
Yes, they're a dedicated group, aren't they?
Exactly.
Wonderful. Kim, let's go ahead and take public comment on our consent calendar.
Now taking public comment on the consent calendar, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, board. I'm glad to have you back together. And Supervisor Lane, yeah, I'm just so happy that you're safe and you have a good place to be today. I want to talk on 12. All I wanted to do is clarify the fact that this actually is 4 locations. Pony Express Trail, it's thermoplastic lining from Carson Road to Sanders Road. But then it's also Sly Park at the USFC Sugarloaf Fine Arts Camp. It's also Pioneer Trail at High Meadows Trail and Silva Valley Parkway at New York Creek. And at those 3 locations, there'll be rectangular rapid flashing beacons. There'll be ADA ramp and landings, and there will be the thermoplastic lines. These are important public safety areas, and also it shows that it's not only in Pollock, but it's also throughout the county. That's my comment. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
We certainly look forward to those much needed improvements. All right, with that, I will bring this back to the board for adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent calendar. Do I have a
Move.
motion?
Adoption agenda and
sorry.
approval of the consent
Ready.
calendar with the following changes. Supervisor Turnbull will register a no vote on item number 2, and there's a correction to item number 3 with the board chair authorizing 1 resolution 040-2024 instead of 3 resolutions.
It was
Excellent.
item 14, not item 3.
Excellent. All right, thank you. So with that, I have a first from Supervisor Parlin.
I'll second.
Second from Vice Chair Heidel. Any further discussion? All right, all those in, oh,
we
no,
gotta
we
go
have to take a
roll
roll
call.
call.
Oh, you're right.
That's right.
Yes,
All
yeah.
right. Roll
Supervisor
call,
Lane's
please.
absent. Yes.
Supervisor Lane, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Heidel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Excellent. Thank you. With that, we will move into our department matters and look forward to welcoming our sheriff's office. So Kim, can you please open item number 17?
Item number 17 comes from the Sheriff's Office, recommending the board receive a presentation from the Sheriff's Office of Emergency Services, OES, demonstrating the use of perimeter, completed tabletop exercises, information regarding upcoming trainings, and other developments within the OES in the last 6 months. Whoops, sorry.
That's okay. Your time's up, Kim.
You have to excuse yourself now.
Lieutenant Morton, it is a pleasure to welcome you this morning, and we are excited to understand about this really unique tool.
Great. Good morning, Board. Lieutenant Troy Morton, OES. Yeah, it's exciting to be here to cover the perimeter platform and the activities and events that we have going on. There's a long road to get all this planned and moving forward, but we're on track and ready to keep improving things. So what I'm going to cover today is the new perimeter software, which I'll get into, as in addition, the OES activities and events that we have planned. I will point out that perimeter and all these events support the strategic plan of the county under public safety goals. I think pretty much all 4 of those under public safety.
Are you ready?
Yeah, ready for that. All right, so just simply put, I struggled with how to explain it. So perimeter is just a website for the community, right? We paid Perimeter Platform, the company, to create a website for our community. And you can access it at perimetermap.com or the QR codes that hopefully you're gonna see everywhere once we start pasting them. We're at the very beginning of a Know Your Zone campaign. The county's broken up into zones. So the first step is get the word out. We have perimeter and know what zone you live in. So we're at the very beginning of a big campaign to push this out. So the basic purpose of it is to have a map online to show a citizen if they're under an evacuation order and to give the citizen the identified evacuation routes out that we determine are safe. So that's the basic function It's a map. It doesn't require sign up. It's not an app.
Nice.
It's not something you have to opt into. It's just a website. It's going to be perimetermap.com for here till the end of time, for every emergency going forward. So on the map, your location is shown as a blue dot. It's, when you allow for it to know your location, how you have a blue dot on your phone. That's where you're at. So red and yellow show evacuation orders and warnings. Green lines show evacuation routes. Perimeter is working on an update where the routes will actually be arrows, but for now it's a green line. That's where we're at right now. So it's just one simple way to see a countywide picture. And why that's important is in the past, you might hear that certain areas are in an evacuation order or warning, but you don't know how far that is from you. You can pull up this and see countywide who's under an evacuation order and warning. So you can see if you have family that's in another part of the county that's being evacuated, that they might need help. We're hoping it'll help people leave earlier because say if you live, in the Oak Hill zone and you're not under any orders or warnings, but you hear the Pleasant Valley zone is under an order and then you see that the one next to that's under a warning, you might think to yourself, I'm not under anything, but I'm at least going to start getting my stuff together. Where in the past, you don't hear anything until someone comes, knocks at your door, you get an alert. So it's kind of an overall picture for everyone who chooses to use it. One neat thing is in the basin in Tahoe, all the jurisdictions around the lake except for one are using perimeter. So for the basin, planning wise and for the community, they can see around the whole Lake Tahoe with the exception of the small portion of Placer County. Placer uses their own thing that they have built for it. So, but everybody else on perimeter. So that'll be a neat thing for the basin. Oh, and lastly, so this is not an alerting platform.
Yeah.
Perimeter does not send alerts. You won't get an alert. It's just it's a tool to go to get situational awareness for where you're at for the whole county. So I explained that the county's divided up into zones. We sat down and some counties use numbers and letters. We sat down and named the zones because we're hoping people will remember their name. The names, have something to do with the area, obviously. Obviously, we want people to learn the name of the zone they live in. So when we send out an evacuation alert with RAVE, we'll send out the impacted zone names. So before we'd send out, for example, Wentworth Springs, south of this, north of this, east of this, west of this, it's confusing. And we'll still send that out in case people don't have perimeter or can't access it, but it'll be much simpler. And you'll know if you hear or see an alert that your zone is under evacuation or a warning or order, you'll know. And hopefully you'll know the ones around you like I talked about before. So it gives you a little bit of situational awareness. So here's the map of our county. That blue dot, the screenshot was at our main office. So that's where we were when I took the screenshot. We had made some adjustments. These zones, my team, CAL FIRE, local fire, and perimeter engineers came up with these zones. Our county is too big to have zones, and obviously fire is not predictable generally. So it's too big to have zones to where we're gonna evacuate a whole zone at once. So a lot of the wording is gonna be, part of the Pleasant Valley zone is under an evacuation order. There is some, of course, such as Emerald Bay, Mosquito. There is some that the whole zone might get evacuated at once. But generally, it's probably going to be part of this zone is under an order, part of this zone is under a warning, but still give you some awareness. Just evacuation basics that I wanted to cover. Door to door is always our primary evacuation. A way to evacuate people because technology doesn't work, the power goes out, you don't have cell service. So we're still going to go door to door. At the same time we're sending deputies door to door, we're sending out the alert and rave. So we draw the area to evacuate and rave. We send that out, we copy that into perimeter and update the website. So people will have someone coming to their door, they'll have perimeter to reference, and they will get a rave alert provided they're signed up for rave. So obviously evacuation warning, your area is under warning, you could be under an order soon. It's time to get things together. It's time to be able to leave in a moment's notice. And if you need extra time, such as you have large animals or you're disabled and so forth, it's time to leave then. Evacuation order, leave now, your life is at risk. It can't be more simple than that. Your life's at risk, get out now. The last one is something we added in. So don't hesitate to leave if you think you're at risk. So debriefs around the state, there's been some fatalities or injuries. People didn't leave when they saw embers falling from the sky or saw the fire relatively close because they hadn't been told, their zone wasn't changed color. They hadn't been told by an alert or a deputy that they need to leave. But if you think you need to leave, just leave. That's what we really want to push out to people. It seems basic, but when you're waiting for an alert or someone to tell you what to do, sometimes in an emergency, it's stressful and you're kind of waiting for direction. So it's just something we want to point out and put out there. So here's an example of perimeter. So you can see the red would be an evacuation order. The blue dot is where our person was during that simulation. The yellow is the evacuation warning, and the green is the evacuation routes out. And then the little house there is an evacuation shelter. So I didn't mention earlier is this is just a one-stop shop for everything during emergencies. So order areas, warning areas, evacuation routes, shelters, animal shelters, resource handouts by food banks, say, for example, everything that you want to know and need to know is there. And it's as soon as I push, enter on my tablet, it's updated within a second. So another nice thing is perimeter doesn't have a lot of layers. Like you're not going to see the fire layers on here and things like that. The reason is the perimeter company wanted to make this app accessible when you have little cell service. So there's not a bunch of layers on here because that would take more service to download it. So this will be accessible even with, say, like one bar, maybe in a lot of the outlying districts. Yeah.
Troy, can I ask a question? When there's an evacuation order, is there a time that goes with that evacuation ordered as of 12:52 p.m. or something? So if somebody doesn't pick it up till 1:30, they know the evacuation order has been out there for almost 40 minutes, they better scoot?
Oh, this will not say when it is.
Oh, well,
to the
okay.
public. I don't think the public facing version does. It's on our version.
Okay.
The alert though is timestamped, obviously, that we send out.
All right.
But no, that there is no.
Okay.
time on
All right.
that.
I'm just curious as to the fidelity of it. Obviously, there's that resource available, but
Yeah.
because oftentimes people don't recognize something is going on until have you checked? And then when they check, they don't know how much time they've got, right?
Yeah.
You're under evacuation order. You better be moving fast,
Yeah. No. Yeah, that's a good point.
particularly with animals. And
Yep.
do you take your animals or do you just have to flee? That kind of thing. So
Yeah.
anyway.
And that goes back to, that hopefully this will help the situational awareness. You see that you're not under red or yellow, but one over is.
Right.
Time to start loading
You
up.
get
and-
some time. Yeah.
and think about it.
Okay.
So hopefully this will help that.
Yep.
Here's just another example of, say, this area's already been evacuated, but we're maintaining a closure. So the red is an order, yellow is a warning, and obviously the circles are road closures. And so that should help traffic congestion and so forth, because you can pull that up and see where the closures are.
Yeah.
This is, I just keep reminding people, perimeter's not an alert warning, so you have to go to Rave to sign up for our emergency alerts. And you can call our office anytime for anybody that has trouble registering themselves.
Can you go back to the last one? I just recognized it looks like all of the roadways out of this area are closed.
Yeah, so
Does that mean you're supposed to just shelter in place and evacuate at the
That's a
same
good
time?
point.
no, what I mentioned was this is an example of an area that's already been evacuated,
Oh,
but we're
okay.
maintaining a closure.
Oh, I
Okay,
see.
it's closed
Okay,
after
there
it's
you go.
evacuated,
There you go.
post evacuation. Thank you.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah, that is. Yeah. There is times, there could be times where there's a shelter in place. There could be times where we send people to a temporary refuge area, but again, this can show all that. So,
Okay.
So we've developed these 5 key points that all of my team will push out, and we're going to push out through our Know Your Zone campaign, because these are really the most 5 important key points that we want the public to understand. So first of all, enroll in our emergency alerts. So you get the text, phone call, email alerting you to leave. The reason that's important, we do send people door to door. That's our primary mode. But say there's a fire, in Mosquito, right? We're going to be there with the fire incident commander. We're going to decide Mosquito needs to be evacuated. And then the deputies have to drive to Mosquito and then drive to all the neighborhoods. So that takes time. I'm sending this alert out as soon as we decide what's going to be evacuated. So in most cases in the rural parts of the county, you're going to get that alert as soon as I hit enter, right? You're going to get it within 30 seconds of us deciding Mosquito needs to be evacuated. When the deputies get there from Placerville and actually make it to all the houses, you can see the time lapse. There's no fix for that. It is what it is in a big county. But you will get your alert far sooner, provided you have cell service or power, than most likely a deputy getting to your door, unless you're along the corridor and things like that. So that's why it's important to sign up for those alerts. Additionally, in parts of the county that don't get wildfire, or the wildfire risk isn't huge, a lot of those communities aren't signing up. But RAVE is also for things like a hazmat spill. A tanker truck could crash on Eldorado Boulevard and create a hazmat incident, right? We need those people signed up because they might not be worried about fires, but they're going to want to know if there's a hazmat spill, stuff like that.
I got a question.
Yeah.
One of the things is AT&T is doing away with, these landlines, and I'm not supportive of that at all. Because these people that live in a rural area, they need the landlines because they have no cell service.
Yeah.
So is the OES gonna be able to support that to make sure that AT&T doesn't do away with their landlines?
So yeah, I was on a conference call with the director of public safety for AT&T. I think last week, Carla and I were on a phone call with him. I don't support it either because the copper lines are the only lines that work without power.
Right, exactly.
They're not going to turn those off until there's another alternate way to get a phone line, but the alternate ways don't work without power.
Right.
So yeah, once those are gone, we won't have any way to reach that portion of the public except for the door to door.
Yeah, that's my concern, especially the people that live in a rural area. So.
Yeah, there's going to be a delay with us getting to them because we no longer have that
Right,
option.
right.
There is other options that he had mentioned to us once this happens, such as battery backups that they can provide to certain populations and some other things. But bottom line, it's not going to be a good thing. The only good that we got out of the conversation was it's a couple years out before this is impacting the number of people we have in our county. But I think that's still working its way through the process. But yeah, it's a factor. It's just going to have to be a factor for us planning evacuations to know that we need to send more people sooner because we are not going to have that ability to send a phone call to someone in Quintet. We're going to have to drive.
Yeah. Thanks, Charlie.
So bookmark perimeter website. So just go to the perimetermap.com and bookmark it so you have it. It's always the same website. Any emergency, hopefully the citizens get to the point where they smell smoke outside, they just pull up perimeter and check it out. And they have a full view of the whole county. Familiarize yourself with exit routes from your neighborhood. I've been at a lot of town halls where people were not familiar with all the exit routes from their neighborhood. And we're just asking, just take 30 minutes out of one day of your life to drive the exit routes. That's all it takes. Your family's safety, your safety is reliable. Prepared evacuation kit with essential items and medications. We see this a lot. People forget their medications they need to survive during evacuation. And lastly, this is important as well. Obtain information solely from trusted and verified sources. El Dorado County Sheriff's Office, El Dorado County, CAL FIRE, local fire, CHP, police departments. For whatever reason, the misinformation is the things that go viral, and our information that's valid is not. For I guess just our good luck. So we really want to control that message. There's false information all over the place during emergencies, and it causes anything from concern to anger to possibly life safety issues. So really point people to those.
Actually, before you go, I see Supervisor Lane has her hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Lieutenant Morton. I think this is a really great positive step. I'm wondering, I know in the basin when we were evacuated with the Calder fire, there was talk about, would there be a way that you could indicate to law enforcement that you have either left your premise, so you put something like on the mailbox or on the front door that a deputy could see driving down the road, and therefore make it a more efficient trip for that person? Or you could also have a different symbol that indicated that there were animals still in the home or that there were elderly that did need help. Have you thought about kind of taking it to an additional layer as well? Because as Supervisor Turnbull was pointing out, and especially in the basin, we have areas that don't get cell service when cell service is working.
Yeah, so we have looked into the door hangers and things like that.
Safety out.
Yeah,
And
safely
that's
out.
the thing I presented to the sheriff and
Yeah,
Troy knows about it.
we
so.
have looked into them. So it's not a perfect system because there's a couple things. For our people, what we're going to tell them is even if there's a door hanger, still go check, because they accidentally put on the door hanger that they're okay when they actually meant to put on there that they need help out. So someone accidentally putting the wrong door hanger, I don't want to leave them in their home if they can't evacuate. So the other big thing is when we have mutual aid law enforcement from all different around the region, they're not necessarily going to know because those door hangers are not widely used. After that presentation, I talked to my counterparts in Placer County, Amador County, and Sacramento County, none of which are using those. So nobody would really know coming to help us what those mean. And so it wouldn't really, it sounds at face value like it would help efficiency for us, but it just in the world of us not wanting to leave someone behind because they accidentally hung the wrong thing up.
Right, exactly.
We're still
I
gonna
agree.
check. Yeah, so in school districts for different reasons, we're experimenting with door hangers and they've gone away from that too for similar reasons. So yeah, that was kind of where we're at with that.
Thank you for
That concept.
exploring that.
Yeah,
That makes sense.
exactly.
Yeah.
So Troy, visitors, vacation home rentals, hotels, we have an approach to deal with that as well, right?
Yeah, so we're still exploring what the best ordinance, rule, law is to make this happen, but our hope is that, and I think we're exploring maybe the, when fire does the fire inspection of the VRBOs,
Yeah.
that they're required to put the QR code for perimeter and for rave on the wall. I don't see vacationers signing up for rave if they're here for 4 days. They're not going to go through the whole
Probably not,
process.
yeah.
But perimeter, you don't have to sign up for. You just hit the QR code with your phone. So hopefully they're in a vacation rental. They smell smoke. They'll look. Well, this says go here for fire information. So that's our plan for that.
Okay.
A lot of those there's a requirement to have landlines in these homes, and rave, even if they're not signed up, will hit a landline within that area. So the landline will still get an alert as long as there's power or it's an old copper line.
All right. Awesome.
Troy, what about what was that called? The WIA that we
Wireless
did.
emergency alert.
We did that
Yeah.
and that was our first go at it, and it kind of, we learned a lot, right?
Yeah.
But that in my mind is intended more for visitors.
Yeah.
So are we going to try to fine tune that for the
Well,
future or?
So the WIA wireless emergency alert, it's like what you get on your phone for a Amber Alert. We have access to that program to send it out. It's not our program, but we have access to it. The problem with the WIA is it hits off a cell tower, so I can't geofence where I'm sending it to.
Right.
So if I send a WIA alert to a cell tower in Eldorado Hills,
Yeah.
it's going to alert all the Sacramento area, and that is not as big of a deal. But when we're trying to evacuate an area and we want to prevent congestion, when we have time, if the fire's not coming too fast, we evacuate in waves. So if we send a WIA, the whole community gets it at once, which obviously traffic jams, we've seen the result of that during fire evacuation. So rave is what we use generally because we can control and evacuate in waves. In the event that we just need everybody out and there's no time, we would use a WIA. The reason that there was a snafu with that,
We did, yeah.
So is because WIA is limited on the amount of characters you can put in the message, right? You can't explain everything like we can in rave. WIA's fixed to that. What they told us was just put a link to your county website and put the information there. And I thought, okay, that works. Well, we send out the WIA. It's not geofenced, so it goes far and wide. And all those people clicked on our county website at once. Our county website is not set up to handle 500,000 clicks.
No capacity.
That's what
So
happened.
it went up and down for, I think IT said about 11 minutes.
Okay.
So that was it wasn't the alert that was the problem. It was the fact that we directed them towards our county site.
Okay.
Everybody got jumped on.
So
at the
many
same
lessons
time.
learned.
Yeah,
So many
everybody got the
lessons.
alert and they all
Yes.
said emergency Eldorado County. What is it? And they clicked on it.
Wow.
So that was the problem with that. But there is workarounds. We can attach it. We can point them to a Facebook link. We can point them to perimeter because they do have
Right.
the capacity to expand as needed.
Oh, that's true. Pointing to perimeter.
So
is
we can,
probably-
we can point them to perimeter or Facebook, just not our county servers.
Excellent.
it.
Lessons learned. Yeah.
Yeah.
See, Supervisor Lane has another question.
Yes, Lieutenant, you brought up kind of the visitor and that aspect of this. How do we handle that? And that's something that Tahoe is really hyper concerned about because, as you know, we have a population of 23,000 on the south shore of the basin, but we could have 100,000 visitors on any given day. So the thing about the Caldor fire was we had so much time. You know, we unfortunately, and I say that with a heavy heart, because the loss down here on the West Shore was, unconscionable. But up in the basin, we were able to get the tourists out of the basin or at least alert them not to come for many days leading up to the actual evacuation that took place with the residents. And it's a strong feeling in the basin that had we not had that opportunity, we could have seen this whole thing go down very differently. If we were trying to evacuate 125,000 people and not just 23,000. So our thought is, and this comes with some, you know, with every good idea, there's some unintended consequences. So I know it has some of those, but one of the things we thought about is if we ever have a warning, we should mandate that the tourists have to leave. Just yellow flag should trigger that part of it, because that will have implications on residents' ability to leave if given a red flag.
Yeah, so we do take into account the ability to safely evacuate everybody as far as when placing the order, right? I'll probably put an order into the town of Mosquito before somewhere really close to Highway 50 with a bunch of exit routes. So knowing how fast it's or how long it's going to take to evacuate a population is part of the planning process of placing orders and warnings, right? If there's a campground, a mobile home park of seniors, that's probably going to get an order a little sooner, if that makes sense. So for Tahoe, we're aware of that for sure. So going back to like Angora fire, I was working patrol doing evacuations in 2007 during Angora, and just that fire, there was a lot of congestion, a lot of traffic. So we pretty much recognize in Tahoe, if it's a bad holiday weekend, it's going to be a big challenge to get everybody out. The other option to evacuation is temporary refuge areas, which are large parking lots that are generally going to be safe during a wildfire. It's not going to rage through there. If it happened during a holiday weekend, we're probably going to end up evacuating some and maybe using TRAs as well. Still don't know until that time comes. It's the same with the town of Mosquito. We might push people to a temporary refuge area. We might tell them to evacuate. But we do recognize the challenge of Tahoe and getting 120,000 people out in, an hour to basically 2 or 3 exit routes out of that basin.
Yeah, and thank you, for that acknowledgement. And I do know that you're aware of that, and I appreciate it. And the difference also is, hopefully we have residents that have already prepared items to evacuate, et cetera. But if we can get the tourists out early on, that buys a little bit of time for residents to be able to get things in order and be able to evacuate. They don't just come to Tahoe with a suitcase. So it's something to think about, perhaps. I trust your judgment.
Good. Yeah, I don't know if that's something that from our perspective, just getting visitors and not residents out, I wouldn't be able to place orders or warnings based on that. I don't know if there's a city or county function for that kind of rule or something to that effect, but I wouldn't be able to separate that out. And the neighborhoods are mixed in, VRBO resident, VRBO resident. So, but it is a problem. And like I said, hopefully getting this into the VRBOs, a lot of them have landlines, they'll get our alerts anyway. And us just keeping it in mind that it's going to take a long time. And trust me, it's whenever me and the fire chiefs in South Lake Tahoe get together, that's one of the concerns.
Yeah, and I don't want to belabor this point too much, and I would appreciate just ending, or you can still comment, but my last comment would be, you mentioned blended residential neighborhoods. We have a few examples of residential neighborhoods that are inundated with vacation home rentals. I mean, more than 50% of the community are vacation home rentals, and that happened for a lot of different reasons. But one in particular, Golden Bear, that I'm thinking about, more than 50% VHRs, one way in, one way out. It would be imperative to tell vacation home rental people that they have to leave upon a yellow warning, or don't even come, because it might absolutely make the difference between our residents being able to get out and not. And residents know we know the difference between a resident and a visitor, and the visitors do too. So it's still heavy on my mind. If this was July 4th weekend and we had to evacuate, getting a head start on getting some people out would maybe make the difference, just like it did in the Calder fire. And I'm sorry to belabor the point. Thank you.
Those are good cautionary tales, Supervisor Lane. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll bring it up in our next evacuation meeting in the basin, which I think is next month.
to trigger our, to basically pair off of what Supervisor Lane said, is perimeter going to identify temporary refuge areas? Will that
Yeah. if we-
pop up as a place that you can seek shelter?
Yes, if we decide to use them versus evacuate, yes.
Okay, all right. And
Excellent.
the other question I have is floods, which are different than fires.
Mhm.
And we've had recent rainstorms that flooded parts of rescue and people driving in with their pickup trucks, 4 feet of water had to be rescued. Will perimeter identify road closures during flooding periods?
During, if DOC is activated at any level,
Yeah,
it would mean we're in contact with DOT on a regular basis during
Okay.
those times, and we could populate that. I believe they operate a different system as well that shows those, but yeah, emergency related information will be on perimeter, such as flood zones, closures, evacuation orders. Last year, we did have an evacuation order in place for the floods, and that would have been on there.
the last question is something we don't experience often, but could happen: earthquakes.
Mhm.
We have an earthquake happen. It's very severe in one area, less severe. What would we expect to see on perimeter with an
Same.
earthquake?
Just evacuation order, evacuation warning,
Okay.
road closure.
All right, so we
Excellent.
follow the same.
Important to recognize that it's not just for wildfires.
Yeah,
I'll
and
know
it's
that's
simple
one of the
for
primary
us- for
concerns.
the community to know. It's simple to be able to look at it and understand what it means.
Excellent. All
Yeah.
right.
Okay,
All right, so we'll get to the activity. So that was perimeter, and I'll stay for any questions after that. So I'll try to get through this quickly. It's already been past my time, I believe. So emergency operations center team. So a year ago, we started to put together a team to work in the emergency operations center from county staff. So there's county staff from all across different departments volunteered to come work in the EOC during an emergency. In the past, it's been EDSO, our office, and CAO's office. That's kind of been the main people at every emergency. But with more people trained, we'll be able to do more. It will just go smoother, if that makes sense. So to date, we have trained that group of about 25 on ICS 300. They have ICS 400 later this month. They've been through an OES seminar orientation type training. And the next step is identifying those 25 people, what section they're going to work at in the EOC, train them specifically on it, and get them up to speed to work that section. So the nice thing is I have staff internally on my team that are certified to train these courses. So this is no cost to the county other than his hourly wage. He's already getting paid to be here. One neat thing I want to share with you about this team. So this is not my boss told me to go join this team, so go do it. At ICS 300 last week when we taught it, they asked these workers from across several county departments why they wanted to come work in the EOC during emergency. And some of them worked at the county during some of these emergencies, and they just want to be part of it. Some of them were directly impacted by things like the Caldor fire, and they said, I was impacted by that. So I want to come be part of the team that kind of helps the community during like the worst time ever. So it's kind of a neat thing. It's, when you have that sort of motivation behind the people that are going to come work with us in the EOC during an emergency, I think it'll be a really good thing.
Good thing.
So tabletop exercises, we did one in Placerville and then one South Lake Tahoe with the city of South Lake Tahoe. Both were attended by about 50 people from county, city, DOT, utilities, school districts, EID. And it was a simulated disaster. So simulated opening of the EOC in here and in South Lake Tahoe City, where we work through the emergency, which is a day long. It's just like a real emergency. We go through all the steps we would take. And there's a couple things it does. Number one, it keeps our skills sharp. I think we know pretty decent what we're doing based on the last 3 years.
Got a lot of practice.
Yeah, but if we get lucky and we don't have another 3 years of disasters, we want to keep our skills sharp. Number two, it brings everyone together that would really be working together during an emergency. So after that tabletop, if we had a real storm emergency, all those same people, we're already going to know each other. We just sat in a room together for 8 hours last week. So it builds relationships, and that's really what matters. It's OES is about relationships, who to call when you need something, and then the fact that they'll pick up the phone for you. And when you know someone, you're more likely to answer the phone and help them out. And lastly, obviously, every training identifies gaps and improvements. So we debrief the trainings and figure out what gaps there were, if any, and then on how to improve them. Evacuation drills. So we've never hosted these before. This is something new that I wanted to do pre-fire season every year. We're going to host an evacuation drill on Crystal Boulevard in May and in Tahoma in June. Both those kind of have limited exit routes. What a evacuation drill is, we pick a community that we think is high risk and we do an evacuation drill. So we We identify which homes we want to participate in it. We go to those homes, get their buy-in to participate in the drill, right? Once we have that, on the day of the drill, we actually send deputies to their house to evacuate them. We send them the emergency alert. They evacuate to a point. And at that point, where we have a town hall where we answer all their questions about what just happened and go over the process of evacuations. So the drill is going to be small to one neighborhood because we can't, we have to keep it reasonable. But the town hall at the end is open to everyone. It'll be open to anyone in the area, and we'll also have a Zoom link, so anybody can join it. So those, one in Crystal and one in Tacoma. We're gonna have a town hall in Mosquito area this year, just because it's just an outreach to an area that I think has challenges for evacuations. One of the evacuation routes is also how fire trucks get in. So there's the decision: do we tell them to go to the airport and stay and wait and let fire come in, or is it a scenario where just get everybody out, no one's coming in? There's a lot of options up there. I can't tell you which one we pick right now, but we want to do a targeted outreach to Mosquito to get the word out. Here's what to expect from beginning to end, and here's the options. And you're going to look at perimeter, and you're going to get your wave alert, and that's going to tell you what we want you to do. The local hazard mitigation plan is on track to be completed in April. It does need to go to CalOES and FEMA for approval after that, but we've been engaged with them through the process. We're hoping for a smooth approval with those agencies. And lastly, so staffing. As you're aware, Chief Lilienthal has been with us for a couple months now. That's going great. Having another person is great, but having him and his expertise and training and experience is awesome addition to our team. We've selected who we want to hire as the analyst. That person's in backgrounds. If backgrounds and everything goes well, and they continue to want the job, they should be hired in about May. Our background process is, a little more stringent than many. And then lastly, last thing I have. So the emergency liaison that's filled by Carla Haas as the CAO's office. I think that's been working well. From our end, it's nice for us, for the utility districts, to have one point of contact to go to give information to. And then hopefully, CAO's office and the board has one contact to go to for the information. What's nice about this is, and where it's really going to benefit, is in a large emergency. So how we're working this is, Carla's just included in all the meetings we have, planning meetings, association meetings. She's there, so she knows what's going on. For example, the storms last week, we had our pre-position meeting with fire districts, PG&E, DOT. She's sitting in on that meeting. So in addition to me having a full picture of what's going on countywide, she has a full picture. And in smaller incidences, I was updating you as much as I could. In bigger ones, I'm probably not gonna have time to sit down and write out those emails every couple hours because priority one, obviously deal with the incident, right? This way, there's a second person that works for the CAO's office that's available to all of you to provide that information to you timely. So I think from my perspective, that's been helpful and will definitely be helpful to me. So, all right, that was the end of the presentation.
Lieutenant Morton, we can't thank you enough for coming before us and letting us, as well as the public, know about this really exciting new tool that I think will be a game changer for our county. Because I think all of us have heard from our constituents across our county, what is our evacuation plan? How are we going to do that? And time again, we've messaged that is a game day decision based on all of the conditions. Otherwise, you could send people into harm's way. But I think perimeter will give folks that measure of confidence that they will have the information they need in a way they can access it in order to be safe and secure in our county. So just, I think back to all of the calamities and emergencies that we've weathered these past few years, and OES and our, our community partners have always done an amazing job to manage it and to handle it. But I just continue to be impressed with how we take those lessons learned and continue to grow and expand our capacities for the safety and security of our county. And you're just doing an amazing job. And I love the simplicity of perimeter. I think that will also be a game changer, recognizing that you don't have to have 4 bars in order to access it. And you don't have to crash our county's website in order to get information. So that's a really great idea. Just many thanks to all those staff members that have signed up to be part of our EOC team. That's just that's just amazing. You know, folks willing to expand their skill sets and to be available in times of emergencies. And
Right,
that
exactly.
speaks to the heart of our county family as well. And Carla, we're just really excited to have you deeply integrated into the EOC, and have the CIO's office now is just an integral part of this. I mean, we've had a loose connection and that's been embedded, that's worked well, but to have that ratified and solidified also is going to just really have tremendous benefits for our county. So exciting
think so.
times. Thank you so
Great.
much. So
Thank you.
at this point, let's go to public
We had a
comment.
couple
we pushed
additional
buttons.
questions.
Oh, I am
No,
sorry.
yeah,
I was,
but yeah.
all right.
I should've
The
known.
buttons work?
Sorry. Yeah.
Yes, they do.
Okay.
Supervisor
That is
Parlin,
good.
thank you.
Didn't know if my button worked, so thank you. So echo what the chair said, and just a question also to follow my fabulous comment, but thank you really, Troy, for embracing all of this. You've been hearing it for the last several years of this need to increase our collaboration, and to see everybody embrace that and just move forward. And I think the partnerships, and I was at the tabletop exercise, and it was fabulous to see all the agencies and organizations in the room talking to each other. And so I'm just really excited and pleased to see this moving forward. Question, testing the rave. I know that's coming
this
when
spring.
this spring. Okay.
So we're we're in the process of upgrading our rave package. It'll give us access to more people within the county based on subscriber information. So I'd like to get that so we can test everybody that we're going to have. If it doesn't happen before fire season, we'll test it as is.
Okay, because I really think that that will get a lot of folks' attention, that when we have this big countywide, hey, and then people are going to be like, did you get the alert? And they're
Right.
going to be like, no. And then, I think that's really going to get our numbers up higher on that.
Yeah, and we're just developing the way in which we're going to test it. We obviously want to create a poll for
Yeah.
people to fill out afterwards, because they'll get email, text, landline, and so forth. So we can send them a poll to their email about if it worked, if it didn't work, and any other concerns. So we're just still working that out. But
Perfect.
it'll be
thank
done
you.
before fire season.
Good, awesome, thanks.
Excellent. Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, one of the things we didn't talk about was our experience from Snowmageddon, in
Hmm.
particular areas like Georgetown where they got locked down.
Yeah.
Did we learn anything from that in terms of evacuations, trying to get people out before the roads get closed? Because I can only imagine how tough it is to be a senior all by yourself, and your propane goes out, and your generator stops, and you're trying to survive. You got limited food, maybe limited water. And how do you survive if you didn't evacuate before that happened? So
Yeah, so most entities aren't going to put evacuation order in place, even for a severe snowstorm, unless there's, immediate threat to life based on that, like a hurricane, comes through, people,
Right,
that's an evacuation order. Severe snow, no. What we did learn, I think, is while we're working a lot closer with the fire districts on the divide and across the county, really, number one. But number two is that fire and us did a better job this last year of upstaffing. So we have people to go out and rescue people. So the elderly people stuck in their house without food, we did rescue all those people between us and fire. But having more increased upstaffing, I don't know, I assume you get the reports before all these recent storms, both the fire service and us have increased staffing before it starts. This last week, it was Rubicon Jeeps and people in hotels based in Tahoe and down here for the weekend, and fire upstaffed by like 7 engines and 2 medic units and some chief officers. So doing a better job at upstaffing, so we have enough people to deal with it. A lot of the people don't really want to leave, even when we
True.
get there.
understand.
Yeah.
Even when we get there, and
Yeah.
we say, I can't bring you propane, I can't buy it with my government credit card for you, but I can take you to a shelter or take you to a family member's home. And that's kind of the options. People did take us up on taking them to a family member's home. Nobody really took us up on a shelter.
Yeah.
Um,
And just to
Amazing
build on
service.
that, I think the messaging also we learned is more preparedness messaging ahead.
Mhm.
right.
Yeah.
So that folks could weather the storms better in
themselves.
place. So that
Yeah.
messaging really increased, and I think is
It has
helpful.
increased, and that's why you'll see on our social medias, we do start every time there's going to be a fire. So my whole team gets a weather report, multiple weather reports every morning. And so when there is a bad storm coming, we start messaging that out. That's why you'll see some comments on our page about why is the sheriff's office giving us a weather report. It's because we want you to be prepared for the weather. So we have increased that, I think, a lot to what level it should be.
Kudos, this is a great accomplishment. It's what
It
people
really
have been
is.
looking for a long time. Plus, it's more than what people have been looking for, in my opinion. So it's outstanding.
Said. Professor Turnberg.
Yeah, I just want to thank you, Troy, for everything you've done. You've done a great job, especially putting this all together. But the Caldor fire, was, the evacuation that you guys did and how it ran smooth.
Yeah.
That we didn't lose any lives, especially when a
amazing.
lot of those people were witnessing their houses burned up as they're leaving. So you guys did a great job on that. And then the snow again, I got to hand it to the El Dorado County Food Bank for taking small sleds. They were pulled with propane tanks and delivering it to the people in Grizzly Flat.
Yep.
So they've done a great job. And also I'm looking forward to get the Emergency Disaster Resource Center done in our county. That's going to help us in the future when we have disasters.
Well, thank you. No, I think we have a great team. I have a good team. They're sharp and they're very dedicated to this. So,
Yeah.
As we bring new ideas, it's not like, oh gosh, something else to do. It's like, all right, let's try it and see how it goes.
You just
Yeah,
keep
so
getting
it's-
better and better and better,
Yeah,
which is
exactly.
quite amazing because you started out at just an exemplary level already. So
Thanks.
anyway, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Let's move to public comment on this item, Kim. Thank you, Lieutenant.
Thank you.
Oh, dear.
Uh-oh.
All right. Well, we'll go ahead and take public comment for those in the room. Sue, come on down.
Hi, Sue Henneke, today speaking on behalf of the Office of Wildfire Preparedness and Resilience. And I think as the board knows, one of our goals in that office was to improve coordination and cooperation amongst anyone that has anything to do with basically wildfire preparedness or resilience. And I just want to say Troy and his team make our job really, really easy on that front. So they have become fully integrated into our coordination group. And even though because they work 410s and I know they work far more than that, but generally aren't scheduled to be in the office on Fridays, we always have either Troy or Chief Lilienthal at our coordination group meetings on Fridays. So they're really committed. There are active participants. They always have something great to add. Coordinating very closely on the hazard mitigation plan. And I know they'll be working on the community wildfire protection plan with us. And the safety element and on, it goes on and on. I just really, really pleased with the cooperation and how much they add and bring to the group. So wanted to let you all know. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Appreciate that very much. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to speak on this item? All right, come on down, Carla.
Good morning, board. Carla Hass, your emergency liaison officer, among other things. Thank you, Troy, for the presentation. It was extremely thorough, and I hope it gives you all a better understanding and the public a better understanding of kind of where emergency response is going and recovery. And one of the things that I just wanted to touch on is the fact that while I'm the emergency liaison officer for OES to the CAO's office and to the board, I'm also the liaison officer that helps bring together people from the community. So using this most recent storm as an example, I received an email that was forwarded to me from a visitor in South Lake Tahoe who could not get out of their VHR because the road hadn't been plowed and they missed their flight back to Florida and blah, 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 blah. So as the liaison officer, I worked with DOT to make sure that situation could be alleviated. That's just a very, very small example of how this position that was created can work not only in times of emergency, because I mean, we didn't have a declared emergency, but in times of difficulties and working with the food bank. And Troy and I had a meeting last week, I think, with the new executive director of the Community Foundation. So just kind of bringing the glue together in ways that just didn't exist before and kind of filling some of those gaps. So I just wanted to let you know about that as well.
Thank you for that. Appreciate your key role in all of this. Anyone else in the boardroom? All right, let's go ahead and go online, Kim.
Not taking public comment from online participants.
Morning,
take-
Chris. Oh,
Not
sorry.
taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Chris, are you there? Can you unmute yourself? There you go.
I thought I had, but it came up again. So thanks to Lieutenant Morton and to all the OES staff and volunteers. I understand now how much resources we need in order to make this thing function effectively. But also I wanted to comment on a Whopper and their importance also the Community Wildfire Protection Plan, CWPP, and its importance, the El Dorado County Fire Safe Council and all the associate fire safe councils. And then I wanted to turn to Supervisor Lane. The question you ask is a real good one. I'm talking about the yellow sign, red sign, the one where you have kind of an incremental evacuation. It seems like that you have to have the cooperation of the hospitality industry, meaning hotels and motels. They have to be integrated in this because they have to be telling the same story. So you've been up there as a city council member in the past, you know how all that functions, but it seems like that's a big part of the story of how you can do this incremental evacuation by having them involved. The other thing is that I went online to look at the OES division of the Sheriff's Department, and I saw a disaster council. And I'm sorry I had to step away for a minute, so that could have been brought up, but that I understand the disaster council is also an important integration of this whole story about how to evacuate people effectively and how you function in terms of firefighting and public safety. Thank you for the opportunity to talk.
Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. Well, once again, Lieutenant Morton, excellent presentation, excellent tool, and we continue to be just really impressed with the deep level of collaboration with across our county to address these critical safety incidents. So once again, thank you so much, and we will all spread the word about Perimeter and be a part of getting that word out to our citizens. So thank you again. So with that, Kim, let's move on to item 18.
Item 18 comes from the Department of Transportation, recommending the board authorize changes outlined in items 1 through 7 listed below to the proposed 2024 capital improvement CIP. The West Slope Road and Ridge Program. 1, approve additions and changes to the West Slope Bridge CIP projects for inclusion in the 2024 CIP as described in attachment A. 2, include new project guardrail replacement. 3, include new project Forney Road at Pleasant Valley Road / Highway 49 realignment. 4, include new project Hollow Oak Drive at Bass Lake Road Turn Pocket. And 5, include new project Robert J. Matthews Drive at Golden Foothill Parkway Roundabout. Tahoe Environmental Improvement EIP. 6, approve changes to the 5-year Tahoe EIP as described in attachment A. Capital Overlay and Rehabilitation Program CORP. 7, approve CORP as described in attachment C.
All right, and before we get into the meat of this item, we do have a hard break at 11 o'clock where we have an appeal and a hearing. So I'd like us to, we have until about 10:50 today because we'll take a break before the hearing. So just kind of wanted to let us all keep that in mind. But with that, Raphael, we're delighted you're here and thank you for leading us in this capital improvement program workshop.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors, Rafael Martinez, Director of Transportation for El Dorado County. By all means, whenever you want to cut me off, go right ahead.
No, not at all, not at all.
I've got no problem with that.
Hear all about this, but want to set up expectations.
Sure,
So.
great, thank you very much. Once again, good morning. I'm here with my staff to give you a presentation on our 2024 CIP workshop.
Nice to have your staff here.
Yes, it is.
Welcome, everyone.
It's good to have backup. So the agenda for today's meeting is to give you a little background as to why the Department of Transportation has a CIP and why we're having this workshop here today. We are also here to discuss the changes that staff is proposing to roadway infrastructure, and particularly the addition of several projects into the funded portion of that list. If you agree with staff's conclusions, we will ask Fiscal to move forward with the transfer and the adjustments that will be made to finalize when we come back in June with the adoption of that CIP. So today's first step is to have this healthy discussion here at the board as to what the CIP is about and what projects we're including in it and the changes that are going to be attributed to that. Then we will be bringing these CIP changes to the Planning Commission, where I am 100% positive that they will concur that it is consistent with the general plan. And then we'll be bringing that back to this body with any changes, and then implementing it into the CIP and adopting it into the TIF that will happen sometime in June. There we go. Thank you, Kim. So the CIP is a long-range tool used by staff to calculate cost estimates, schedules, and the funding that we have for a variety of CIP within the county. It pins those projects to particular time horizons that we should be planning on building those projects within a current 5, 10, and 20-year time horizons when they should be needed by the community. So in order to ensure that growth is consistent with the general plan and that it does not exceed available roadway capacity, the county is required to implement general plan policy TCXB and measure TC-A. So essentially that's what we are doing here with this one-year update. We are looking at inflationary costs that rise to the level that we need to make adjustments to those projects and then implement them into the CIP so that we are adjusting for inflation and making sure that we are collecting the right amount, as well as confirming whether any projects are rising or that is showing up in our radar. So making sure that a new intersection or roadway segment isn't rising up to a level of service F sooner than we expected. Furthermore, we comply with the general plan every 5 years when we do a major update. As you all know, we're currently in the middle of that right now. The major update looks at circulation with a fine-tooth comb. So that is when, in collaboration with the planning department, we confirm that our projections from the previous year to that, and the previous year prior to that one, that our projections are lining up the way we forecasted them, and that they are lining up with planning's projected for growth projections as well. So the types of projects that are included in the CIP book are, as you see, as follows. They are West Slope Road and Bridge CIP projects, Tahoe Road and Bridge projects, which also include environmental projects that we do for the Conservancy and TRPA up in the basin, and capital overlay projects and rehabilitation projects. These are your larger roadway rehabilitation projects, not your typical grind and pave that we do within our own program, but more along the lines of $3 million, $4 million, or $5 million projects that we hope that the federal government puts out grant programs, infrastructure programs, so that we can apply for grants when those opportunities arise. As I mentioned earlier, the CIP is a long-range planning tool that is used by staff so that we can pinpoint when our infrastructure needs to be developed and constructed, whether it's in the current year, the 5-year, the 10-year, or the 20-year CIP. What we want to do is we want to make sure that these projects are being built when they are needed. Heaven forbid we make improvements to a roadway that is operating at a level of service B and widen that out to 4 or 6 lanes, when in reality we had a roadway segment or an intersection that was about to fail or that is failing, and now we don't have the funding to make improvements for that location. We work very closely with the planning department to make sure that we align our CIP growth with the county. So once again, we want to make sure that the growth that we are projecting is falling in line. In our CIP presentation, that major update presentation that we gave to you last month, we showed you the graph of how growth throughout the county can fluctuate drastically depending on the year that we are going through either a growth period or a decline. In the early 2000s, we had massive growth within the county, in particular El Dorado Hills. And now we are seeing it more level out and taper off. And so then we want to make sure that that is falling in line with our projections and what we are seeing for the future. So the criteria for projects to get into the CIP are, as you see here, every project has to meet at least 2 components of the list before you here. One, that there's a nexus, there's a justification for that project, whether it be site limitation, safety, deficiency regulations. The second being that of funding, making sure that we have funding for that project. And in reality, because we want to make sure that the project is most needed for that community, we like to wait until we have at least 3 to 4 of these items that are being checked off the list as needs for the project to be included. And as I said earlier as well, that every 5 years we do a major update to confirm that all of the projects that are in our CIP meet this criteria, and or if a new project has entered into that criteria due to one of these items. So the changes that we have before you in our packets include attachment A, which are the changes due to the inflationary and or the schedules having to do with the CIP. Attachment B, which is the unfunded list. These are projects that have been brought to our attention, but currently we don't have funding for, and that we are either waiting for potential grant opportunities from the state or the federal government. And then attachment C, which is the corp list, which are larger scale maintenance projects throughout El Dorado County. As I mentioned earlier, we have the addition of 4 new projects into the CIP, and they are as follows. Guardrail replacement at various locations throughout county roads. Forney Road at Pleasant Valley, the realignment of that road onto Highway 49. Hollow Oak Drive with circulation improvements. And Robert J. Matthews, the inclusion of a potential roundabout at that location. So right after the adoption of last year's CIP, several elected officials came before the Department of Transportation and proposed looking into a safety component of how we can include safety aspects that are existing deficiencies into the CIP. Now, if there are grant opportunities, it's very simplistic. We could just identify the safety component and then apply for the grant. But other than that, road fund is 100% dedicated to the maintenance of the existing roadway. So we have to find other alternate funding sources, that being TIF being the primary one. So we have to make sure that TIF is developer funded. So in collaboration with county council and working with our elected officials, we identified a laundry list of locations that could potentially rise to the threshold of needing those safety improvements, but also that they meet the justification tied to that of the developer impacts. And these 3 projects are the ones that fit the bill perfectly. I will briefly speak on the first one, which is grant funded. Early last year, the Highway Bridge Program put out funding for call for projects for any locations that had safety improvements that could be mitigated with federal funding. And we had guardrail replacement at various locations on Mount Malcolm, Common Park Drive, Bass Lake Road, and Salmon Falls. And the Department of Transportation was very fortunate to receive grant funding for this location. Now, as for the next 3 projects, I'm going to hand it over to my senior traffic engineer, Zach Oates, where he's going to go over those projects and how we were able to work those into the capital improvements program.
Thank you. Good morning, Zach. Welcome.
Good morning, Board Chair Thomas. Good to be with you again today. So yeah, as Rafael mentioned, we looked at multiple projects for inclusion into this safety intersection improvement sort of tab of the TIF program. The first of which was the Forney Road at Pleasant Valley Road, Highway 49 realignment. As everybody that's ever driven through that area, that corridor knows, it's
Terrible.
It's not good.
No.
it's not.
Also, in collaboration with Caltrans conversations over the years, we know that the spacing between the Forney Road and Highway 49 to the south, right there in front of Poor Reds, is rather close. And in order for Caltrans to implement any sort of improvements at that larger intersection, we need to provide additional spacing. So with a lot of the growth that is anticipated or projects that have been proposed in the area, we recognize the need to address those issues sooner rather than later. And so this project became pretty obvious for inclusion into the fee program and into the CIP so that we can start really working towards improving circulation specifically in that area.
A question. Is there any maps been drawn up on the proposed area, especially on the 49?
There have not been as of yet. The plan currently would be to bring Forney Road into the east of the shop that's there on the corner to provide a more squared up T intersection, if you will, to eliminate the skew that's there right now, to increase sight distance, improve the safety, and provide the spacing between the two intersections.
So you're talking about maybe going behind the gun store?
Yes.
So the gun shop would
Which
not be
makes sense.
impacted
Yeah.
ideally, right?
Ideally, yes.
But that, the current roadway would be closed off then? Is that the way you would envision it?
There might be some sort of well, we haven't gotten into the weeds on the design yet. There would still obviously need to be access provided to the gun shop and other neighboring properties.
That'll be worked out in the design.
But you don't want two intersections that are that close
Exactly.
together.
No,
Yeah,
no,
that's
no.
all I'm trying to get to. You don't want to create another problem.
Try to get away from that. Yeah.
Okay.
Zach, I'm just gonna throw it out there. Then you're moving that intersection closer to that blind curve, which is a disaster.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
There
I'm
will
just-
obviously-
That's why when Supervisor Turnbull asked, like, if there any preliminary maps or anything, that whole area
It's challenging.
is
challenging,
really
yeah.
rough.
It is very
and,
challenging. There might have to be some significant earthwork there to take care of some of those site
Definitely.
distance
There it
issues.
is,
Or
because,
mirrors, safety measures.
That-
Yeah.
For line of sight, yeah.
yeah, that blind curve is
Is
really
really bad.
Yeah,
bad.
that's a very good
So,
point.
okay, just throwing that out
So,
there while we're
Then
early.
also there's going to be a four-way stop, correct? You're looking at a four-way stop? Access.
We'll look at what sort of traffic control is
All options.
appropriate,
Yeah.
all options.
All right.
That-
No
that's a big
details have
one.
been identified yet.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're just
Okay.
getting permission to proceed with this, with looking into this
Right.
critical
Yes.
project.
Okay.
Yeah, perfect. All right. Thank you, Zach.
All right, we can go to the next one, Kim. All right, Hollow Oak Drive at Bass Lake Road Turn Pocket. We have been hearing for a while now that there are a lot of issues on Bass Lake Road, and obviously we're all aware that there used to be a project in the CIP to widen Bass Lake all the way to the north. And during one of the past major updates to the fee program, just the way that development has occurred over the past few years, it hasn't shown the need within our next 20-year planning horizon. We're obviously going to take another look at that as part of a major update that we're in the middle of right now. But we've heard the concerns that traffic isn't operating at the level of service that it used to. There has been a lot of growth in that area. And so we identified the addition of turn pockets there at Hollow Oak Road so that vehicles turning right off of Bass Lake Road or off of Hollow Oak onto Bass Lake Road provide them an acceleration lane and a turn pocket to be outside of the through traffic to avoid potential rear end collisions from people that may be following too closely, driving too fast. So again, this was a project that seemed like it would fit into this safety improvement, intersection improvement tab of the fee program in order to provide a sort of interim solution similar to the turn pockets at Green Valley and Deer Valley that were installed a few years ago. So again, we feel this project will be a great benefit to the community, provide some safety improvements as well.
Yeah, it is a dangerous intersection. It really is.
All right. And then Robert J. Matthews at Golden Foothill Parkway. Recent developments or changes to uses within the business park have created some difficult traffic situations, specifically in the morning peak hours. And this particular intersection is difficult because of, again, its spacing to Latrobe and Golden Foothill south. Club View, right, the main entrance to Blackstone there. It's way too close to put another signal in there. And just given the movement of traffic that experiences the worst delay there, the worst level of service at that intersection, the roundabout would be the ideal fix. Vehicles turning in off of Latrobe and wanting to get onto Robert J. Matthews to head down towards the John Adams Academy or any of the businesses down that way will be able to make their way into the roundabout. But the movement at that intersection that experiences the worst delay is the traffic off of Robert J. Matthews wanting to head towards Carson Crossing Drive. And so the roundabout, they'll be able to make that free movement in, make their way around the roundabout, continue on Golden Foothill towards Carson Crossing. So it really will alleviate both of those issues that are currently existing at that intersection, and will prevent any backup from getting back onto Latrobe and clogging up the signal there.
A question on that. Are you going to reduce the speed limit on that particular part of that area? Because I know people drive way too fast through that area.
Definitely something we can look at. We can work work with our traffic ops folks.
Yeah. Okay.
Very good. I wanted to mention a couple other projects that we looked at. Raphael mentioned the laundry list. There were 2 other projects that are previously in the CIP that we're going to be adding into the fee program. So again, you think of the CIP as the whole bucket of projects with several different funding sources. We were able to make the connection with our Harvard Claremont traffic signal, doing that project in conjunction with the school district to improve pedestrian safety for all the kids that are walking to school and circulation in and around Oak Ridge High School. The other one was the Green Valley at Lockway turn pockets. It's another intersection that we've been hearing about for a long time. Given delays to the developers in that area and their conditions of approval, we thought it was worthy of advancing the project with TIF funds in order to get that safety improvement project done sooner rather than later. Great.
So does the developer just pay the TIF back then?
Yes.
Directly?
They'll
The
pay
reimbursement.
the fees.
Yeah. Reimbursement.
A couple other projects. We did look at potential roundabout out on Lotus Road at Luneman. We've applied for grants for that project for a couple different cycles now. We didn't feel that there was enough new development in that area to justify including that program in that project in the feed program. So that's why that one wasn't included. Another intersection that everybody's familiar with is the White Rock Valley View Parkway intersection, kind of on the backside of Target down in El Dorado Hills. And that project the fixes in that project are included in a larger White Rock Road widening project, but they're so extensive that it didn't feel like it fit the intent of this sort of intersection improvement project. There's some potential bridge widening there on Valley View Parkway, the relocation of the high voltage power lines, a couple of the poles there. So that would be part of the larger project that will be coming shortly. So those are the main ones I wanted to touch on, and happy to answer any questions.
Excellent. Thank you, Zach.
Thanks, Zach.
All right, Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, what's going to be the first roundabout in El Dorado County? I should say El Dorado Hills area, the far western slope,
already have
because
one.
we have
We
a
already
couple
have
of them that are play. Which is going to go in first?
Sure. That will be interesting. It'll kind of depend on the timing of some development, I think. So we'll have the Robert J. Matthews roundabout, we'll have the Bridlewood roundabout
Right.
in the CIP.
Right.
So that one was another one we looked at. Thanks for jogging my memory there. But with the development of Bass Lake Park, we feel like there are multiple opportunities there, potentially for grant opportunities through the CSD and the parks.
Right.
So it will depend on kind of where things are moving, who goes first, I guess, kind of a thing. If the Bass Lake Park is really picking up speed and there's a perfect grant opportunity for that one, it could move first.
Okay.
Whereas if there is a large project in the business park that could maybe be conditioned now that we've got a CIP.
So it's indeterminate, but there's a competition there, right? Because the first roundabout on the western slope of El Dorado County, I think, is going to be a significant change. I hope it goes in before the Empire Ranch interchange, Empire Ranch Boulevard interchanges, which the city of Folsom is supposed to put in, because then we'll have a roundabout before theirs. But
As a reminder, there is a roundabout in Camino.
yes, there is.
There is. Let's not forget that.
The far western slope. Yes.
That's right.
Yeah,
All right.
Yes.
If you want to enjoy ours, come up to Camino. Then before you get your own.
I've done that a couple
He
of
doesn't go
times.
that far. He
I've
doesn't go
right.
done that a couple of times.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Perlin.
Yeah, just really quick, are you guys gonna continue trying to get the Lotus Road in a grant or
Absolutely.
something? 'Cause
Absolutely.
my biggest concern, and I hate this, and it came out at our town hall about it, is the fact that fatalities increase the probability that we can get a grant, and I really don't want to have to go there. I mean, that's just, it's so needed in that area. And with the amount of traffic we get from visitors to the Coloma area and the speed there, it's just a natural thing to want to go fast in that area. It's unfortunate. So
Right.
please keep it, and anything you can do to beef up our grant writing on it would be appreciated. So, all right, thanks.
There you go.
Thank you. Supervisor Lane, do you have any comments or questions at this point?
No, thank you.
All right, wonderful. Well, boy, looking out, I encourage folks to look at the attachments in the staff report. It just shows the complexity of all that the projects in El Dorado County that you have to manage and balance with the metrics involved. It's just, it's a Herculean task. And
It is, along with maintenance responsibilities and development responsibilities, making sure that we are staying in line with Caltrans, with state requirements, federal requirements. It truly is a Herculean task. And I know with every workshop that we have, the board, as well as sometimes the public, has questions regarding existing projects, current projects that we have under construction right now. And so I do have my staff here. So if there are any questions that the board might have regarding any of our current existing CIPs, we're more than welcome to answer those for you here today, since looks like I have a little bit of time. And I did want to give you just an update on 3 of those projects. And that is Mosquito Bridge.
yes.
We reached a major milestone last week. We finished up with all the earthwork, the subterranean work that has to do with that project, without any major change orders. That is huge for any project, because really that is approximately 50 to 75% of all unknowns is what is underneath the ground and what will we find once we start drilling and digging. And the fact that we got out of that area, that chapter of the project, without any major change orders, I attribute that immensely to my staff and their due diligence and their hard work ethic to making sure that they worked with the contractor to make sure that stayed within the specifications. Now that means from this point forward, we go up, we go into the air, and that's going to be really exciting to see the columns, the 300-foot columns start going up into the air, and then eventually the cantilevering bridge structure connecting with each other. It's very exciting for us, and we're very looking forward to that new chapter in that project.
Well, congratulations for hitting that milestone. That's
Sure.
wonderful.
Thank you.
Have you guys seen the videos of
Yes,
how it's gonna
amazing.
go up and out? That is
Yes.
crazy.
Yeah.
Are we getting really good
Yes.
webcam?
Yes, we
stuff?
are.
Okay.
Yes, we
'cause
are.
We
I
want to
really-
see that when we're done.
I want
Yes.
that documented
Yeah.
at the end. It's gonna be fabulous.
It is
so.
going to be fabulous.
Cool.
And before
Agreed.
you leave Mosquito Bridge project, can you update us on when the pouring is going to happen, the
Oh,
concrete pouring?
yes. As a matter of fact, so as part of the new chapter in the Mosquito Bridge, the foundations that we will be pouring for each one of the columns, they are larger than this room. If you can imagine that much concrete going in.
Larger than this room?
Yes, it is massive. And so then we will need, they're going to be doing the north side footing first, which is all going to be coming from the batch plant that they created near the dam. But then when they have to pour the south side footing, that is all going to be coming from Folsom. And so then that is approximately 200 concrete truck trips that, yes, I know, from the Folsom batch plant over there that will be coming in all within the matter of one day. We cannot have expansion joints on that or cold joints. And so then this all has to be poured monolithically. And so we're looking at 200 truck trips. Therefore, in collaboration with the city, we are going to be implementing the trip to green that they had during their one season where they did the opportunity for people to get through Placerville. It's going to provide a lot more thoroughfare access for the trucks, and then therefore allowing less delay for any of the vehicular traffic going through the area. So we had a meeting with City Council, presented to them. We worked out what the schedule was going to be, and I believe it's going to be in early April. Yeah, exactly. When we will be implementing that for that foundation. So yes.
Just
looking
stay
forward
tuned.
to
It's
that.
going to be very interesting. And I want to thank Woody from the Transportation Commission for being an integral part of this kind of really unique fix, because we have I think a 90-minute window to get from Folsom to Poor. And it has to be seamless. So
What's the duration of the pour? Is it 24 hours worth of pour time?
24 hours worth of pour, yes.
So I really want to thank the city of Placerville for working very collaboratively with us to make that happen. And
Yeah.
it's an exciting opportunity.
Yes, it is.
To really
It is.
get this done right.
To have two organizations work together to make sure that for the best interest of the community as a whole.
Yeah.
So yes, most definitely.
Especially when it comes to, making sure that it's not a hot load.
Yes, yes.
Exactly.
We don't want something to be hardened up in the truck prior to getting poured. So most definitely. The next project is the Missouri Flat Signals. For those who have traveled on the Missouri Flat corridor, you've probably noticed a lot of construction going on near Industrial and Enterprise. We are building 2 new signals there, and the poles have already been erected. We hope to have that construction complete here within the next 2 months. We're going to be having operating signals, which is really going to be good for the Sheriff's Department that utilizes that corridor very heavily. And then lastly, Saratoga and El Dorado Hills. This is a project that is a new project. We're going to be starting construction here within the next 3 months, and we're going to be presenting that project to APAC on March 20th, giving them a heads up as to what to expect. And we're going to be extending the left turn pockets and the southbound through lanes in order to provide better capacity and mobility in that area. So those are the 3 projects that off the top of my head come to mind. But if you have any further questions, as I stated, my staff are here to answer them if you wish. So that concludes our presentation. If you have any further questions, we're here to answer them.
Really appreciate you bringing
Sure.
your A team here
Yes.
to make sure that we can get all of our questions answered as well as the public. So Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, thanks for taking care of the lake in front of Bobby's too.
Oh, yes, of course.
Drainage problem,
We have a safety program project at that location where we're creating bulb outs to slow traffic as they go through the town of El Dorado as well as Diamond Springs. Near, what's the name of that street, John?
Oriental or Church Street.
Oriental, yes, in Church,
Oriental
but then
Church,
the one in Diamond Springs. Racket, yes, exactly.
Up there, yes.
So we are providing an opportunity for pedestrians to have safe refuge, not only on the curbside, but then also at the center median to be able to cross the road. So yes, we had a little bit of flooding with all the rains that we've had over the course of the last 2 weeks, but we were able to rectify that. Thank you for bringing it to our attention.
You're welcome.
Sure.
Any other board comments or questions at this point?
Yep.
Supervisor Crowley.
Did my button not work?
It did not work, but go ahead, you have you on the floor.
It's Velcroed, so
got it.
mine seems defective.
What about?
Yeah, I will. I meant to email you yesterday, so I apologize to give you a heads up.
Sure.
Yesterday got away from me. But I was curious about, I saw that the widening of Cameron Park Drive from Toronto to wherever is still on the list, the CIP list, but then that made me wonder, what's the status of the traffic signal at Hacienda? Does that ring a bell where the church is and everything? I haven't heard anything about that
Yes.
signal.
You know what? I am going to let Matt come up here and talk a little bit about that widening project, since that is in his wheelhouse. I believe that. Yeah, okay. Then I'll
Okay.
leave it up then.
We're in the right of way phase right now on that project. And yes, that is included in the project.
So the signal's included in the widening and
Yes.
everything? Oh, that's awesome. Because at last I heard it was waiting on a developer in that corner and I think that fell through.
The developer did, yes.
Yeah, so we're gonna
So
go
it'd
ahead
be
and
all
do it.
local funded, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Appreciate that, Matt. Thank you. That was it?
That was it.
Well, all right. All right. Excellent. Well, let's go ahead and take, Supervisor Lane, you're good?
Oh, I just wanted to mention to Supervisor Parlin that we rigged her button last week when she was gone.
I know, that's what happens when you don't show up, huh?
That was a
Yeah.
secret.
Thank
Too
you.
funny. All right, Kim, let's go ahead and take public comment on this item.
Now taking public comment on item number 18. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good morning to our esteemed auditor.
Voluntarily. My name's Joe Harn. And you all know what I'm going to say. First off, I appreciate the handful of projects that Raphael is going to add to the 5-year CIP. I appreciate it. Our TIM fee, the board got poor advice in 2016 when they pulled a bunch of projects, especially in zone 8 in the El Dorado Hills area, pulled them out of the road impact fee program. The board got bad advice and the board made the wrong decision. And so let's be clear, if the grant revenues are way overstated when we adopt the TIM fee program, and if the road impact fee is too low, we can never make it up. It's gone. So there's a lot of stuff going on in the business park right now. The TIF fee we are charging is too low. Raphael made the comment, we're going to look at circulation with a fine-tooth comb when we do our 5-year update. Now, what we need to do is look for projects that have a reasonable relationship to development and add those projects to the TIF program. Besides law enforcement, this is the #1 issue in El Dorado County is road capacity improvements. And our TIF fees are not high enough. And I could, there's probably no more I can say about it. You certainly must be tired of me coming here and talking about it. But I'll be back in June, I guess, when what I would urge the board to do would pick some projects, ask council what the noticing requirements are to raise the TIF fee and work backwards, give DOT a week and then go from the noticing requirements and raise the TIF fees in a couple of months, because that's what the public wants us to do. Remember, the general plan passed 50.9 to 49. It barely passed. And I can't remember the title anymore, but it was Wide Roads and Traffic Relief. And if you think the people at Blackstone or people that live on Green Valley Road or people that drive on Cameron Park Drive every day or drive through the Cameron Park interchange think they're getting wide roads and traffic relief, they don't agree with that. They're not. I'm extremely concerned about some of these. When the Planning Commission recommended the approval of Dixon Ranch, there was a lot more money in the TIF program for Green Valley Road widening and improvements. That money's out of the program now. And the project's coming back. It seems like it's dead on arrival. This Rasmussen Pond project, it's going to add a bunch of cars to Cameron Park Drive, and I don't know where the money's going to be to improve Cameron Park Drive and fix the Cameron Park interchange. And I know one place you can go get it is to raise the traffic impact fee. That's the only place I know of to go get it. You can apply for grants. You can tell the public we're going to apply for a grant. How you get the money is you make home builders pay for the improvements. And that's what the public thought when they voted for the general, barely voted for the general plan. And I think Measure B, it was $2 million to 10 grand. That was the spending on the politics of it. It was incredible amounts of money to get Measure B passed and almost no money for any opposition. And it only passed 50.9% to 49. So I would urge this board to direct Raphael and the county council to advise you, but Raphael to add some more projects, especially on the west end. And if there's, and I would say in the Diamond Springs area, because there seems to be a lot of applications there and a lot going on there, as there's a lot going on in El Dorado Hills. And it sounds like there's going to be stuff going on in Rescue on Green Valley Road. And there's going to be stuff going on Cameron Park Drive. And the situation's just going to get worse. The general plan was going to fail when it was called whatever it was, the 2000, I can't remember the year, general plan. It was going to fail. A political consultant named the title of the ordinance for the general plan, which was traffic relief and happiness, or whatever the title of the general plan. I'd have to get the ballot measure to remember it. But a political consultant picked that title. And that's because the public would only vote to return land use authority to the Board of Supervisors if there was going to be the road improvements. And since December 2016, I'm unaware of a financial plan that will get us the road improvements that the public was promised.
Thank you.
I'm unfortunately, I'll be back in June when DOT, and I'll be, you won't have to listen to me because it'll be the same speech I've given before and I'll continue to give. We need to add, I mean, I wish there were two of you to make a motion in a second right now to tell Raphael to add some projects right now. And let's get it going. Because every time we undercharge a TIF fee, it's gone. We can never make it up. If we overcharge a TIF fee, we can always refund it to the home builder. But if we undercharge, we're stuck. Or if we overcharge the TIF fee, we can have too good a track, we can have too many wide roads. But every day that goes by, we're digging a deeper hole for ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Appreciate it. Appreciate your comments. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to speak? All right, seeing none, let's go online. Kim?
Now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
All right, I will bring this back to the board for any further deliberation. Supervisor Heidel. Yes.
Yeah, Raphael's stepping up here because in response to the auditor controller's comments, I think there are many other safety projects that are being reviewed to determine the applicability of applying them to the CIP. And there's a very rigorous set of criteria that tells you it's an appropriate use for development fees and not. But do you care to respond to it beyond that? Because I know we've had discussions of another half a dozen projects that ultimately are safety projects that should be given due consideration. But this is the first wave, the way I look at it, to be continued if we're successful.
And you are 100% correct, Supervisor Heidel. This is the first step. This is the first time that the Department of Transportation has taken into consideration existing deficiencies that are not directly attributed to developer, but have some kind of correlation. And working very closely with County Council, we were able to justify the nexus that these locations did meet that criteria. Because if we don't meet that criteria, then we are opening ourselves up to liability, to a risk that a developer will be like, well, wait a minute, you're making me pay for something that is your deficiency, not my deficiency, not something that my project is causing
Right.
your county. That's something that your county caused itself prior to you having your program. Therefore, that is your responsibility, not ours. So this is the first step. And we still have that laundry list of projects that, similar to Supervisor Parlin mentioned, we are going to reevaluate every year and hope that we can either get grants or we can meet that nexus, that tie that we could say, hey, there's development in this area, and these are the improvements that we need to make. And this is the fair share contribution that we say, yes, this is how we can tie them together and direct funding from the TIF to that. Now, it's not to say that if we get funding from grants, either from the state and or from the federal government, that then yes, we would love to build more projects. That is our primary goal in life, is to build projects. We live for that. So any opportunity that we can get to build more projects is what we want to do.
Okay, excellent. And our county council would like to weigh in.
Yeah, I thank you. I just did want to make clear, we cannot, and I think it's just clarification more than anything, we can't require new development to bear the burden of existing deficiencies. So I want to make sure clarification, because I think there's a subtle point there that I don't want to get lost in the conversation. We are, of course, working with transportation to better refine the analysis, and I think it will become a key component of the major 5-year update that you'll be seeing. But we are evaluating whether perhaps some safety impacts are attributable to new development, whether there are existing deficiencies for which new development may be exacerbating the conditions,
Exactly.
and can bear
Yes.
their proportionate share of remedying those conditions. That's a nuanced distinction, but I think it's important to make. But I don't want anyone to leave this conversation thinking that we found some magical way around the Mitigation Fee Act's restriction on requiring new development to bear the costs of remedying existing deficiencies.
I truly appreciate you weighing in, because we appreciate our auditor's comments. And I know that each and every one of us on this board, also has strong concerns about the existing deficiencies in each of our districts. And we know where they are because we hear it from our residents and we live it every day. And we are also concerned that we make sure that we do whatever is in our power within the limitations of our funding and our capacity to address those road conditions, recognizing that it's one of the largest impacts to our residents' quality of life, which is something that we all, really, really value. So I appreciate that we are working in a measured way, and getting creative, and working diligently to find that nexus while we continually evaluate and have a program to continually evaluate these projects to see how we can address them. So recognizing that it's a very complex balance.
It is.
Yes.
It is.
All right. So thank you for that, County Council.
Thank you, Council.
Are there any other board comments before we? Oh, perfect. Supervisor Lane, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for this presentation. The Department of Transportation for me is between them and HHSA are two of the hardest departments for me to wrap my brain around how all of the different mechanisms work. But I think I would start out first by saying a traffic impact fee that you refer to commonly as the TIF fee is not even something that the basin or even well, I'll stop where I know that the basin is eligible for. We don't collect that. That's not even a funding option for us. And the one thing that I would just point out is that even though I recognize that this is an update, Mr. Martinez, there's still so few District 5 projects, maybe 4 or 5. And I'm also very concerned that on the overall unfunded CIP project list, I don't see Fallen Leaf, although when I look on the 2023 CIP list, it's clearly on there. But that project has been bumped for a couple of years now, and now it's projected to out into like 27, 28. And this is a road that is a level 14 PCI. heavily traveled. It's one way into Fallen Leaf, one way out. And we just keep kicking the can down the road. So in general, my concern and my comment always is with 49% of all the roads in District 5 either failed or failing, this capital improvement project list is not demonstrating to me as a glimmer of hope. And maybe I'm reading this wrong. I'm open to your comments, and I'd be happy to take this up with you when we do the one-on-ones. If there's an opportunity to educate me better as to what this is trying to document.
Thank you very much for that comment, Supervisor Lane. You are partially correct that Fallen Leaf is not on there, although I do have good news for you in the fact that, and if you want more detail, I can definitely share that with you and my Deputy Director, John Kaling, that we do have a plan along with Deputy Director Brian Mullins to actually make improvements to Fallen Leaf here within the next 1 to 2 years, either using grant funding and or our own maintenance funding, and then applying for another grant to be able to finish off the entirety of that roadway segment. Now, that is more of a maintenance and operations category than it is a capital improvement category. And so then that's where the differentiation is here. As you said, there's a lot of variables, a lot of components, a lot of weeds that goes in with DOT and its funding mechanisms and how we make improvements and fund those improvements. And the maintenance side of it is the most complex because typically the federal government and the state do not allocate very much funding for maintenance projects. And so we have to get even more creative as to how best we are going to utilize the very little road funds that we have, SB1 funds that we have, in order to make capital corp type improvements to roadway segments that don't even have actual hard surfaces. So I'd be glad to share that with you at a later date because there is a lot of details that goes along with it. But just to state one point, in about 2 to 3 months, we will be coming back to the board with a discussion on SB1 projects. And that is maintenance oriented projects that we fund with tax dollars that comes from the gas pump, that comes from the state of California. And we can definitely have a more thorough, detailed conversation regarding the types of improvements similar to Fallen Leaf, similar to many of the other districts that have roads that need to be improved, and how we plan to make improvements using our road fund budget for those projects. So thank you very much for bringing that to our attention.
Perfect. All right. Thank you, Supervisor Lane. All
Thank
right.
you.
So at this point, I think we're ready to entertain a motion. Care to do that? What is the board's will?
There wasn't any changes, right?
No, not that I heard.
I don't remember any either. So I'll move to approve this as recommended by staff.
I'll second.
All right, it's been moved by Supervisor Parlin, seconded by Supervisor Turnbull. Any following discussion? All right, seeing none, let's take a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Heidel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Lane, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, well, Raphael, Zach, Matt, and John, thank you very much for being with us. Appreciate it. We look forward to this ongoing conversation. Thank you so much. All right, so with that, we'll take a 10-minute break and then be back in time for our 11 a.m. hearing.
Okay.
Afternoon. It is 11 o'clock and we are back for our 11 a.m. appeal. So, which is a hearing today. So Kim, can you please open item 19 and then I'll have some opening comments.
Item 19 is a hearing to consider an appeal received from Alice Clary, appealing the Planning Commission's January 25th, 2024 approval of commercial cannabis use permit for the construction and operation of a cannabis cultivation facility for medical and adult use recreational cannabis. Staff recommending the Board of Supervisors take the following action. 1, deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's approval of the commercial cannabis use permit based on the findings and subject to the conditions of approval as presented, and 2, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution denying the appeal and adopting findings of fact. Supervisor Thomas, can you please open the hearing?
And with that, I open this public hearing. So I'd like to offer a warm welcome to each and every one of you. Thank you for being here. And this is how the process is going to work. A hearing is a very defined process. So the first point of order will be for staff to present this item. The appellant will come forward and will have 15 minutes to state their case as to why the appeal is before us today. The applicant will then have 15 minutes to state his case. We will open it up to public comment after the applicant has had a chance to speak. And then after public comment, which is your time to engage in this process, the applicant, Mr. Hardy, will have 5 minutes for a response. And then the appellant, Alice Clary, will have 5 minutes for a response. The public hearing will be closed, and then the board will deliberate and take action. Now, obviously, there's a lot of you here today, and so we are thinking that this will take some time. And so our goal is we will go till at least 12:30, and I'd like to get through the hearing portion of it by 12:30 if possible. The board will then break from lunch for 12:30 to 1. We will hear open forum, and then the board will deliberate right after that. An open forum usually is not real lengthy. So that's kind of how this morning will likely work. There are a couple of, since maybe a lot of you are new to the Board of Supervisors, we'd like to let you know that we do have a 3-minute time limit for public comment. And as well as during the appeal process, we are very diligent about our time limits. We do stick to time limits strictly. So just a warning to everyone. That's just for a fairness for everyone's sake. We do ask that there is no applause or booing or anything like that throughout the process. So once again, it is a fair process and everyone feels comfortable to speak their mind. So with that, thank you for being here, and I turn this over to our staff to present this item before us today.
Thank you, supervisors, Evan Mattis, planning staff. So this particular project is for the cultivation of a total of 68,000 square feet of mature outdoor cannabis canopy that would be grown in 4 acres. Construction of the proposed project would occur in 2 phases. At final build out of the cannabis canopy, it'd be located approximately 350 feet from the eastern property line, 470 feet from the northern property line, 900 feet from the western property line, and 360 feet from Perry Creek Road, which is located directly to the south of the cannabis canopy.
Can you move your microphone a little closer to you, Evan, so everyone can hear?
Sorry about that.
Thank you. That's much better.
So as stated previously, this project was heard by the Planning Commission on January 25th, 2024. At the hearing, planning staff introduced a memo, which is included as an attachment in Legistar, amending condition of approval 25 and including condition of approval 56. Both of these conditions were proposed in response to public comment in regards to the odor neutralizer and potential odor concerns. Additionally, at the Planning Commission itself, an additional condition of approval 57, was proposed that would limit the canopy size during the first year of the first growth cycle to 10,000 square feet. After that, the applicant would be able to build out their project to its entirety. Commissioner Boger made a motion to approve the CCUP With the amended conditions and additional conditions of approval, this passed 4-0 with Commissioner Payne abstaining. On February 5th, within the 10 working day appeal period, planning staff received an appeal on the Planning Commission's approval of the CCUP. This appeal was based upon the proximity to a school bus stop, new information presented at the Planning Commission, noncompliance with setback requirements, and the adequacy of the mitigated negative declaration. And I'm just going to give a brief response to each one of those items. It's further discussed within the staff memo. Regarding the school bus stop, the appellant states there's a school bus stop located at 6500 Perry Creek Road, which is the parcel directly south of the project parcel. Throughout the process, this CCUP went through the typical permit processing review. It was sent out for agency review after the application was deemed complete. This is standard. Agencies include school districts, surveyors department, transportation department. At that point in time, we received no comment from the school district. In order to determine the location of the school bus stops, planning staff, we utilize the published school bus schedules to determine the designated school bus stop locations. We utilized the December 8th, 2023 school bus schedule. The closest school bus stops were on the Pioneer Elementary Blue Route. However, none were identified at that time within being 1,500 feet of the project site. In addition, due to public comment, this schedule was double checked on January 22nd, a few days before the hearing. And again, there was no school bus stop at 6500 Perry Creek Road. The school bus schedule was updated January 30th after the approval of the project to include a school bus stop at 6500 Perry Creek Road. However, that was included in the school bus schedule after the approval of the project. So with that, planning staff believes that the project meets the school bus stop requirements. However, pursuant to zoning ordinance section 130.41.100.c, that section allows for commercial cannabis operations where the applicant owned or leased the project site prior to the adoption of the cannabis ordinance to reduce setbacks to same practical effects. Planning staff believes that we would be able to make the findings to reduce that setback if needed. Regarding the new information that was brought forward at the Planning Commission, the first one of that is regarding the amended condition of approval 25. That amended condition is regarding the mitigation requirement for odor neutralizers. Initially, the condition of approval offered two options for odor mitigation. One was to spray odor neutralizer at the canopy and then use a fan to waft it over the cannabis canopy itself. Another one was to have the neutralizer spray at the property line. Due to public comment received, we decided to amend that condition to remove the ability to have the neutralizer at the property line and to require the neutralizer to be at the cannabis canopy edge with the fan spraying the neutralizer over the cannabis canopy. So that would be the requirement for that mitigation measure. The additional condition of approval that was brought forward at the Planning Commission was to require additional odor studies once cannabis plants are planted to determine if additional mitigation might be needed, that the mitigation is actually effective and working. In addition to that, there was an additional condition of approval brought forward at the Planning Commission, which is not uncommon, to reduce the size of the cannabis canopy for the first growth cycle to 10,000 square feet. And then from there, the project applicant could grow out to its full phasing. Also at the Planning Commission, due to public comment received, planning staff reached out to the county's CEQA consultants regarding the odor neutralizer and the the safety elements of the odor neutralizer. They prepared a memo, which is included on Legistar as an attachment, determining that the U.S. Department of Occupational Health Safety determined that it is, effectively not a hazardous material, and that was included into the project record. The noncompliance with cannabis setbacks. Typically cannabis operations have a setback of 800 feet from parcel lines and any road right of way. The project is proposing to be within that 800-foot setback. However, as stated previously, there is the ability to reduce the setback as long as the property was owned by the project applicant prior to the adoption of the cannabis ordinance, which the project applicant, Mr. Hardy, did own the property prior to the enactment of the cannabis ordinance. And you're able to meet the same practical effects. With the odor studies, the security plans, planning staff has determined that the project as proposed would meet the intent of the required setbacks, utilizing the odor mitigation and requiring a secure cannabis premises. The CEQA compliance, an initial study was prepared by the county's CEQA consultants, Helix Environmental. We do have Leslie Owning available online to answer questions regarding the preparation and review of the CEQA document. I will say she is only available until 1 p.m. today. However, she should have somebody stepping in to take your place after that as needed. But as part of the general process, they are also on contract to do a peer review of studies submitted. So they do a review of the biological studies, the odor studies, that sort of things, to make sure that everything is up to their standards. As part of the CEQA analysis, they determined that there were no impacts that could not be mitigated to a less than significant impact. With that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
All right, thank you, Evan. Appreciate it. At this point, does the board have any questions for our staff?
I have one.
Okay.
And it relates to water, Evan. I know the county's not in the water business. The State Water Resources Control Board and other entities are. But what was the evaluation done relative to adequate water supply in the aquifer that's out there? What did we do to at least notify other agencies of this proposal?
So, again, going back to kind of typical permit processing, this is sent out to environmental management, and they permit all wells and
Right.
septic throughout the county. Again, also went through the Agricultural Commission. They provided a positive recommendation on the project itself. There was a well and septic report submitted to the project to provide that there is adequate water on the site. And, based upon the assumptions of water usage for a cannabis operation, it was determined that water usage would not be a significant impact for this particular project, especially compared to uses that would be allowed by right on the project, such as additional agricultural uses, that sort of thing.
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah.
Any further questions at this time?
Not at this time.
Supervisor Parlin.
I'm just trying to understand, condition of approval number 57. I saw it referenced in a staff memo, and until you gave your presentation now, I realized, is it attached somewhere to today's documents? Because I tried to read through everything and I didn't see it.
Because that was read into the record and created at the actual planning commission. We don't have the finalized conditions of approval, which at that point in time, that's typically when that would be specifically written down. But effectively, the condition of approval 57 would limit the total square footage for the first year of the growth cycle to 10,000 square feet.
And then what?
So based upon the odor study, that the additional odor analysis that would be required, if it's determined that they're going over that, we would probably keep them at that 10,000 square feet and make them utilize more odor neutralizer. But, the way that the planning commission approved it, if there isn't an issue with the 10,000 square feet, then they would be able to do the full project build up.
And was the 10,000 square feet any particular part? Because there's like 3 little different plots. Or...
So it would be located within phase 1 of the project site. So that would be the located within the area on the easternmost portion of the cannabis canopy area.
And that's the part that has the least setback.
Correct. Yep.
Okay. It's troubling to me that we didn't get to see that condition of approval written out when we're hearing this item. Just letting you know. I think that's problematic. But okay.
All right, so at this point, I'd like to invite the appellant, Alice Clary, up to present this item. And just for everyone's sake, there will be a timer up front to help you gauge your remarks. So. Sure, it's part, however you want to use your 15 minutes. Come on down to the podium, please.
So my name is Carolyn Clary. I'm Alice Clary's daughter. I own a property adjacent or almost adjacent to my mom's, and my mom is the eastern neighbor of Mr. Hardy. So my mom and I are 3rd and 4th generation Somerset farmers. My great grandfather and grandfather were District 2 supervisors, and we've been involved in the county for a long time. My mom's property, like I said, is the eastern property line, and we are very, very concerned about this project for a number of reasons. And I should say, I'm speaking on behalf of the 18 appellants, but I'm just summarizing some of our concerns, and then they will address in public comment. There's some additional concerns. So my mom never received any public notice regarding the negative declaration review. BLM, I believe they're the northern neighbors, also did not hear about it. And I have the phone number of the BLM person in charge of real estate at the Mother Lode office who could confirm that. We heard about the project and got the incomplete negative declaration, missing most of the major appendices from Mr. Hardy on 1/7/24. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. We sent our concerns to the planning department a week later on the 16th and attended the planning commission meeting on the 25th of January via Zoom. We began the process at the planning commission of asking for a continuance. We did not ask them to deny it. We just wanted more time because it was clear the project wasn't clear. The mitigation things were new, and they threw a lot of stuff at us at the last minute. So all we wanted was continuance. But they decided Mr. Hardy's needs to order the plants took priority over close, careful consideration of the inaccuracies and missing information that we identified. We identified at that time that there were CEQA issues with especially related to water. Instead, they decided just move forward, approved it, threw this little mitigation thing at us. He needs to bring an odor study twice a year. Do you think he's going to bring it on the highest odor day? I doubt that. It's on him. Anyway, these are some of the concerns. A couple of points to just consider. Cannabis is not an agricultural crop, so it should not be lumped into that. It's specifically not. If that may change down the road, but that's not the case now. So to compare, he could do grapes. He's just doing cannabis instead. That's not the same. Obtaining a permit to grow commercial cannabis is not a right, it's a privilege, and there's a special permitting process that goes with it. Because the county doesn't regulate water, they should be even working harder to make sure that the CEQA requirements are met by rigorously assessing potential for groundwater depletion and contamination before approving these projects, basing their assessment and on science and data-driven facts, and not the mere existence of a well and false water requirement estimates. I'll talk more about water in a minute. There is an active bus stop at 6500. The issue was raised at the Planning Commission and it was completely ignored. The current setback is 1,500 feet. There needs to be better communication between the planning department and the school transportation district, because the director has a letter in your packet. She never received any phone call from anyone and has never for a cannabis project. So they are not reaching out well. And to depend on a website, which the bus schedule changes very frequently, is derelict of duty, in my opinion. There are vigorous requirements to allow a variance in El Dorado County, and there are a number of ordinances which address these requirements. This project does not meet the requirements for a variance. Okay. 1.2 million gallons were estimated for this project of 68,000 square feet, with no facts upon which that was calculated. I believe it's either cut and paste from Mr. Tannenbaum's project, or they just believe whatever the applicant writes down. I don't think there's any science behind what their estimations are. There's no number of cannabis plants identified, no number of harvests planned. The only well report is from 1988. That's when he had 25 gallons per minute. Do you think it's adequate? 36 years ago? Do you think that's telling that we can actually tell how much water he has now? 2 additional wells were described with no known flow per minute, probably because they're dry, because otherwise you should be able to measure it. Research shows one plant requires 5.5 gallons in August and 5.2 in September, gallons per day per plant. And this is the most conservative water estimate in this research article, which I sent you. Mr. Hardy plans, according to somebody in the Growers Alliance, 4,000 plants for the 10,000 square feet. He told me personally, he plans 2 harvests a year. So if you don't have that information, how are you going to come up with how much water he needs? For the initial 10,000 square foot project for 1 year, at 1 harvest would be 1.3 million gallons. For 2 harvests in that 10,000 square feet, it would be 2.6 million. The full project would be 8.8 million for 1 harvest and 17.6 million for 2 harvests. So where they came up with 1.2 for 68,000, I would really like to see the science behind that. Let's see. When we brought the 2 harvests to Mr. Mattis, we were told, or I should say Cami was told, we don't care how many plants or how many harvests. We're just concerned with square footage. Big problem, red flag right there. Kyle Erickson, a water resources engineer at the Water Authority, shares my concern about the cumulative effect of cumulative impacts to groundwater and the environment in my area. Who is going to ensure that our water and environment is protected? CEQA regulations imply El Dorado County is responsible to ensure this, yet the projects are being approved with a total disregard to water concerns. CEQA states the determination of whether a project has a significant effect on the environment calls for careful judgment on the part of the public agency involved, based to the extent possible on scientific and factual data. The continued and repeated lack of facts to back up assessments has been raised by the community in every project, every cannabis project brought to the Planning Commission. And all of these were prepared by Helix Planning. They're a problem, all with major inaccuracies. Is it the Planning Department policy to avoid anything higher than a less than significant impact to avoid deliberately a full EIR? Commissioner Boger made a statement regarding our concerns at the Planning Commission, and I provided you the link to exactly where she says it to make it easy for you. Regarding water, which was, by the way, completely ignored in the response from the Planning Commission. And water was a huge issue at that commission meeting. So interesting that it's completely absent from the response today. So Boger says, Lots of concerns about water. This is beyond our scope. That would be water authority. Neighbors wouldn't necessarily be affected. We don't really know. They are basing the non-facts. They're avoiding, I'm just going to read it. Mr. Mattis completely ignored the water issue in his response to our appeal, again illustrating how they are avoiding the fact that there is no factual data to back up their less than significant impact assessment on groundwater. Despite it being a crucial assessment, they continue to refuse to investigate the issue and just continue to accept the fact that there is a well report box checked and somebody wrote down some number box checked. One of the questions that CEQA hydrology, one of the questions in the CEQA requirement, would the project substantially deplete groundwater supplies or interfere substantially with groundwater recharge such that there would be a net deficit in the aquifer volume or a lowering of the local groundwater table level? For instance, the production rate of pre-existing nearby wells would drop to a level that could not support existing land uses or planned uses for which permits have been granted. They also state existing demand for No. Okay. I'm okay. Are you okay with that? Oh, yeah, absolutely. Oh, I'm just reading it. I know, I'm trying. So I'll let me see how many I've got. I actually am pretty close. I'm trying. So thank you for telling me that. I speak publicly fairly often at my job, but it's different when you're in the
doing
middle
great.
of this.
You're doing great.
I feel like I'm a rattled mess. Okay, so they described it as, okay, existing demand for groundwater in the vicinity of the site is low given the rural and undeveloped nature of much of the surrounding land. That's how our neighborhood was described. Fact, there are numerous residences nearby. There's a walnut orchard across the street, a 10-acre walnut orchard within 650 feet of the project, an additional 60 acres of walnuts nearby. Given the facts and the details in the negative deck in the hydrology and water quality section, it would be impossible to deem this as less than significant impact because there is not enough factual information to even make that assessment. 3 of you are on the board of directors for the El Dorado Water Agency. Their mission statement is to ensure El Dorado County has adequate and affordable water to maintain economic prosperity, protect the environment, and support rural agricultural way of life for today and the future. Why is the planning department not involving the water agency? It doesn't matter that environmental management handles wells. It's water we're talking about, and they should be held accountable for that. In terms of the variance, I'm just going to say, you guys have heard it a million times. The problem is, so long as the applicant demonstrates the actual setback will substantially achieve the purpose of the required setback. They made 800 feet so that people would feel comfortable they aren't right on top of cannabis. They keep changing the purpose to fit their needs. So they moved it from 850 to 350 to my mom's. They made it 350 to the street, to Perry Creek Road, the bus stop, and the BLM property. They didn't address at all screening, lighting, noise, security, or the fact that now we're going to see this big fence with barbed wire. Is that what our rural community wants to come to? Is that what we expect when we drive out on a nice road, to have a prison look next door? It does nothing at all to substantially achieve the purpose of the setback for the adjacent neighbors. In fact, it makes things worse. It's only protecting it's only for the convenience of the applicant. And contrary to comments made by planning staff and commission, the setback variance ordinance is not carte blanche to put things wherever you want them if you own the property before November 6th, 2018. It's bull. There's a whole bunch of missing appendices. You have them, they're major, and they were not provided to us for public review. So I would just end by saying, please uphold our appeal and demand detailed applications and accurate assessments for future projects. Hold the Planning Commission responsible for a more thorough review of commercial cannabis projects, and follow current cannabis ordinances, not what they want them to be, but current, and CEQA regulations. Consider an outside legal review of your program to ensure the county is in fact in compliance with CEQA, and fire Helix. they are not providing quality work for you at all. So, sorry, Kathleen, you have 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Ms. Clary.
Kathleen, do you want to go ahead and unmute yourself?
Can you hear me now?
We sure can.
Okay. Yes, this is Kathleen Clack. I'm the attorney who wrote the opinion that is in your packet, I hope, right now. I want to give you some of the highlights and talk to you about the problems this negative declaration has legally. As you know, I have detailed in my opinion that the state agencies have not reviewed this negative declaration. The letter, and I spoke directly to the agency and the person who sent the letter out. The letter was not sent out to the clearinghouse, the state clearinghouse, until the day the review closed for the negative declaration. The negative declaration review period went to January 17, 2024. That's the day that the letter went out to the state review agencies, all the clearinghouse. It's impossible to approve this plan without their review. And it is manifestly apparent that they have not weighed in, because the glaring absence of information on water data would have been demanded to be fulfilled and edited, or gathering more information and data would had to have happened if they had seen it. All my experience with the Water Board and Water Resources Agency for this state, it's manifestly necessary and has not been done. They would never have approved something that had no data on the precise usage of the plants, and more importantly, the existing groundwater for the plan for the county has not been measured. It's fractured granite, and there's very little that comes from fractured granite. But that is one of the reasons El Dorado County's water in the ground is hard to measure. And I looked all through this, and I didn't see any well studies anywhere in the county to support this plan. There was none done on Mr. Hardy's property. And that sewer report, I think it goes back to 1985, it's older than the report we had that was that Ms. Clary just spoke about. There's no current information. The agriculture currently, yes?
Kathleen,
15 minutes.
I'm sorry, you might not have been able to hear the timer, but the time is up.
That's okay. The worst one, for me, the worst one, I did it.
Thank you for your comments. We appreciate it. All right. So with that, we will invite the applicant, Mr. Hardy, up for his 15 minutes. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is David Hardy. Live in the South County. I'm the applicant whose project you are, whose project you are reviewing today. In the 44 years that I've lived on Perry Creek Road in Somerset, I've always been a farmer. My farming stewardship has always focused on improving our land and soil, utilizing organic and sustainable farming practices. My concern for the environment and respect for my neighbors are paramount. The concerns voiced by the appellant to you, to the Board of Supervisors, are of greater importance to me than I can express. As a farmer, the issues of odor, water, chemicals, public safety, and the environment are my continual focus. In the year 2019 and 2020, our cultivation of industrial hemp, with only a 20-foot setback from the Clary property, the fence line, resulted in no nuisance complaints. Again, I grew 1 acre, 1,500 plants, both of those years,
20 feet from the property line in question. In fact, after visiting and talking with the neighbors, including the Clarys, their responses were positive. No skunk odor nuisances were mentioned or reported. Nothing, no nuisance with county abatement or anything. I particularly was interested in visiting my neighbors to make sure that they weren't impacted by anything they would consider a nuisance. My feedback was none. Water usage. Water usage is of paramount importance to me. I'm a farmer. I use irrigation from my wells to water my 6¼ acres of wine grapes. As my well production is finite, the incorporation of water-saving practices is extremely important to me. I use drip irrigation, cover crops, minimum tillage, and row covers, all of which minimize the water usage for the plants that are cultivated on my farm. Additionally, we have a farm pond, which is naturally filled by rainwater. This farm pond is, I've been on a property for since 1982. It would be considered a rainwater catchment device. Capacity of that pond is 3,200 million gallons. 32 million gallons. I was off by a point. Our cannabis farm will only use 20% of that total pond water, 20%. But the other 80% of that will be utilized for fire protection. Specifically, I'm interested in maintaining an emergency water source for the Pioneer Fire District for their wildfire defense resources. And we're also installing 2 large water draft, 2¼ inch water draft valves close to Perry Creek, so the fire department could utilize 100% of our irrigation water available for fighting fires. This also is a benefit for our immediate neighbors. Petrochemical usage is prohibited on my farm as I'm a certified organic operation. I have been certified organic since 1986. There is some belief that I am not certified. I have my certification here, which states I have been CCF certified organic since March 1st of 1987. 38 years certified organic without interruption. I'm also CDFA certified organic status to date, paid and under their jurisdiction. So I have certification. I'm not only USDA certified organic, but I'm CDFA organic, and I'm also third-party reviewed and overseen by the CCOF. In addition to that status, I'm involved in the Real Organic Project, which oversees my certified organic operation and fulfills requirements of maintenance of beneficial habitats, but also corridors, wildlife corridors. We have bears on my property, and the Clarys also have that. They could testify that the bears are a big nuisance. So rather than shooting them, I've used an interesting alternative of installing a karaoke speaker into the top part of my vineyard with a recurrent and repetitive sounds of mountain lion and cougar sounds. And that seems to have diminished the impact on my vineyard. You wouldn't hear it because it's in the back part of my upper vineyard. One bear can consume 100 pounds of grapes per day. 9 days, one bin. You can measure the impact immediately if I didn't control it through non-lethal means. So what I'm doing is I'm giving you a little background on my respectful and ecologically focused farming attitude. In addition, petrochemical usage is prohibited on my farm, as I said. Inorganic fertilizers, pesticides, and herbicides are not allowed on my farm property. In addition, both sides of the 1,250 feet in length of Perry Creek, which runs through my property, is registered with the Department of Transportation in El Dorado County as a no spray zone. I have made an agreement with the Department of Transportation to provide vegetative and weed management accomplished by my tractor, my implements, and myself. So I'm responsible for that roadside maintenance. There's no sprays, which are defoliants, which are quite poisonous to our environment in El Dorado County. Cannabis, as a newly legalized California agricultural activity, and I will say that because the county is struggling with what is cannabis. Cannabis is a plant. It's an annual plant. I won't go into the 3 cultivars of that particular plant, but it is an agricultural activity and an agricultural product and crop. It's all the same. As grapes, as walnuts, it's an agricultural crop. Then this promises new economic growth and development now for our county, fulfilling the county's policy mission statement to conserve and protect agricultural land and to encourage agricultural operations within the county. Cannabis agricultural expansion is now our promising crop. I think we know that pears were king, Camberg was king, grapes are widely planted, and if you ask the vineyard owners and winery operations these days, the height of the expansion for the winery industry is over. They're struggling to sell. There's a saturation of 10,000, 15,000 wineries in California. Opening a tasting room is the only way you can direct sales to your buyers. It's our vision to legally cultivate cannabis on our Somerset farm. The initial biological resource assessments and other required studies were initiated in the year 2020. It's currently 2024. Our plan-in application, CCUP 21-0002, was submitted in 2021. In 2023, Helix completed our CEQA study and analyses. The El Dorado County Planning Commission approved our project January 25th, 2024. The El Dorado County Planning Department, the El Dorado County Sheriff's Department, the Department of Transportation, Pioneer Fire District, the El Dorado Agricultural Department, the Agricultural Commission, the Planning Commission, and the County Council have all reviewed and approved our project. We believe all issues and concerns regarding our project have been examined, reviewed, considered, and resolved. At issue at this time is the board's approval and support of staff's professional, complete, thorough review of our project and your support for our project is of paramount importance to us. There are a couple of points that I'd like to bring up additional information because my research focused on the same issues that the appellant brought up. One of which is water. A lot of people believe that we have a water table, that we have so many feet down, a layer of water by which we can draw to irrigate our vineyards and our properties. That's not so. We have fractures. The fractures are connected to a series of fractures which originate in the Sierras. The snowpack every year adds to that water source for us in the South County. Very different than EID in the rest of the county. We have no EID. If we had EID in the South County area, we would have planted a wonderful variety of crops, but we don't. So we rely on our wells. As I said, I have 3 wells. The total production of those wells is 20 gallons a minute. And I'm proud of that because I can use that. I can irrigate 6 1/4 acres of wine grapes perfectly well and have enough left over to irrigate cannabis, as I've described. I utilize water saving measures, and rather than relying on evaporation, I would cover the soil under these plants with row covers, which would be removed at the end of the season, reducing the consumption of the plant's consumption of the water by 20%. The interesting fact also is that water use, if we want to really examine it, production of beef per pound consumes 1,800 gallons to produce 1 pound of beef. Wine per gallon requires 8.75 pounds per gallon. Cannabis produces, for 1 pound, uses 150 gallons. And I think by that comparison, you will see that the small consumption of water by a cannabis plant or plants, be it an acre of cannabis plants, is far less than, and I'm not sure of the total acreage in this county for wine grapes, but I believe it's thousands. And if we multiply thousands of acres of wine grapes, which give then per acre conversion into wine, and I'm not sure exactly how many gallons of wine is produced here.
Mr. Hardy.
It's the consumption is far greater.
Thank you for your
You're
presentation.
welcome. You're welcome.
Appreciate it. With that, we will now move into our public, oops, sorry about that. With that, we will now move into the public comment portion of this appeal and hearing. I encourage all of you that would like to speak to line up in the aisle so that we can just move through it, and that makes our time efficient. So with that, Kim, can you please open the public comment portion?
Now taking public comment on item number 19, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good morning.
Good morning, Randy Haskins. I've been a citizen of this county since the 7th grade, and I've seen a lot of change happen here. And I think the piece of the puzzle I'm going to bring here this morning is much different than you're probably going to hear from anybody else. But I'm going to take my 3 minutes and I'm going to tell you that marijuana is a gateway. It's a gateway to a devil's hell. Okay, let me just start there. Madam Chair, we've had the conversation. We've had the conversation at National Night Out. We've had the conversation on Main Street at the Bell Tower. And if you remember, I addressed it in your office when you were running for this position. Mr. Heidel, we have been into the juvenile hall together.
Yep.
We have seen the devastation that this causes, haven't we?
Mhm.
Mr. Turnbow, I want to thank you for where you stand, but I will also remind you of the word pharmakia and where we get that from and its root. I also want to remind this panel that we just had 4 fentanyl deaths here in Tahoe recently. And I will guarantee you it did not start with just using fentanyl. I will also share with you that I think we've long forgotten the root of one of our fallen officers, where that came from. I'm going to take just a minute, and I'm going to pray over you guys that the blinders of your eyes would be removed. Father God, I come before you with a grateful heart. I thank you for each one of these panel members. I know deeply that they are trying to do the right thing. They are trying to do what would be right in the community's eyes, but we do ask that they would do right in your eyes, and not what's popular, but they would vote on their convictions. I thank you ahead of time for what they're going to do. In Jesus' name, amen. Let me also close with, I believe a yes vote would be a yes towards, would you want your kids, would you want your grandkids smoking this garbage? Let a yes vote recognize that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Todd Moore. I'm a resident of Somerset. I represent a committee of 50 concerned citizens of the River Pines Estates area. We want to address the way the county is handling consideration of these pot farms. The county looks at whether the applicant's well will be sufficient to provide water, but it never looks at the impact to the surrounding area. And that's really key. You know, my family's lived in the South County area since the 1870s. And when walnuts were king, they were dry farmed walnuts because we don't have EID. The responsible grape growers are growing dry farm grapes because we don't have the water to support it. When commercial grapes went into my neighborhood, my well production dropped from 10 gallons a minute to 4. The spring that has shown up on topo maps in my property went away. My neighbor's well last year went dry. This is after the wettest winter that we've had in decades. The county should be studying the overall impact of drawing water, not just looking narrowly at the applicant's well and whether it will provide enough water, but what will be the impact on the rest of the citizens. The other problem in the county's analysis of this is looking at whether there's the same practical effect to a setback. We look at, okay, odor is going to be greater because we're too close to the property line. So now that the practical effect is going to be the same because we have an odor control measure. But we never talk about what's the impact of the odor control measure. Is it the same if you have 800 foot of distance or you have 300 feet, but you've got a battery of industrial fans running for 3 months out of the year, spraying an odor control measure? And then do we look at what's in these odor control materials? Mr. Mattis said the government has inspected these and said they're safe. That's not how it happens. The government requires people who make a product to specify whether it's dangerous, and it requires you to look at what its intended use is. Let's look at the intended uses of the material that's been identified here. Hero odor eliminator spray, that's for fabric and gear. So the material safety sheet talks about whether it's safe for material and gear. It doesn't talk about whether it's safe to spray it over 10,000 acres or 10,000 square feet of marijuana plants. What we're talking about here is the same material that you spray on the carpet when your dog pees on it. None of these materials are intended to be sprayed over a field of marijuana. None of these manufacturers talk about this material is suitable for controlling the odors from marijuana plants. And all of those things should be looked at. And that's why this is not a supported application and it ought to be denied. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Randy Rossi. I'm the owner of Saluti Cellars Winery. It's a winery within the Fair Play AVA, and I'm representing the 24 wineries of the Fair Play Winery Association. We are shocked. We're shocked because we weren't considered as a group in the establishment of this ordinance. We weren't consulted on this permit. There are grave concerns that we have, and they're well-founded. We have to operate within an American viticultural area established by the federal government that we have to petition for. 85% of our grapes have to come from that small area. We have no choice. We can't relocate. Otherwise, we can't use that AVA designation, which is critical to our business. To expect us to relocate is unacceptable. I've been growing grapes since 2000. Some of the information that has been passed that was stated earlier is not factual about grape growing. Most of us are dry farmers. You start off with irrigation. Some may have to irrigate, most don't. We're concerned about the transfers to mold that hasn't been brought to our attention, ever even asked to be consulted upon or attend a hearing. I got a hold of the El Dorado County Winery Association, EDWA. They weren't aware of this. They were never given the opportunity. So you have a major agricultural entity in this county that wasn't even consulted on this matter. To put any commercial marijuana growing operation in a AVA where we don't know the impact from the odors, the transference of mold, and the water usage. Marijuana uses 10 times more water than grape, no matter what somebody says that has grown grapes for several years. The big difference. We are, for the most part, very conservative on water. Because we dry farm. The idea of putting this right in the middle of the AVA is unconscionable. This needs to be restudied, not just for this permit usage, but the whole ordinance. We weren't consulted. And you've just seen the tip of the iceberg. We just heard about this last week. The bigger association of 70 wineries was just informed of it yesterday. They're very upset. This needs to be restudied from the get-go. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Annie Bowers. I'm a business owner in Somerset, and I've been a bus driver for Pioneer Union School District for 15 years. I drive Blue Route, by the way. I'm here to speak for the children. First, I want to say that I'm not opposed to cannabis. I'm not opposed to commercial grows, and David has been a friend and neighbor for 20 years. But I am opposed to this and other cannabis grows in my neighborhood. My rhetorical question to you is, why do we have the 1,500-foot setback for school bus stops, schools, and parks? With this restriction, the state admits that commercial cannabis grows have no place around our children and in our neighborhoods. Perry Creek Road is 4 miles long. There are 21 bus stops on Perry Creek Road, 22 if you count David's own driveway, which he used for his children, but that was before my time. By anyone's definition, 21 stops in 4 miles is a neighborhood. I have dropped off and picked up students at all of these stops. I don't expect anyone to understand the life cycle of a bus stop, and not all of these stops are active today. Not all of them were active when Mr. Hardy applied for this permit. And there seems to be a misunderstanding when it comes to active or inactive bus stops. You may ask, why wouldn't all 21 bus stops on Perry Creek Road be listed on the route on a daily sheet? That's a valid question. Sometimes bus drivers aren't driving their own routes, and substitute drivers need to know which stops will have students and where students will be getting off. You can't always rely on children, to be honest. Drivers try to keep their route as updated as possible. This situation can change, sometimes daily. To avoid confusion, only active stops are listed on the route sheet. You might not be aware that route sheets are updated frequently. There is a current active bus stop 200 feet from Mr. Hardy's driveway. I have had stops change status 3 times in a month. So if the day the information was collected for this permit, the student didn't happen to have their location on the sheet, does that mean they no longer get to use that bus stop that a day before or the week before or the month before was available to them? This creates a hardship and does not seem to follow the intent of this permit. There are many inactive stops in Grizzly right now. These families whose lives have been impacted by fire, they lost their homes, their possessions, many their livelihoods. Now they risk losing their access to bus transportation if a commercial grow chooses to start in the readily available land. I don't know if it was ignorance or apathy or gross negligence that led to the acceptance of this permit. The transportation department was not contacted. The high school routes were not accessed. Yeah, there are more stops for the high school on Perry Creek. The only information that was used to confirm where a bus stop is located when David applied for this permit was a snapshot in time on a route that changes constantly. I realize it is difficult to write legislation for our community. We don't look like a typical neighborhood, but the intent of the legislation is clear, not around children and not in neighborhoods. Active or inactive, a bus stop is a bus stop.
Thank you.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
your comments. Good morning.
Morning. My name is Bob Rutter. I'm a resident of Fairplay. And we've heard about growing marijuana. What about the finished product? Does he have a protection around his property to keep the newcomers, as we call them now, out of his crop? That's simply my question.
All right, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Whitney Ordelheid, and I am a new resident in Somerset. I am the mother of 4 beautiful young girls who take Blue Route. And before we moved here, we lived in Southern California. We lived in a populated area of about 36,000 people. In this community, we had fields because we were predominantly a farming community originally. We had a 15-acre grow be put in, which was substantially away from neighborhoods, blocks away. However, during summer months, we could smell it at our house and it was 6 miles away. It stinks. There is a difference between a male plant and a female plant. And female plants are what he's going to be growing. I don't care if you smoke weed, it's not my jam, whatever, it is for whoever. But I don't want it around my children. Their safety is my main concern, and I want them to be one day in your position where they get to make the big decisions. And unfortunately, they are now faced with so many roadblocks, and this is going to be one of them. My girls are riding Blue Route and they pass this bus stop all the time. They're the last stop on the bus route. So they're going to be passing this every single day, smelling it every single day. And I can't tell you how many times I have had a headache driving by that grow. So please take it into consideration to at least please review everything and don't put them in our neighborhoods. Please. I moved away from it to come here and now I'm facing it again. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Come on down. Good
Hi.
morning.
I just wanted to tell you that we wore red on purpose.
Figured that.
Okay.
Looks
All
good
right.
out there.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Cami Moriali and I'm an appellant and I live across the street from David Hardy's property. I submitted my comments and supporting references to you in advance. I knew I timed it, it was 16 minutes. So anyway, I was not notified for the 2021 Agriculture Commission meeting, nor have I seen the physical sign posting on his property, which is in your ordinance, not in the cannabis section, but in the ordinance. He has to put up a sign. So I was surprised when I got the information about the January 21st or 25th Planning Commission meeting. When we went to that meeting, there were several of us that asked the Planning Commission to continue it because there was not enough information and there was missing information. We could not complete our review. It was not our intent to escalate this to you. We wanted to stop it there or at least get enough information. Even Commissioner Payne said in the 25th January 25th meeting that the project description is undefined. How can the planning, here's a question, how can the planning commission approve a project that they don't understand? It still isn't, we still don't know how many plants Mr. Hardy is going to plant. We've heard he's going to do 2 plantings in a season. We've heard from another cannabis applicant that he's going to put 4,000 in a quarter of an acre. So is that 8,000 plants? If it is 8,000 plants, then based on our water studies, that's going to be 8.8 million gallons of water. That means that my well and probably a lot of your wells are going to go dry or be impacted by the chemicals because of this fractured granite that we are on. So I have another question for the county. When my well goes dry, will the county pay out of the revenue from the cannabis tax to truck in water to my property? Another thing, I'd like you to seriously consider upholding the 1,500 setback for the registered bus stop. As Annie said, it just doesn't go away. But this bus stop has been registered for at least 15 years and at least 12 years before Mr. Hardy submitted his application. With the matter of the setback on the property line on the Clary side, there is no conclusive evidence the reduction of the 800-foot setback would achieve the purpose intended in the ordinance. The November 2018 measures do not support the reduction. Additionally, the air quality dilution threshold is difficult to achieve with a reduced setback. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for submitting your comments ahead of time. We always appreciate that. Good afternoon at this point.
Good afternoon. Oh, yeah. My name is Michael Scully, and I live and work a few miles, just on Fairplay Road, a few miles from this contested application. And I live and work at a place called Gold Mountain Winery, formerly Fitzpatrick Winery. And we have 7 wells to try to keep up with our 22 acres of grapes planted. And I know cannabis is kind of a popular thing that's increasing worldwide. But I think we really need to investigate our environmental impact and the business impacts. I recently found out about this just a little more than a month ago, and all the winery owners never heard about this, and which is appalling because what we are in is in the middle of the Fairplay AVA, a government designated area for growing really specific grapes. It's a kind of a coveted thing to get, and was started granted in 2001. And it's not something that's easily gotten, but it also helps elevate, and for good reason, that we're producing world-class grapes, which make world-class wine. And I think that would be a paramount consideration. This isn't just anywhere in El Dorado County, it's in the Fairplay AVA, which is part of the Sierra Foothill AVA, which is a bigger part of the El Dorado AVA. So we're this little microcosm, and we have a lot of concerns about water usage. And also, I'm going to say the quiet part out loud, the criminal element. You know, we have a house where 2 doors down, a sheriff was murdered. Maybe it was illegal marijuana, but it's going to attract that element. It's just the nature of it. We don't control that. And so I would ask you to consider what Fairplay and Somerset are going to look like in 100 years when nobody in this room is going to be here. And so I think it's going to impact, you know, what you decide today will have an impact for a long time. And I would hope you can consider that and to try to maintain our Fairplay AVA as an intact. And that's why Napa and Amador have just said no to this kind of activity. They just don't mix, in my opinion. But I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hi. Just to briefly introduce myself, my name is John Zedimer. My wife and I have practiced in this county as attorneys for 40 years, and then we recently retired a couple of years ago. I'm the only person so far who's speaking in support of Mr. Hardy's project. And the reason, just to step back from everything, the specifics of complaints, which I think are important, obviously, to the neighbors, is that, in the bigger picture, the county, after much decision, in deliberation, I think it was 5 or 6 years ago, decided to allow commercial cannabis grows. And now we're facing, well, are we really going to implement them or not? I mean, it's clear there's so many complaints to Mr. Hardy's project that, I mean, and clear from a number of the comments that nothing in the Fair Play area, no project in the Fair Play area would not meet with the same objections. It's not really Mr. Hardy's project that's in particular that's at issue today. It's whether or not we're going to allow commercial cannabis projects to be approved. We passed the law and allowing them, but nobody wants them in their backyard. And so that's what the county Board of Supervisors really needs to decide today, is whether they're going to implement it or not. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Let's go, board. My name is Jason Kipperman. I'm a member of Somerset Community. I really like his presentation just now. That took a lot of words out of my mouth. Cannabis is here. It's been voted on. This is a bigger issue of when is it going to finally be implemented. The counties prepared over 150 licenses for cultivation. We've only touched the tip of this. There's maybe a handful of applications in. I don't even think we've gotten to the double digits yet on cultivations. So they're going to need to go somewhere. I understand it's a very sensitive issue for people. Not everybody wants it in their backyard, but the community that we live in is ripe for agriculture. There's all types of uses that go on people's property that we can't control, from farming to land uses. All these things cause nuisance. So who's to choose whose nuisance is worse? I prepared written a few things down. I'm in support of Mr. Hardy's project. License grows is the way that you keep cannabis out of kids' hands and actually provides a safer environment for police interaction. Police now have full site plans. They're available to security, and they know what they're coming into if there is a problem. It's much safer for everybody. I heard a lot of opinions were given out today. Opinions are very nice, but I think we still need to stick to the facts. A lot of people put in a lot of hard work into these facts, or proven by your guys' specialists, which is Helix. And I've been dealing with them as well. They are prepared specialists for the entire state. They've taken on almost the entire state at this point. There's very few people that are actually approved to do what they do. So I believe in their reports. I think this county, they decided they can handle 150 licenses. They're going to need to go somewhere. I heard a lot about water usage. Water usage is very based on the plant. Nobody can give you an exact accuracy until it's the exact site plan and the weather. The weather depicts it, the ground depicts it, the plant depicts it. A plant this big, if it cultivates and grows this big, is not going to use as much water as a plant that's the size of an apple tree. It's all very depicting on the environment, the plant size. Mr. Hardy seems like a very conscious cultivator. If not Mr. Hardy, I don't know who's going to get approved. I also have a cannabis license in the Fair Play area. Seeing the way this is going, I'm horrified. This guy's been cultivating here for 20 years. I just moved here 10 years ago, 30 years. If this guy's not an applicant growing completely organic and cares about his community, maintains the road, maintains the sprays, he seems like he's very involved and very conscious. So I don't know what more people would need to see for a project like this to be approved. I saw all the reports, I saw the studies, they seem professionally done. I think this is a no-brainer on an approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name's Sandra Myron, and I reside at 6800 Mount Ogden Road, Somerset, California. I also am from Lake Tahoe. I have a residence at 878 South Shore Drive in South Lake Tahoe. My main concern today is water, because Mr. Hardy's water usage with regard to his cannabis grow and the lack of scientific and factual data that has been presented does not support CEQA. Therefore, there is a major and valid concern that Mr. Hardy's cannabis grow has the potential to affect neighboring wells. The negative mitigation initial declaration initial study, multiple inaccuracies, and a significant lack of facts to back up assessments of less than significant. Mr. Hardy's last well report was done in 1988, 36 years ago, and his 2 additional wells have an unknown flow per minute. Actual estimated water requirements for the first year would be 1.3 million gallons for the approved 10,000 square foot, so 2 harvests the first year, then 8.8 million gallons for the full project per harvest. When some members of our community posed the question at the January 25th hearing about our concerns over water, the planning commissioner said, which was Lexi Boger, and I quote, "Lots of concerns about water, that's just out of our scope. That would be the water authority." Evan Matz replied that he is also not a water expert. During the mega drought in California, the California Water Board, State Water Resources Control Board, May of 2016, developed SGM, which is Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, to have local agencies come up with a plan to manage state and county locales' water consumption. Per the CEQA handbook, Appendix GX6, page 2023, 348, recharge such that there would be a negative deficit in an aquifer volume or a lowering of the local groundwater table level. Example production rate for pre-existing nearby wells would drop to a level which would not support existing land uses or plan uses for which permits have been granted. According to the California Department of Water Resources, a neighboring well can interfere with neighboring wells. How much water passes through fractured rock varies greatly depending on connections between fractures. As a result, interference between neighboring wells is difficult or impossible to predict, but 9 acres have gone dry in the past. Given the numerous cannabis grows coming into South County and the increased water usage, if wells start going dry, are we going to be looking at metering our wells? Shelley Barnes, I spoke with her this morning, Shelley Barnes Thompson. She is the Director of the Public and Legislative Affairs of South Lake Tahoe Public Utility. All water districts will be metered by 2025,
Thank you.
which
Thank
will
you.
include EID.
Thank you for your comments.
And I have one paragraph.
Yeah,
Lake Tahoe.
we hold strictly the time limits. I'm sorry.
Okay.
So, thank you. Appreciate it. We're going to take the final 2 comments in the room and then go do the 4 online and then close public comment. So. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. We're back again to ask you to listen to your community. I have been here more than 55 years. A lot of these people that are talking to you have been here generations. They're asking you to consider what they're saying, because when we voted this, some of us, not all of us, we thought it was 6 plants, not commercial, thousands of plants, criminal element, chemical element. We're asking you to do your research like we have and proven a couple of facts to you. Yes, Mr. Hardy has been a grower and he has been arrested twice for growing wood.
Can you please address the board, please? Thank you.
He's been arrested twice before this was legalized. Why is there restrictions? Because if you don't follow these restrictions, the chemical of our water, the criminal element, we're asking you to review, research, learn from the other counties that opened this up and failed. And I don't want to tell you, they lost resource for their community. We're begging you to do your resource. Listen to the other counties and listen to your community today. Please help us. We didn't vote for commercial cannabis in El Dorado County. And if you do your studies, commercial cannabis and residential, they really don't, they're not compatible. Think about all those teachers and all those students. Would you want this in your backyard or up against your business? No, it will hurt our tourists. It will hurt our wineries.
do your research, and please think of your residents and don't put commercial cannabis in residence areas. If you have to have this list, why don't you do your studies and not put all 124 of your permits out until you research, study, and try this for a path before you open up a gateway to commercial cannabis and turn El Dorado County into Humboldt? Your resident don't want that. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, once again, against your reminder, please no applause in the boardroom. Everyone's voice is welcome. So,
My name is
good
Philip
afternoon.
Bill. I've been a resident of this county since 2002, so I'm a newbie. But anyway, I used to live in Fairplay, and because of my wife's health, we now live in town. But we're fortunate we still live in the county, not in the city. Anyway, I want you to make El Dorado County a very successful county and a way to make a lot of money to pay your tip fees and all that stuff. All you need to do is keep the AVA of the Fairplay Wine Association available, and they'll give you 2 examples. If you live in Napa, you get $200-300 a gallon for your wine. It's the most phenomenal wine making thing in the country. It's most profitable. You go to Hawaii. If you live in Kona, you can sell Kona coffee. If you live next door, you can sell coffee. Kona coffee brings a lot of money. Napa wine brings a lot of money. And Fairplay's wine will bring a lot of money, and you will maybe get out of the hole and be able to build your roads if you keep the Fairplay and support the neighborhood of the people that have been speaking here today.
Thank you for your comments. All right, this will be the last comment in the room.
My name's Matthew Dean. I live at 6045 Mount Ockham Road. And what I'd urge you to consider is that the failure to get the notice out for the CEQA review with it being stuck in the mail house is a fatal flaw. As a person who has sat on boards for 20 plus years, that would make me, as a board member, kick it back and say, hey, we have to have proper notification. So that's one thing I want to tell you. The other thing I want you to consider is property values. How many people do you know want to live next door to a grow? There's an economic impact when people start filing with the assessor's office that, hey, my fire insurance is $23,000 a year. Hey, I live next door to a commercial grow. All these things are valid basis to appeal your assessment with the county assessor. There are long-term negative consequences. I think you should take a step back and look at the other counties that have struggled with this, learn from them, and then reapproach it. Thank you for your time. I know you have decisions that are not fun. God bless you for what you do, and my condolences.
Thank you. All right, thank you all. And Kim, let's go ahead and open the 4 that are online now.
Now taking public comment from Mike Sullivan.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How you doing?
Thank you.
Good. I'm gonna just read a couple of things that I had prepared. So in addition to all the other concerns addressed today, my wife and I are wildlife rehabbers for the Sierra Wildlife. We are actually also neighbors of Hardy, where the proposed cannabis grow is located. Both of my wife and I have been rehabbing and releasing raptors for the past 4 years within the area near the proposed cannabis cultivation area. Some of the concerns that we have is habitat destruction. So during the initial construction phase, habitat destruction is going to be cleared for development and for vegetation management, which removes the potential nesting or hunting areas. When raptors lose their hunting areas, foraging areas, and shelter, it can lead to displacement or abandonment of their territories. Disturbance and stress. Construction activities such as heavy machinery, excavation, vegetation management, and noise can disturb the raptors and disrupt their breeding behaviors. There is currently a breeding pair occupying the area near the proposed grow. Increased human presence may cause stress, avoidance behaviors in raptors, impacting their ability to successfully breed and rear their young. Since Hardy's grow is near BLM land, there's a federal code, Title 36, Section 2.2A2, that does not allow for the feeding, touching, teasing, frightening, or intentional disturbing of wildlife nesting, breeding, or other activities. If he's near if he's going to be putting this grow up near BLM land, I'm sure that something like that's going to happen. Nest destruction. With the vegetation management, nests in trees or structures within the construction site a nest could be destroyed during the construction. I'm sorry, I lost my place here. Leading to the loss of eggs, chicks, or even the adult birds. Continued habitat loss. Once the initial construction phase is complete, development of larger cannabis grows may further contribute to habitat loss for raptors. Additional land clearing, vegetation management, and infrastructure development may fragment habitats and decrease available nesting and foraging for area raptors. The chemical exposure. Pesticides, herbicides, fertilizers are commonly used in cannabis cultivation can pose risk to raptors and their prey. Raptors may be exposed to these chemicals directly through ingestion or indirectly through contaminated prey, leading to health issues and reduced reproductive success. Increased human activity. The establishment of a cannabis grow may attract increased human activity, including workers, visitors, and potential trespassers. Raptors may perceive the human presence as a threat and abandon the nearby nesting sites, disrupting breeding behaviors and population dynamics.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan.
Thank you.
for calling in.
Now taking public comment from Rod Miller.
Good afternoon. Mr. Miller, are you there? Can you unmute yourself, please? There you
Yeah,
go.
you hear me?
Perfect.
I'm Rod Miller. I'm representing myself. Thank you very much for listening to all the folks commenting on this matter. The applicant went through a very expensive and extensive and stringent permitting process. The Planning Commission made a very reasonable decision. Please uphold their decision. He's growing in an agricultural region. He has ag zoning. Cannabis is an agricultural crop under state law. He has the groundwater available to support the crop, as evidenced by the fact that he grew hemp before. Cannabis grows are required to have state water board permits. Last time I checked, there are 40 pages of mitigation control requirements associated with those permits. The odor control systems that are utilized have been designed for landfills and sewage treatment plants, like the ones that we have in our county. The new cannabis cultivars are less skunky. They're more fruity. They have a terpene called limonene, so they're a little lemony. And cannabis grows are required to have stringent security requirements. You can't see them, and there's no impacts off the site are not allowed. So what is the risk for school bus stops? There is none. Fears are not facts. The pesticides used on cannabis are exceptionally benign. Cannabis is inhaled or ingested, so they are not toxic pesticides that are used on cannabis. The regions of Sonoma and Mendocino, which are great growing regions, have significant amount of commercial cannabis activity in them. The applicant has adjusted his project to address concerns. Which would you rather have, legal or illegal grows? If we don't have legal grows, we're going to have illegal grows. The only way we'll get rid of the substantial illegal growing in this county is by outcompeting them with legal grows. There are 6 plants grown all over the place. Some of these folks that are commenting are living near folks that are growing 6 plants. Please uphold the Planning Commission's decision. They made a very reasonable, thought out, considered decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Bruce Bowers.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Hello.
Are we live? Here we go. Thank you for allowing me the chance to express my opinion. I have no issue with cannabis. I have no issue with David Hardy. My problem is where this industrial grow is to be located. We live in a neighborhood where families are made up of children, senior citizens, and everyone in between. Perry Creek is a neighborhood. For me, my motivation for speaking out starts and ends on Perry Creek. The other things that one of the gentlemen talked about, this isn't about other grows, it's about this grow. I originally intended to talk about how this would negatively affect our neighborhood's property values. As I started to put my thoughts together, I kept coming back to what really bothers me about what David Hardy is proposing. The fact that the words neighborhood and community benefit are missing from his conversation concerning his project. The syndicate, using the dictionary definition that supports David Hardy, and David Hardy himself have had a long while to build and attack and organize themselves to achieve their goals. We as working folks have had a comparatively short period of time to mobilize, and we count on those representing us to recognize the will of my regular type neighbors who are outgunned. Here's the burr in my saddle blanket. The first brick in this wall is the proponents have said 65% of our county voted to legalize something like what David is proposing, followed by, if the same vote we're taking today, it'd be 75%. My boots on the ground conversations don't support this. I would argue that what the people voted for was a right to grow for personal use. The verbiage of that prop didn't easily disclose what we're having to consider today, the industrial operations in neighborhoods. I have not heard a single person that this will affect advocate for industrial marijuana in their backyard. The saving grace, however, is that our local governing board can deny these applications. More importantly, our arguments, fears, and concerns are met with responses of ill-informed, misinformed, and plain wrong. In the planning board meeting concerning David Hardy, a pro-cannabis speaker dismissed and minimized my neighbor's belief as a trope. I had a principal of David Hardy's project describe Brian Ishmael's death as an issue with EDSO's dispatcher and not really connected to the marijuana. There's always a slick answer to any concern. The ironic part is I read a cannabis proponent point out that if you live here, I'm sorry, I'm very nervous. The long and the short of this is the push to have industrial marijuana grow in my neighborhood lacks any community benefit and lacks any sense of neighborhood. The arguments consist of solely refuting our concerns versus selling us on all the community benefits. How does this enrich our neighborhood? It doesn't. Just because you can doesn't mean you should.
3 minutes.
Fair comments. And Kim, this next call will be the last caller online.
Okay. Now taking public comment from Michael.
Good afternoon. Michael, you're up.
Hello.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hi, I'm Mike. My name is Michael Morielli, and while you can't see me, or not everyone can, I'm wearing a red hat. I'm wearing a red hat for a reason, because red, if you didn't get the subtlety, means stop. And that's exactly what we're asking here today, is we're asking you to stop this project. Because as Bruce just said so well, it is a neighborhood, it is a community, and we are concerned about our neighborhood and our community. My other concerns, though, do go to water in particular. And as my wife stated, what happens when my well runs dry? Do I go bang on David's door and say, hey, I need to take a shower? I think not. I think that those need to be really investigated. I think that an EIR, an environmental impact report, should be required because we don't have all the facts. I know that Mr. Hardy and Ms. Bogber and even Mr. Batts fancy themselves water experts, but they're not hydrologists. And we did speak to a hydrologist. And the fact is that when you start to suck that much water out of the ground, and we're talking over millions of gallons a year, that it will impact the rest of us. Yes, it's not an aquifer where there's a lake down below us that we're all sucking water out of. Yes, it works through fractures, but they all do relate because it's like a network of different roads that the water travels from the Sierra Mountains. I would also like to know when Mr. Hardy talked about his 32 million gallon pond, has that been verified? Do we know for a fact that the pond does have that much water in it? And if so, has it been discussed? Is there a plan for it? We also talked about in his application, it says one well that produces 25 gallons and then 2 other wells. But now David just told us today, thank you, David, that there are 3 wells that have a total of 20 gallons, which is different than what the application said. So are these facts changed? And where did the 20 gallon come from? Is there a new study done? Was there a draw test done? Because I'll go back to the same thing that everyone said before. 1988 was 35 plus years ago. That's a long time for a draw to have occurred. I think that we are moving too quickly on this. And yes, I know it's been 3 years since he's applied. And yes, I know it's been a long time since these guys want it to be done. And I feel that the county and its planning commission need to do a better job of vetting this before we move forward and approve it. And if their attitude is, well, no, we're going to rubber stamp this because we need to get going on this, that's the wrong attitude. One other thing I'm going to say about Mr. Evan Matz is that when asked, he said, no, we don't care about the number of plants. We talk about the acres. He's not spray watering them. He's drip watering them. So the number of plants is very valid concern. How many plants? How much do they take per plant?
All right. So with that, we are done with the public comment portion. Oh, sorry about that. Thank you all for your engagement this afternoon. We appreciate your comments, both in the room and online. And at this point, we will invite the applicant, David Hardy, for a 5-minute rebuttal. We will then have the appellant, Ms. Clary, for a 5-minute rebuttal. And then we'll close the public hearing and we'll recess for lunch and then trail this till after open forum. So with that, invite Mr. Hardy to come up for his response.
Thank you very much. Let's see, let's begin with water. My pond, when we moved into our property in 1980, we built a pond with a gentleman from Fiddletown. He's no longer alive, but we built it lower part of our property where it was evidence that we had surface water running through a ravine. We built the pond. We were not required to have a pond construction permit by the Army Corps of Engineers because our pond height was under 22 feet. We built it. It was $5,000 to build. And as I said, its capacity when filled is 32 million gallons of water. There's no connection to Perry Creek. Although if we were to pump from Perry Creek, we have riparian water rights during which the creek flows of pumping 3.2 gallons a minute to use on our land in any way we see fit. We do not do that. So the pond provides us with emergency fire water, fire defense water. It also will provide us with an annual recharge of rainwater into this collection basin, which I would think that this is time for everyone to think about water catchment systems on their land to recharge their wells. It's new, it's not new. I'll let it go at that. So we have 32 million gallons of water on our land every year. We have 3 wells, and the total GPMs of those wells is 20 gallons a minute, sometimes 25. Three wells. Adequate to irrigate our 6.25 acres of grapes, which exist in the Fairplay AVA. We sell our grapes to a winery in Sacramento. We too do not want to jeopardize the AVA or the quality classification of our grapes produced on our property. I may be emphatic about that because I'm very serious. Interestingly enough, in 2019 and 2020, we intercropped industrial hemp in our grapes. We had wine made from those intercropping. The plants were right next to the grape plants. We had a blind tasting We had a blind tasting and we had 5 tasting experts taste 5 different Fairplay AVA wines, which were Movedra produced in 2019. After 3 separate tastings of the wine, the experts did not identify the wine as the one in their mind grown in our vineyard. In fact, the wine that they identified as being the most affected by cannabis was grown 5 miles away in a vineyard unrelated to cannabis and my hemp operation. So the idea about cannabis or hemp contaminating wine and grapes is a myth. Empirically, it didn't happen, and it is yet to be proven factually by UC Davis. One thing I want to also bring up is chemicals. I do not use Roundup. All of my neighbors, including the vineyards, use Roundup on their property. Roundup is a regulated, heavily regulated herbicide. Each one of you probably have either a relative or yourself has used this on your lands. I don't use it. It's disallowed. So I'm concerned when anyone says that the odor mitigation chemical that will be used to mitigate any odors, which are minimum on our property, will be certified organic,
Thank you for your
OMRI
response.
approved.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Hardy. All right, with that, Ms. Clary, we invite you to come on up. All right, come on up. However you'd like to use your 5 minutes.
Okay. So just to make a few more points, the Oak Resources document, there's one place in his project, it says no trees will be removed, another that says 65 trees. So what is it? Because it's a big difference in terms of mitigation and fees and a lot of stuff. Mr. Kepperman mentioned a site plan. Oh, where is the site plan? Why doesn't he tell us how many plants and what is it? If this is a business plan you've been thinking about for 3 years, why don't we have an update as to exactly what the plan is? That would be helpful. Mr. Hardy admitted at the Planning Commission he has not been organic for the past 1 to 2 years. So this false assurance continuously about how organic and everything's great, even the ag commissioner's like, don't worry, he's organic. Well, he admitted he's not always. So there should have been a soil assessment actually, because there could be organophosphamides in the soil. There's a bunch of issues here. One point I thought it would be good to make is that he does not have a current or active water permit that's listed on your application. It is not active, and the State Water Resource Control Board confirmed that. They sent me 2 permits that are not active. She said that means they have not been inspected and he's not cleared, just for the record. A permit to pump water from Perry Creek. That was a skirted issue at the Planning Commission. They asked him directly, have you been pumping water or have you ever pumped water from the river? They diverted the whole conversation and said, oh no, it wasn't the river, it wasn't the river. And then it all just went away. But that concerns me, and that is not in the plan. If he has a permit, who's to say he's not going to do that? Because it has been widespread through the county that he has done that in the past. We should verify if that permit is valid. And then just for the record, I sent you an environmental article, and wine takes half the water that cannabis does. It's stated in there, and that's a very scientific article, and they reviewed a lot of different publications that have been done. So it's science and fact-based, and you should look at that. And then finally, I just think you should know, if you watch the Planning Commission meeting on the 25th, if you watch the video, the planning commissioners are bored, disinterested, the smug looks on their face. They did not care what we said, and it felt that way to everyone that was there. I think they need a little talking to. You're their bosses. They need to sit up and take notice, because we're not going away. We're not some hicks that aren't going to pay attention. So now I'm going to turn it over to Catherine.
Thank you.
Hello, this is Kathleen Clack again. I just have a few points to make, and that is that the water study is totally incomplete. You don't have enough review by the agencies. And little by little, the word is trickling out, and they do need to know. So let them do the review for you. Let them get their review and analysis to you. Let the Water and Water Board, Department of Toxic Substances, all of them, they are most familiar with their own regulations. Let them do the analysis for you. It's just much too big a burden without a better negative declaration. There are plenty of contractors and engineers that do this every day. Water, hydrologists, all sorts of people should be giving you the help you need. It's not in that negative declaration. There are a lot of descriptions. There's lots of really interesting information. And there's also a lot of citation to a lot of regulatory issues. But when those conclusions, the findings are drawn in that negative declaration, there is no connection. There has to be a nexus between what they are saying creates the low impact. This is not a good report for you to rely on. And there's too much water at stake. And what we're hearing today from the proponents of the project is that they know how much water is going to be used on the plant. Well, you know, that's not enough. That pond we just learned now is from rainwater. It's from surface water. And where does that come from? We don't know if it's going to be there every year. So if it's not there every year, where is that millions of gallons that we're learning about today going to come from? It's going to have to come from sources that draw upon what comes from the neighbors. There's no choice. And that is, even though there is a right to do what you want with your property, that's what all of land use planning is all about, is to make sure what you do on your property doesn't damage the owners of other properties. You do that every day. Everyone has the right to use their property in a specific way, but it's governed by regulation. There is one very significant issue.
Thank you for your comments. The time is up. So
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. So with that, I will close this public hearing. Thank you all for your engagement. We're going to take a half hour and come back at 1:15, and we'll have open forum, and then we will continue this item. So I apologize about this disruption, but it's we appreciate you being here, and we'll see you in about a half hour. Well, good afternoon, everyone. We are now back from lunch and invite everyone to take their seats. And if they need to continue their conversations, please do them out in the hallway so we can move forward with the meeting. Thank you so much. So we will now, once again, I invite everyone to be present and thank you for your engagement here. We will now move into the open forum portion of our meeting and then we will continue our appeal. So Kim, can you please open the public forum process?
Now taking public comment on open forum, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
And before we begin this, I just do want to say that this is just on anything that's not on our agenda today. So we won't be taking comments on the appeal process that we're still in because we've already done that public forum process. So with that, please come forward. Anyone that would like to speak on anything not on our agenda. Good afternoon.
Hi there. My name is Stacy Standel and I'm representing New California State. We've got a couple of us that are going to speak today. So I'm just going to read my little blurbs here.
Great.
We, the people of the great New California State, notice to all Californians, declaration of the 12th constitutional default, count 8, election treason. The 2018 midterm elections, 2021 recall election, and the 2022 midterm elections were all lost in 1-to-1 balloting. But with the help of a fraudulent electronic election system, an algorithm, and the actions of the globalist cartels and the CCP, a dictator was installed to oversee their province of California. Now, with the help of the federal courts in the state of Georgia and their unwitting, corrupted Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, the evidence is clear for the world to see how the selected treasonous governor of the province of California and thousands of down-ballot corrupt selected officials turned the once great state of California into a Nazi communist totalitarian province. The election case pits an election integrity nonprofit and a handful of Georgia voters against the Secretary of State's office. They claim that the state's computerized voting machines faced an unacceptable risk of being hacked, which infringes on the constitutional rights of voters. The case has already made history after Judge Totenberg ordered the state in 2019 to replace its previous voting machines from Diebold election systems. Her ruling came after plaintiffs highlighted the touchscreen machines' vulnerability to being hacked. In response, Georgia bought the Dominion machines and began using them in June 2020 presidential primary. With the Dominion machines, voters use a touchscreen, also called a ballot marking device, a BMD, to make their choices. And then when they print out their ballots, which have a QR code that a scanner reads to record the tally of the votes. During the 6-year case, computer scientists serving as experts for the plaintiffs have uncovered multiple specific ways that both the current Dominion and the previous Diebold voting machines are vulnerable to hacking. The solution, the plaintiffs argue, is to have voters mark paper ballots by hand, as nearly 70% of voters do in the rest of the country. The ballots themselves, not just a QR code, would then be scanned and a procedure known as risk limiting audit would be used to verify the results. Georgia is one of a handful of states that uses the same election system for all of its registered voters statewide. That means any problem, whether due to hacking or human error, could affect nearly 8 million votes, and many other states use a patchwork of systems.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. In June 2023, the Federal District Court for the Northern District of Georgia unsealed the so-called 96-page Haldeman report, the security analyst for Georgia's ImageCast-X ballot marking device. University of Michigan professor of computer science and engineering, Alex Halderman, and security researcher and assistant professor of Auburn University, Drew Schringal, collaborated on the report and demonstrated in court how Dominion machines are hacked and their tabulations are easily altered to select any individual for office. In the Georgia courtroom on July 19th, 2024, J. Alex Halderman demonstrated in explicit detail to the court and to the world how easy it is to hack into the Dominion voting systems and alter votes. Following an audit of the elections of the 2018, 2021, and 2022 utilizing data provided by each California county and the Secretary of State's office, it is obvious an algorithm was used to create weighted vote values for the Dominion and other vote tabulation devices by those who facilitated the selection of the governor. The evidence in the Georgia federal case represented by Alex Halderman overwhelmingly supports the use of an algorithm to facilitate the corrupt election of the governor. The fraudulent election systems does not function without the help and support of state and county employees who either knowingly or unwittingly have worked together to perpetrate the corrupt election systems. It is also known that the Secretary of State of the state of Georgia, Brad Raffensperger, has visited Nevada and contacted numerous California county clerks and state officials to support their action to continue a false narrative to the citizens of New California State and California State that the election systems are all fine. We now know that the Raffensperger California county and state officials' narrative is a deliberate lie. The fraudulent California election system goes back 30 years, and yet the most egregious era between 2018 to 2022 must be addressed. This will not be addressed by the current totalitarian communist government of California unless we, the people, act and demand the decertification of the 2018-2022 election now. There are legal ways to demand decertification and at the same time force counties to utilize paper ballots, same-day elections with a successful demonstration, which successfully demonstrated January 27, 2024 by the great state of New California.
Thank you.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. My name is Ginger Luzada, member of New California. I am here today to read the declaration requesting response with specific facts to County Clerk Registrar for his or her personal actions to Bill O'Neill, Registrar of Voters, El Dorado County, 3883 Ponderosa Road, Shingle Springs, California, 95682. Here is the significance of these foundational truths in my request to you. The significance of America being a constitutional republic is that the Constitution is the supreme law of this land. Any purported law, statute, code, regulation, rule, or policy made consistently with the enumerated powers of this Constitution are presumed valid. In contrast, any purported law, statute, code, regulation, rule, mandate, or policy which opposes and or violates the Constitution in any way whatsoever is unlawful, null, and void. No bureaucrat, politician, or person acting in an official governmental capacity has any legal authority to restrict the constitutional rights of any law-abiding citizen, nor alter the count of the citizens' votes. Do you agree? Also, foundational to our constitutional republic is that the process of voting must be free, fair, and accurate. Do you agree? The 2020 presidential election and all elections since then were touted by governments at all levels as free, fair, and the most secure elections in history. Since November 2020, little by little, the evidence has come out that these elections were not free, nor fair, nor secure. For example, every county registrar in every county in the country represented that the voting machines were not connected to the internet. Since then, it has been universally admitted that the voting machines were connected to the internet, either by cable or by Wi-Fi. While counties maintain a log of those who physically access the individual machines in person, there is no record of unauthorized access of machines using Wi-Fi during non-business hours nor while actually counting votes. Do you agree?
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name's Roger Lazar. I've been here several times, member of New California State. I'll begin. Number one, since before the November 2020 elections, registers of voters in each county nationwide represented the voting machines could not be and were not hacked. Did you or register of voters in your county ever make such a representation to anyone at any time? If so, to whom and when? Number two, are you aware that in the federal district court in Georgia, there's a case named Curling versus Brad Raffensperger, case number 117 CV 102-989. Brad Raffensperger is the Secretary of State for Georgia. Number three, are you aware that during the trial in the above named case, the University of Michigan, Professor Dr. J. Alex Halderman was able to hack an electronic voting machine with only a ballpoint pen and a card and alter the vote totals in open court as a judge watched? Number four, are you aware that the machine hacked by Dr. Halderman is the same type voting machine used in this county? Number five, Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger has jointly met with the California Secretary of State Shirley Ann Weber and registered voters from all California counties. A, did you participate in any way in this meeting? B, are you willing to discuss with me exactly what was discussed in that meeting? 6, are there any memos and or emails that mention that meeting mentioned in number 5? What was discussed? What is anything was decided? Any task assigned and or any plan of action? 6A, are you willing to disclose any such memos and emails by this demand for information and without order of any court? Number 7, are you aware in the federal and state laws, there is something called the Racketeering Influence Corrupt Organization, known as RICO. 7A, are you aware that voters in this county, generally and me specifically, have been damaged by the collusion between Mr. Raffensperger, California Secretary of State Weber, and one or more registers of voters concerning what we now know as a false narrative of the allegedly integrity of the elections from November 2020 to present? You folks were contacted back in June of 23. I gave a letter to each one of you except for Brooke Lane. She was not elected at that moment in time, showing how the Homeland Security said these machines are been compromised with parts made from China on the motherboard of these Dominion machines, a country adversary to us. Elections have consequences. Since I only have 2 seconds, I'll come back again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak? All right. Got a great sidekick there today.
There you go. The other ones.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Hello.
1 second. Do I just start whenever?
Absolutely.
I'm just here. I'm just here to talk about a food truck.
Okay.
So, in Coloma, I'm sure you guys have heard there's, Henningsen Lotus Park, which during summer is a huge tourist area for us out there. And one thing people always want there is a food truck, something to eat, which I get, it makes perfect sense. All those people are hungry, a food truck feeds them. You would think that it's a good idea. But we've always kind of steered away from that out there because all of the brick and mortar restaurants in town, we only make our money during summer. We make absolutely nothing during winter. Most of us close up for the winter, open back up in late spring because we kind of follow the tourism. And the binders that are going around you guys right now are nothing important. Well, I mean, nothing that's dire. It's just letters from all of the storefronts in town and restaurant owners in town kind of against this idea of putting a food truck out there. I didn't have a whole lot to say, but I do get, is this my timer right here?
No, it's right here.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, got plenty of time.
You're doing
Plenty
great.
of
See, as I just want to reiterate on how much Coloma and Lotus depend on tourism and how much those brick and mortar mom and pop places absolutely depend on the tourists coming in. If you wouldn't believe the amount of people that don't know there's a whole side of Coloma and Lotus that has businesses and shops. They think it's just the parks and the state park, and that's it. And if you put a food truck at the state, or excuse me, at Henningsen Lotus Park, those people have no reason to venture into town or to look for food because it's, you know, it gets to be like 110, 115 out there during summer. And after drinking all day at the river, most people want to eat. And with a food truck there, it would vastly take away the foot traffic and just general traffic in general that we would get for business, which we absolutely depend on out there. Which, I mean, I'm not sure if any of you live in Coloma or Lotus, but most of you, I assume, get the idea of how that town works. It's a tourist town, but it's only a tourist town for about 5-6 months out of the year. And then it's just dead. Everybody closes up, it's freezing, and nobody comes to town. And that is all I have to say. Oh, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah.
And just so the board knows that I asked him to come and bring these today, and I'll be following up on this issue and probably be bringing an agenda item. So thank you, Tim.
Of course.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Is there anyone else in the boardroom? All right, Kim, let's go online then.
Now taking public comment from Ellen Gumbinier.
Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. I was actually trying to address agenda item 18 and had raised my hand, but was not called on. So I'd appreciate a little time.
Sorry, we did have to limit the time, which we can do per agenda item. So that item's now done for public comment, and I do apologize.
Well, how do we get to speak if we raise our hand and we're not allowed to speak?
We don't always have time for all of the public comments within the time limits that we have to adhere by. So I encourage you to submit it in writing to clerk of the board, and please email us and we will read them.
Okay, thank you. I am in support of David Hardy's.
Thank you. Thanks for your comments.
And now taking public comment from Melissa Soderston.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Melissa Soderston, Tahoe Forests Matter. How many millions have been dedicated in recent years to fuel reduction, forest health, thinning, and now salvage logging? Yet driving through our populated areas, does it seem as though our communities are more protected from fire? Do we see adequate progress being made toward home out defensible space or infrastructure hardening? Have we improved our evacuation routes or our ability to quickly evacuate those without transportation? The answer to each of these questions is no. These projects have actually left us at greater risk. The scientific consensus is clear. Thinning and fuel breaks are not a solution to climate-driven fire. No amount of logging will prevent wind-driven embers from destroying our community, nor is it encouraging forest health. Our insurance companies, the Forest Service's lead scientists, CAL FIRE, the Missoula Fire Lab, and numerous others agree that home and infrastructure hardening are the best solution in a rapidly changing climate. We cannot fight fires, which can cover miles in mere minutes, creating their own weather with constantly collapsing columns, fire tornadoes, lightning, 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and rapidly igniting spot fires. And believe it or not, fire is actually good for the land. Bob Horton, Research and Policy Director of the Western Fire Chiefs Association, said recently that investing in home and community hardening is the best option state leaders have to lessen the pain of a chaotic insurance market and increasing wildfire risks with climate change. A pretty clear statement, and yet the vast majority of federal, state, and local funding is still directed towards these destructive fuel reduction and thinning projects. As you are well aware, a significant portion of our population cannot afford the work necessary for community-wide home, business, and infrastructure hardening without an exponential increase in available grant funding. Just recently, the Biden administration announced a halt on old-growth logging in order to assess current policy against the newest science, recognizing trees as our best first line of defense against a changing climate. Unfortunately, this won't take effect until at least next year and leaves plenty of these logging loopholes. It also fails to consider mature trees, so would do little to protect our trees. A forest filled with trees is vital not only for our climate goals, but also for our tourism-based economies. It is clear that we have little time left to prepare for the growing effects of climate change. We urge this board to be proactive and forward-thinking. Now is not the time for business as usual, which is what we have been seeing here. With trees dying at unprecedented rates, we need to, at the very least, pause on the intentional destruction of our trees and to focus on what we know will work to protect life and property. Thank you, and we hope this board will be brave enough to stop the chop and set the standard for sensible distribution of resources and funding for a truly fire-wise future across the West.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon. Mr. Greenwood?
Can you unmute yourself?
Are you there? Mr. Greenwood? Are you?
Oh,
Are you there?
can you hear me?
We can. Great.
Hello?
Hello, we can hear you. Success.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, Ken Greenwood here, up at Heavenly Valley, reporting live, if you will. I would like to thank the Department of Transportation for keeping the roads open these last 5 days. It's been quite a challenge. I'm proud of Heavenly Valley for staying open for most of those 5 days also, and being the only ski resort in the Tahoe area to remain in operation. But as you well know, that's probably why I didn't call, right? Anyway, wireless telecommunication facilities, we're still waiting for that promised beautiful tree when we still just are getting the shaft. Why? Because we don't have an effective ordinance to govern and to guide the processing of these applications. The word shall is not found in the current ordinance, and it should be there, shouldn't it? Or should we say it shall be there? Anyway, what we can do in the meantime, because it, of course, looks like it's rolling along quite slowly, and that is enact a urgency ordinance regarding fallover setbacks. Again, this will take care of the majority of our neighborhood problems, if you will. So just want to remind us that we're still working on that. We're not seeing lots of results yet. Sadly, I was unable to attend the Planning Commission workshop. But anyway, I did provide some comments to the commission. So thank you very much. Hope you're having a great day. And again, thanks for keeping the roads clear. I did make it to work all 5 days. Thank you.
Good to hear. Thank you. Yay for DOT.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, thank you all. And with that, we will close the open forum portion of our meeting and then bring the board back to item number 19, which was our hearing on the appeal. So Kim, can you just read item number 19 just one more time so everyone knows what we're talking about?
Sure. Item number 19 is to consider an appeal received by Alice Clary, appealing the Planning Commission's January 25th, 2024 approval of commercial cannabis use permit for the construction and operation of a cannabis cultivation facility for medical and adult use recreational cannabis. Staff recommending the Board of Supervisors take the following action. 1, deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's approval of the commercial cannabis use permits based on the findings and subject to the conditions of approval as presented. And 2, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution denying the appeal and adopting the findings of fact.
Thank you for doing that. And I assume that most of you were with us this morning. For those of you that are just joining us, we have actually gone through the public hearing portion of the item, and we are now at the time where the board asks questions and makes deliberation on this item. So board members, my colleagues, who would like to begin? Any questions or thoughts on this item? Supervisor Heidel.
I guess this is to staff and county council, and is our ag commissioner
Did she get back? Yes, she's
Yes,
here.
she is.
Okay, very good.
Perfect.
Because I'm looking for some additional information. Some of the things I've heard are somewhat contradictory and they concern me, but I'm going to start out with water supply. Because that's been something the board has talked about many, many times, particularly with groundwater as opposed to surface water. How do we know what the given impacts are of a new business, a new venture, a new winery, a new wine grape grower, whatever, on those aquifers from the standpoint of long-term sustainability and not having wells go dry. We know in past droughts, we've had a lot of issues with wells going dry. Neighbors will come in and they'll dig a deeper well, and then the adjacent neighbor's well will go dry. So there's competition for water in some of those areas, not universal across the county. But how much effort did we put in as the planning department and as staff to look at what is the real water situation on this particular parcel? Today was the first time I'd heard about the pond. That's kind of intriguing because there's substantial capacity potentially with the pond. But how much effort did we put in? Because I would have thought some of the agencies associated with water distribution and monitoring would have been queried with their inputs.
It's okay.
So could somebody help me understand that?
Of Mass Planning Services. So, I said previously, this did go through our typical agency review where it was sent out to Water Resources Board, Water Quality Board, including during the initial study review time period, at which point we actually did receive some comments back from the Water Quality Board. Typically, those comments were just kind of the standard. This is the permitting process. These are the permits that we require on our end. Nothing really substantive directly to this particular project. I stated previously, we do rely upon the reports that are provided to us. If you have additional questions, we also have the CEQA consultant online, Leslie Owning, if she would like to, kind of expand upon the CEQA side of things for the analysis of water on this particular
I would
project.
appreciate hearing that because water is always going to be an issue. And, whenever you have conditions where you're talking about ag and long-term supply and droughts and all those things. So if we
And
could do
actually,
that quickly.
before we turn that over to CEQA, I'd also like to piggyback on your question and
Okay.
expand to it so she can just answer it in one.
Sure.
Are all the proper water permits in place that are required for this project? So if we can get clarity on those two items, love to hear from our consultants or the consultants on the project.
Hi, yes, I'm here. My name is Leslie Owning. Hello, Chairperson and board members. Thank you for letting me speak here. As it relates to this project, one thing I want to shed some light on, because I know water is a very sensitive issue, of course, throughout the entire state. And so there's a section in the CEQA guidelines. It's section 15155 that specifically talks about under CEQA what you're required to do in terms of a water supply assessment. And it goes through and it has very good definitions of what's considered a water demand project. So if you do have a project that meets those parameters, then through CEQA, you're required to prepare a water supply assessment, which is a very, very detailed assessment about the demand of the project, where the water is going to be coming from, and if there is those adequate water supplies. So I wanted to shed some light on what the CEQA guidelines consider a water demand project. For one like this, there's obviously not a specific metric for cannabis in there, but it's section 15155A, part 1, part G. And it says a water demand project means a project that would demand an amount of water equivalent to or greater than the amount of water needed for a 500 dwelling unit project. And so EID put together a water supply and demand report in 2022 that notes that a single family residence requires 0.56 acre feet per water per year, which is equivalent to about 182,477 gallons of water per year. So if you take that number, the 182,000 gallons of water per year, and multiply that by 500 dwelling units, then a water demand project is anything that would require over 91 million gallons of water. So I know the Hardy, the water estimated in this project description is about 1.2 million, and that's about 1% of what's considered a water demand project. So a water supply assessment isn't required under CEQA for this project. That being said, we still have to analyze it. So we put our estimate of the water, and some of the estimates provided earlier did have a pretty high number per gallon. And I just wanted to clarify that number that was provided earlier is how much water is provided are needed per plant during just the growing season, not year round. So, just keeping that in mind, it's not I think I heard 6 gallons per plant. It's not 6 gallons per plant every single day of the year. It's just during that growing season. So we feel very confident that the 1.2 million gallons of water estimated is a very accurate demand for this project. Does that help answer the question?
Yes, that helps a lot. I didn't realize that CEQA went into that kind of a definition, but that helps to know that $91 million, 91 million gallons, less than that doesn't demand a separate assessment. So it's just handy to know for other purposes, but it's great. It's based upon dwelling units for a residential community and not an ag environment. I wish there was a clause in there that talked about agricultural uses, because that's what we're talking about here, but there isn't, obviously. So this is all we can use. So that helps. I appreciate that. I do have several other questions I would like to continue with.
Please.
Adequate notification. I've heard that people weren't notified. I know we have standards that we use, and we've actually gone beyond state law, typically on the notification. Was there any indication that there was a failure somehow in getting the notifications out?
Again, I looked through the notification range that our administrative staff provided. We do a 1,000-foot notification range. We utilize the mailing addresses kept by the assessors for the notification. And I did hear previously about a physical signposting. Looking through our notification requirements, a physical signposting within Title 130 is only required for development plans, specific plans, and rezones. A physical signposting is not required for this project.
Okay, we were fully compliant in your interpretation of what those requirements are. Even though people may not have physically seen it or didn't get a chance to read it because it went somewhere else. It's okay. That's what I wanted to make sure.
Can I piggyback on that really quick before we move on then, Evan? So we've had this conversation a lot over the years about notification. So 1,000 feet in this type of rural area is not very far. So how many notices were actually sent out?
If you give me a moment, I can look it up really quick.
That'd be really helpful to know, because when you're talking about such large acreage, and again, we have talked about this many times in the past. I was part of a community group prior that we changed some policies. And so I'm just wondering what the reach really was here.
Oh, sure. Come on up,
Yeah,
Leanne.
please,
You have something
please.
to add.
Yeah, if you
Absolutely.
can contribute to this, please do.
bet.
Yeah.
Leanne Mila, Ag Commissioner. I just thought I'd let you know, I did hear quite a few people say they weren't notified for the Ag Commission. Mr. Hardy actually came to the Ag Commission 3 times. The last 2 were in September of 2022 and November of 2022. We did a 1,000-foot notification. We notified 30 people, 30 properties, because it's actually from the property lines.
Okay.
And that's our standard notification. We used to do 500 feet, and then with cannabis, we've always done 1,000.
Okay, that helps. Thank you.
Yep, it does.
Thank you.
Bringing up the for the planning commission, the noticing for that, I see that we have 41 notices on that.
41. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you for that. So.
Okay.
We also have the consultant raising their hand.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Yes. Yes, thank you. Sorry, I didn't want to jump in there, but I wanted to note about the question about the noticing, and there was something that was said earlier that did take me by surprise, and I did a quick research to make sure that was not the case, but there was a note that the document wasn't available on SequaNet until the last day of public review. And so I double checked SequaNet. So just so everyone's aware, SequaNet is the state clearinghouse. And so that's where every document that goes out for public review must be uploaded. And on there, you can very clearly see that OPR received the entire initial study, all 11 appendices associated with this project, including a site plan, which is Figure 3 and Appendix A, on December 14th, 2023. And it reported that the public review period ran from December 19th, 2023 through January 17th, 2024. So it was on there for a full 30 days on OPR's website, and it did include the entire initial study, all 11 supporting appendices, including the site plan.
Just to
That's
piggyback-
helpful clarification. Thank you very much,
Yes.
Ms. Zoning.
To piggyback off of that, that same information was also made available on the El Dorado County Cannabis website under current projects. When that got uploaded to OPR. It was also uploaded to the county website as well.
Thank you.
So the third category is the bus stop, and we had a similar discussion with the project that was out off of the Shingle Springs Drive, I think it was, North Shingle, out in the Latrobe area. And I guess South Shingle, excuse me, South Shingle, the south side. And my concern is it seems that the school districts have very fluid bus routes. It seems like they come and they go, they change periodically. And that creates confusion for the public. It creates confusion for how we interpret these things. So it sounds to me like what you presented, Evan, was that at the time the Planning Commission heard this, there was no identified bus stop within that, what is it, 1,500 feet?
That is correct. And when you look at the cannabis ordinance itself, it does go into further definition of what qualifies as a designated school bus stop.
Okay.
Can you give us some clarity on that? Just, is that okay?
Yeah, please, yeah.
Don't mean to put you on the spot, Evan, but I just think that would be really helpful.
That's a perfectly fine question. So it refers to any location designated in accordance with California Code of Regulations, Title 13, Section 1238, to receive school buses. My understanding is there is a process that school bus stops need to go through to be designated as school bus stops, and they need to be delineated as such.
Go one step further. Do you know then if our Department of Transportation is notified that a school bus stop is going in? Because we've talked about public safety and we have the provision to put signage up near bus stops. And with the windy roads and lack of visibility in a lot of areas, it's just a safety practice to put up a sign next to a bus stop so people recognize it when they come upon it.
Thank you. So from what I understand with my conversations with DOT is that there is a process where they are involved in that process, especially on any road that is has a greater speed limit than 25 miles per hour.
Okay.
And a sight distance of less than 500 feet to the school bus stop. And that also needs to be reviewed by the California Highway Patrol.
All right. So there is a provision there for signs to be installed with those conditions being met. Okay, that helps. The fourth category I had is the use of the odor control concentrate. I'm a little confused as to whether that's been used for this type of an application, i.e. an agricultural crop, or whether it really is a different material that has not been used for this particular purpose. Can you help me understand that part of it?
So this is our first cannabis grow application in the county that is proposing the use of this mitigation. My understanding is that it's been used in other areas of the state.
Okay.
This is the first occurrence of it within El Dorado County.
All right. So it's been used for ag purposes in other counties, is your understanding?
As far as I understand, it's been used for cannabis operations in other areas of the state.
Okay. Because I'm always concerned about side effects of anything you use as an aerosol or whatever, because it needs to be pretty mundane in terms of damage to the environment, et cetera, et cetera. So it sounds like it's been used in the past. So.
Do you mind if I piggyback on that
Yeah,
question?
please
if that's
do.
Okay?
Yeah,
please do.
Okay. There's a lot, of course, in all the staff reports, and forgive me if I missed it, but in the Planning Commission's conditions of approval on this device and this substance, what kind of review is in place to analyze, once Mr. Hardy uses this product for odor control, what kind of review is in place to assess whether it's working, whether there's an impact to the larger community, would approval today by the board just give him, the approval to continue using it no matter what? I don't remember reading that anywhere.
So that might be answered by the additional conditions of approval that were brought forward at the Planning Commission. That'd be condition of approval 56 that requires for submit a report detailing that the odor is staying within that 7 dilution threshold that's defined by the county. Is that what you're?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Yeah.
So
So that has been incorporated as a condition of approval, and the monitoring report is required at every annual operating report. Or
Okay, so
biannual operating
there is a
report.
review process in place on that.
And the operator has to provide the report, not an independent third party. Is that what we're saying?
Well, they would have to hire a qualified professional to do the operating, to do the odor analysis. Correct.
All right. So
Thanks for letting me
have to be
piggyback on
yeah,
that.
yeah. Okay. Then the last area I had is condition of approval 57, not being able to read it within the material we have here. Can you let me understand exactly how that's worded?
Right, so that was written into, read into the record at the planning commission itself. And effectively, it would allow the project applicant to only grow 10,000 square feet of canopy for the first grow period of the first year of the grow period. Subsequent to that, with the odor analysis, as long as they're meeting all of the thresholds provided by the conditions of approval and the mitigation requirements, then the applicant would be able to continue to full grow out.
Okay, all right. So it is explicit then that it's only 1 year and it comes back as a conditional review that's done by the planning department or done by the planning commission or done by the board. Who gets to look at it after a year?
I believe it would be staff level.
Staff level, okay. Yep. That gives me a little concern, but I understand the way it's intended, so that helps.
And we would not issue an operating permit without, review of those reports.
So where I'm kind of coming from on this is, unfortunately, we've gotten into the period of time now that the applicant has made commitments to grow. He was given approval by the planning commission. I'm sure he's made conditions to order material and get it ready to plant if it hasn't already been planted, because the growing season will start very soon if it hasn't already. And so we're in this precarious situation that we have somewhat new information being provided. We, I think, need to do some more research, but we've authorized to grow. And having experience in agriculture, you don't want to be told after everything is a go that no, you have to stop, right? So I'm a little bit concerned with just shutting this off and not allowing to operate for 1 year with conditional use permit. But I would want to make sure that that data that's collected, and it needs to be a significant amount of data, and I would include our ag commission's capability or commissioner's capability to use a nasal ranger to go out and make some independent measurements periodically just to check what's coming back. Because if you only do a one-time test, you may not get all the data you'd like. But I'm kind of viewing this as similar to the hemp grow pilot that was kind of done indirectly, right? That we get an ability to gather some data and look at this and really understand the water demand. It seems like we ought to be able to measure the water demand for the 10,000 square feet over a 1 year period and really collect information that we can use to say, this is a viable alternative or it isn't. And so that's where I'm leading. Also recognizing the fact that we have now an ad hoc committee that's been assigned to look at the cannabis ordinance and to make revisions. So I thank all of you for your input today, because this is extremely helpful for I'm sure myself and Brooke to understand the concerns that are there. The AVA concern had never come up in the past that I'm aware of. I think, the only board member on the board at the time that the ballot measure went out and the time that the ordinance was approved. So I have some history of this, but not a lot of information that was available to me at the time. So I think as we learn more, we need to look at things like, should we be requiring an AVA area to have their wineries determine whether they think it's suitable or not. So subject to discussion, right? We're going to go there with, I think, the ad hoc committee at some point, but I think we need to get into a little more detail than we did the first time around with the knowledge we now have. So that's all out there yet to happen. And the other thing I want to remind people of, I went back and looked at the ballot measure and it clearly said it's for commercial grows. So if you didn't read it, I'm sorry, but it was clearly identified commercial grows for two different things, basically recreational use and medicinal use. There was two different ballot measures, P and Q. Measure P passed with a 60.54%, which I kind of expected it did. Measure Q, which was the recreational use, passed with a 59.24% positive vote. Commercial grows recreational use. So I know how I voted on it. I read it very thoroughly. I understood it. And there was like 7 ballot measures there that covered a number of different things. So the fact that people say, well, we thought it was just personal grow, you didn't read the ballot measure, because it's on record. So I would encourage you, future ballot measures, read what it is. Try to understand it better before you decide how you're going to vote. So that's the place I'd like to leave it. But that's kind of where I'm in. And I think we're kind of in a stuck position here. And so that's where I am.
All right, thank you for your comments. Which one of my colleagues would like to weigh in next?
Boy, I have so many questions, you guys. I
Yeah.
have notes on every piece of paper in front of me, plus I typed some yesterday
too.
trying to get ahead of it. So bear with me. This is gonna be a big ramble and it's all over the place. So here we go.
All right.
I'm just gonna start off with, there was a statement made and I appreciate, the passion to get things going, but I just want clarification on the statement that was made that we have 150 permits out there and they need to go somewhere. Is that accurate? Because that's not how I read the ordinance.
So the ordinance allows for up to 150 CCUP grows. Cultivations, yes. However, currently, I believe we've approved 2, 3, if we include the Hardy application. 1 was denied, and then I believe there are 11 or 12 that are currently being processed.
But that's not what I asked. Do they have to go somewhere?
That is up to the board.
So you're still not getting what I'm asking. We're being told that we have to have 150 of them because the ordinance said we can have up to 150. My understanding from reading it is if you read the ordinance, I don't know where the words are. It says up to, and it's all based on these conditions. They have to meet these conditions. We don't have to have 150 when all is said and done. Isn't that correct?
That is correct. Absolutely. not.
Okay. So I think
It
we need
allows
to,
for 150.
right, it allows for, if we find 150, I guess, what would you call it? Agreeable, compatible locations. It's a big if statement. So it's not a goal. And I know that was really clearly stated in the ordinances. So we need to be mindful of that. And in my mind, the ordinances were, I can't remember who said it so well, but the 800-foot setbacks were there intentionally so that people didn't feel they were on top of cannabis grows. They wanted some relief from the grows, the aesthetics of grows, because they do have security fencing. They're not lovely. The smell, setbacks, bus stop, children, all of it. So in my mind, that's what people voted for. And I'm just going to keep bringing it to every meeting, I guess, until it sinks in what I saw. But the advertisement said on these measures that everybody voted for, it says, vote yes for safe communities, new enforcement, and safe cannabis. And that means if you follow the measures, what's in here, no exemptions, don't ignore any of it. Those setbacks were in there for the safe communities. So I really think we need to be mindful of that. County Council, I think I have a really legal question for you because you knew I would. Conditional use permits, and these are CCUP, so cannabis conditional use permits. Once you issue one, how hard is it to revoke it? What has to happen? Because here's where I'm really concerned. I don't want this to be an experiment, in a neighborhood. I want to know that if we issue this, the community is going to feel like we did our job. And this exemption for the 2018 ownership is muddy. I've learned over the years, ordinances that are muddy and have gray areas always just seem to cause us concern because it says maybe reduced, substantially achieve the purpose. So those are gray and it leaves it up to us to decide if it's a good idea or not. And if we were to say, yeah, that sounds great, and it turns out to be not so great, how can we undo this, or can we?
Well, it's a great question because I think what you're alluding to is that generally speaking, CUPs are somewhat challenging to revoke because they are once granted and acted upon, they provide some level of vested right to the permittee to continue the use. However, the way that the county's cannabis regulation is structured, there's not only the CCUP, there's also the annual operating permit. They go hand in hand. And one, not whether or not you have a CCUP is irrelevant if you don't also have and meet the conditions associated with the annual operating permit. I would defer to Chris or Evan, who I think are much better versed in the details of that program. But generally, I do note that there's provisions for revocation of the annual operating permit. It's very rigorous and described monitoring program. So there are checks in the cannabis system that aren't typically present in your more run-of-the-mill use permit.
Okay.
And then again, I'll defer to Chris, who can correct me if I'm wrong or clarify or add if you'd like.
He looks ready to clarify.
No, actually agreement. Chris Perry, Assistant Director of Planning and Building, by the way. No, all of that is absolutely correct. The annual operating permit exists strictly for that purpose because of the added security and additional conditions that come with these types of projects that were identified in the ballot measure and approved by your board. That's exactly why it's there. We have the ability at any point during the year, if we learn about something going on where conditions not met and or any of the mitigations are not occurring, we have the ability to freeze a project based on revoking that annual operating permit. And it goes even further than that, because if we pull an annual operating permit, we can report that to the state, because every project has to be licensed by the Department of Cannabis Control with the state. And if we notify the state that they've lost their local authority to operate their project, the state can pull a state license as well. So there are checks in there that provide an added layer of security to ensure that these conditions are being met by each of these applicants.
But as we just heard, though, this is at a staff level renewal, right? The board's
is.
not going to hear about it. Okay.
Correct. Yeah, the operating permit is a staff level operation. Does not go back to the planning
Can I
commission.
piggyback on that? To what degree does the Ag Commission or commissioners weigh in on that review? The annual operating permit, do they get an input directly?
Yeah, I mean, as we're receiving information from the grower in this case, we're checking that against our conditions, and we always communicate with Ag on anything that's related as a condition to anything related to Ag. So that's a two-way form of communication. If Leanne is hearing something, if we're hearing something, if we get a report from a neighbor that something doesn't happen and we need verification, absolutely, we will run that up to Ag, as they're the experts in certain aspects of the conditions that are on their project. So absolutely.
And I'm
We'll
sure
work
if
with them.
there are problems that are identified as this goes forward, if this goes forward, we would also be hearing about it.
Open forum.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me ask a little bit about timing. You finish a grow season, the complaints are in there, whatever, you've had all the measurements and stuff. Would you wait then the period till the annual operating report came up again, which might be 3-4 months? Or would you take, the input that you had at the end of the growing season to decide where you're going to go with it?
I mean, if we receive a violation, we're going to go out there and do a verification and move forward appropriately, whether that be a notice to correct or what have you.
Okay.
That's helpful. All right.
Yeah. And
Go
when you
ahead.
say we, that's planning department or the
Planning
ag?
department, sheriff's,
enforcement.
code
Okay,
enforcement.
the team,
Yeah.
right? The team will be represented in
There's a
that.
robust team.
review.
All right. Well, let's
Okay.
have Supervisor Parlin
Yeah,
continue.
she had it there.
No, you're good. You're good now.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
Yeah, of course. Again, I'm going to start with county council. So we've talked about this in the past on other projects. And so I'm trying to think, when we approve a project on a mitigated negative declaration, my recollection in the past is that that's more difficult to defend as far as the county is concerned than a full EIR. Is that the same case with, is the cannabis different than regular projects as far as defending a mitigated neg deck versus an EIR?
No, the CEQA rules would be the same for whether you're talking about a more traditional development project or use permit or this one. And you are correct that the standards applicable to a mitigated or regular negative declaration, it's geared, CEQA is geared to push into EIRs. That is kind of the premise of it. And so the rule is, if there is substantial evidence of a fair argument that a project may have a significant effect on the environment, then you should prepare an EIR.
Okay.
So that is the general rule that is applicable, and that is the same whether you're talking about a traditional CUP or the CCUP, like the one that's before you today.
Did we anticipate that with any of the cannabis applications? Because they're all going to be processed with MNDs, correct?
I don't know the answer to that. I
Oh,
would
so-
imagine that is as a project-specific analysis to determine the appropriate level of environmental.
So
review.
some of them could come to the planning commission with an EIR then. So it just depends on Is that correct? I mean.
I mean, I would believe so, yes, because
Oh,
all of these
okay.
projects have the traditional review. There's an initial study by which you kind of make that preliminary determination of whether or not any identified impacts can be mitigated to a level of insignificance. And if not, then it would, of course, put you on the path for an EIR. So I don't think that option's foreclosed. I mean,
Okay.
perhaps what we've seen has been mitigated neg decks, but I don't think
Right.
EIRs are foreclosed.
Can I piggyback on that one?
Of course.
Scoping meeting. Do you get a scoping meeting? You have an NOP, you have a draft EIR. Do you get a scoping meeting as well where the public is informed of what this project is all about as part of this process?
I'll defer to staff on that. 'cause
Maybe
I
that's
think
if you're going to do an EIR and
it's
not
a
a
slightly
negative
different
deck.
process on the EIR.
Yeah, so the scoping meeting is typically as part of the notice of preparation for a EIR.
EIR only, right?
Yeah, for an initial study, mitigated negative declaration, we typically don't do scoping meetings.
Okay.
Good to know the difference. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So then, I'm looking at, it's this 2018 thing, because if it weren't for that 2018, I guess you'd call it an exemption maybe, that's in the ordinance, we probably wouldn't even be here today. So like I said, it says may be reduced, and it says that we may reduce it if we feel that the mitigations will substantially achieve the purpose. And this is where I'm finding that this is really difficult to know, quite honestly. And I guess the bigger question is, when an applicant submits an application based on an exemption like this, right? It's an exception to the rule. What are their expectations? I mean, it's kind of a gamble then, right? Because we really do have discretion whether or not to do this. It says maybe, and we have to show that it will substantially, and that's very subjective in my mind. And so this is where I'm concerned. What should an applicant have expectations that they're going to get this? Because I've heard some people make comments like, well, they've spent so much money getting this far, and this process has been so long and all this stuff. And it's like, but they weren't guaranteed a project because they need an exemption to do this. So help me understand that. I mean, what are the expectations then of an applicant? And do we really have discretion here, correct? With the language, the way it's worded?
I mean, I might myself defer to council on that, but I mean, we've always understood it as staff to be pre-2018, you own the property, we're checking the box that you're free to move on to planning commission. That's the way we have always interpreted it as staff, that they meet this exemption. We've heard the arguments on why or why not that came into effect, but again, from our perspective, oh, you owned it before 2018, perfect. That's in this ordinance. It says that you have the opportunity to pursue this at that point in time. So we make the recommendation, yes, check that box.
If I may expand upon that slightly, in addition to verifying that a project applicant owned the property or leased the property prior to the adoption of the cannabis ordinance, they still need to meet all of the applicable development standards for the security, the odor. Those are going to be the two biggest ones of making sure that they still meet that 7 dilution threshold for odor at the property line. They still have a security plan that's been vetted and approved by the county sheriffs. And prior to issuance of the operating permit, planning staff, myself, and the sheriffs go out there to do a final security check to make sure that everything is up to the sheriff's needs for security. Because they might need to have cameras placed over here instead of over there, that sort of thing. So there is some discretion for the sheriff's department on the security plan, such as that. But it's not just checking the box that you own the property prior to 2018. It's also that, do you meet these additional development standards, and how do we mitigate it so that you are meeting those development standards?
Okay, so there we go, the word mitigated, and this is where I'm feeling some angst here. Honestly, Evan, your words didn't make me feel good about this odor reduction system at all. Do we have an example of where one of those is? Can we go see one? And is there a farmer out there where they will say, these are fabulous, they work? Do we have that?
I do not have that information readily prepared.
That's a question I was
Okay,
gonna ask.
so that causes me angst, and honestly, with, being familiar with some other projects in the past in the county, I'm really actually concerned that the odor reduction system could actually cause its own impacts because it's relying on fans. And, I'm familiar with a project in the county that uses fans, and it is a nuisance. But it was, the project was approved with the fans thinking that that was going to help, and it hasn't. So my biggest concern is that how do we know that having a fan system out in the middle of this lovely area isn't going to create its own issues with sound and noise? That's not a natural thing to be going on out in this area. Do we know about this system?
Again, I'd have to look back into the initial study. I know that this question actually came up during the planning commission. And I believe that there was some discussion about the fan systems and that it was determined that they wouldn't trip the threshold for the noise ordinance. However, regardless, the project would need to meet the noise ordinance. If the fans aren't meeting the noise ordinance, that's something that could come up as part of the operating permit.
So the noise ordinance is at a certain decibel level. Doesn't mean if it's right here, it's not gonna be a nuisance. And I can tell you that for a fact. So, again, how do we know? We don't know this system. We don't. We're guessing it's gonna work. And that's my concern. We're making an exception to setbacks based on a system that we actually aren't familiar with. Nobody in the county, you haven't been able to tell me anybody in the county's used something like this before, or in the state or anywhere. So to me, it's a little risky here what we're thinking of doing, and we're doing it at the expense of the neighbors. Also, just, as it was pointed out during the public comment, aesthetically, that 800-foot setback, then you wouldn't be seeing the security fencing so much. And I don't know how you could substantially achieve the purpose of the required setback with the security fencing unless we've got some trees or something blocking it.
I'm sorry, we have the consultant raising their hand. I'm not sure if you want to defer to them at the moment.
I think that'd be really helpful. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Leslie?
Hi, yes, I just wanted to speak to the noise concerns, and I just wanted to let you guys know that there was an acoustical assessment that was prepared to support this initial study. It was Appendix I of the initial study, and it did talk about the actually the manufacturing details of the blowers that would be used were discussed in there, and it also talked about the manufacturer's reported decibel levels associated with that with those blowers. So it was analyzed in the acoustical analysis, and that's what we leaned on for the noise assessment in the initial study.
Thank you, Leslie. But again, I'm going to say it. I've seen studies on acoustics, and then I've seen what really happens. And so just trusting a study somewhere, if we haven't seen this particular system in operation, I'm really concerned if we approve a project on something like that we haven't seen in operation and heard ourselves. That's really something we need to be careful of, because it's happened before in the county and it's not going well. So we don't want to do that to neighbors. And this is supposed to mitigate impacts of reducing a setback. And if we're creating a new problem, that's very concerning to me. I'm just going to go on. So what my other concern is about studies, I don't like studies on paper about things in reality because they don't usually match. So another one is the 7, what are the numbers?
Dilution threshold. DT.
Okay. DTs? 7 DTs at the property line. That's great on paper. Nasal ranger, whatever he is, awesome. Reality is usually different because there's winds and topography and weather and all these things that differ. Reality doesn't usually match these studies. And I'm really concerned about that too. And depending on the topography in this area, is it going to settle? Because noise and smells, they usually kind of settle into areas, and it looks like this could happen here. I don't know, I'm very concerned about that. And let's say, what happens if we go ahead and say, yeah, you know, the study shows that it is at 7, but the neighbors can still smell it anyway. So what happens then? Even though, you know, you're saying do a study at the property line and if it meets 7, it's golden according to our ordinance. But what if in reality, it's still stinky at the neighbors? What do we do?
So as stated previously, this is the ordinance that was adopted by the county voters. You know, I can only effectively implement and analyze and review the standards that are adopted through the zoning ordinance and the cannabis ordinance.
Right.
I'm not an odor analyst. I'm not qualified to prepare those reports or make that analysis. That's why we rely upon the analysis of other qualified professionals in order to make those informed decisions to show that it meets those standards.
Okay.
Can I add a question to that?
Of course.
I think that's related. It was stated that there were 2 hemp grows previous to this that were done at kind of in a uncontrolled manner, I'll call it, because whatever the history with all of that. And there were no complaints. That's what I wanted to verify. There were no complaints. There was no issues from any of the neighbors during that 2 years of hemp growing.
Yes, I did confirm with Ag that no complaints were received during that period of time.
All right, thank you.
Just to keep it real,
Anything
like,
else?
yeah, well, yeah, a lot more.
Okay.
Supervisor Heidel, I did look at that and I think it was a 1 acre hemp grow, right? And we're looking at, and how many square feet is an acre?
43,560.
And
This is
how-
10,000.
So 10,000.
Well, this is 10,000 of
Right.
43,560 per acre. So
Correct.
it's a quarter of an acre.
Right. Well, this won't be ultimately 10,000. It's starting at 10,000.
Right, exactly. Per the
Right.
condition COA 57.
Right, exactly. And plus, we were told during the hemp pilot, whatever that was called, those meetings and stuff, that supposedly the hemp didn't have as strong a smell as the marijuana plant. So I want to keep that in mind too. That's what we were told during those meetings. And you and I were there both for that. So
But again,
I
we
don't
also-
think we can compare those 2 things, to be honest with you, based on what we were told during the hemp pilot meetings. We were told the smell of hemp was much less. And so I don't think we should compare those 2 products at all. Okay, so then what I want to understand too, and I don't know if staff should do this or if I can ask a clarifying question of Mr. Hardy, but can his parcel accommodate the setbacks at all?
Let's stick with this at a staff level because we've already done the hearing and had the applicant and the
Okay.
appellant both speak,
So
let's stick at
staff,
level.
can his parcel accommodate the setbacks?
So I actually recently just took a look at this during the hearing. And his 57 acre parcel would not be able to meet the 800-foot setbacks.
Okay, at all?
Correct. Without the reduction measures due to him owning the property prior to the 2018 cannabis
exception.
ordinance.
And that's not a guaranteed thing in there because it says may, and it has to be substantially mitigated. So, okay, boy, oh boy. I think, well, the 2 harvests, can we have clarification on your understanding of it, staff? What does that mean?
I mean, my understanding of 2 harvests is that there would be 2 harvests per
2 grow
year.
seasons per
Yeah,
year.
2 grow seasons.
Of all of the square footage?
Well,
Not like
it's-
here's some and then here's some, it would be the whole thing.
It is phased. He can update his total square footage at the operating permit timing. There could be years where he grows less. There could be years where he grows the entirety that's allowed per the phasing. But you know, we have that flexibility because you know it is a growing, for lack of a better word, crop.
Right.
And you know, currently as the ordinance stands, the taxes are calculated by the square footage. And so that's why we have the opportunity to update the total square footage that's going to be grown at the operating permit. And that's how we calculate the taxes, that sort of thing.
If there's 2 harvests on the square footage, do you double that then, or?
I believe that'd probably be a better question for the treasurer tax collector.
Okay. I'm just trying to understand, and even then for the water use and everything, if there's gonna be 2 harvests, don't we double everything?
Yeah, that would seem to track from the way I understand it.
Okay, and did we double everything when we did our analysis of the water then? During, the
And I don't know if Ms.
Yeah.
Owning has any,
Yeah.
any additional information on that.
But it just seems like, we want to make sure that what we're being told or the impacts actually matches what's going to be happening. And so if that second harvest wasn't accounted for in there, is this analysis correct? That's all I want to know. Is Ms. Owning still there?
Yes, yeah, I'm here. To address the water supply, we assumed that the harvest period for the cycles would be a cumulative of 2 months. So assuming 1 month each harvest period.
Okay.
That means only
No,
one?
2 growing cycles, but a month each.
A month of harvest
And
each.
that's typical, yes. And that's a typical growing season. I'm not a cannabis expert at all.
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay, all right, that's helpful.
So 2 whole harvests, does that mean all of our projects are gonna be doing that? I guess we should know that, right? And for future, we're gonna get more. So normally they're all gonna have 2 harvests, we should assume.
If I can chime in here, it depends on the type of grow that they'll do. So whether it's outdoor or mixed light, sometimes you can get more cycles. So each application will have their own cycle depending on their size and their type of grow. So it does vary from project to project.
And I
Okay.
assume that they would have to analyze the impacts of that grow based on their project, whether it is going to be more than 2 harvest seasons and cycles or not. So, yeah, okay, so you analyze the full project.
Right, exactly. Okay. Okay, I'm good for the moment.
All right.
Yeah, I got just a
Supervisor?
couple of questions.
Boo.
When it comes to notification, do you actually, you said something about you put it up online, or does it go out as a mailer? Or what to notify? Can you tell me that?
So it would be both, actually. So we do put it online on the cannabis current projects website, as well as a physical mailing is sent out to all property owners within the 1,000-foot notification range. However, as I stated previously, the mailing information is derived from the assessor's records. So, it might be the actual physical location of the property, or it could be, wherever effectively the tax bill would go.
Yeah, the thing is when you're putting it out there on the internet, it lacks internet service out there. I'll tell you that right now, because I even have problems with, in getting on the internet, and it's not a good thing. It really isn't. So it could impact, especially when it comes to notifications to these residents. One of the things is noise on the impact on it. You'd say these fans, but I think there's a couple of those parcels are going to be up and they're going to be looking down at this particular grow. And that noise is going to impact the quality of life for those residents there. And that's my concern. And then also the spraying of these to make sure they reduce the smell. How come we didn't go out and research that first to see if there was any impacts or any other counties that had any kind of concerns about it? How come we didn't do that? How come we're just assuming that this is going to work? That's what it seems like to me. I don't understand why they didn't reach out to anybody else and find out.
So regarding other jurisdictions using this odor neutralizer, I did look through the odor study that was provided by the consultant. And they did utilize data collected from Butte County from projects out around the Chico area that's also used this odor neutralizer system.
Mhm.
So we're not the only county that is utilizing this for cannabis grow applications.
So we did get the data from Butte County, correct?
It looks like that was used as kind of a base to build the model for the odor analysis.
All right.
Anything else, Supervisor Turnbull?
No, not now.
All right. Supervisor Lane. Do you have anything you'd like to weigh in at this point?
Thank you. I will make a couple of brief comments. First of all, I'm doing a really deep dive right now into the cannabis ordinance, and I know that's not something that is specifically before us today, but it might be something that the ad hoc committee that the Board of Supervisors put together might want to take a look at down the road, because Supervisor Parlin mentioned a couple things that got my attention right away. And that is the vagueness of some of the words in the ordinance, staff level discretion, and also the interdepartment play. Those are three things specifically in the vacation home ordinance, rental ordinance, that are broken. They're not working for us. And so I would like to maybe work on coming up with some better language that's more black and white that we can count on, because it will become a problem down the road if it goes in the same direction that we've experienced. I also want to make a comment around, there was a comment from a member of the public, and that person identified the fentanyl poisonings that we experienced up in the basin 2-3 weeks ago now. And I just want to mention that on the illicit drug market, or otherwise known as the black market, 47% of all drugs on the illicit black market right now are laced with fentanyl and or other lethal black market substances. So getting our hands around, as other members of the public pointed out, and I agree, making a legal market that is controlled and is safe is absolutely imperative. Right now, 130 people across the nation die every day from illegal drug poisoning. So this is something I would like to see work, if it's possible. I have very limited experience with legal grows. And as you know, coming from Tahoe, we don't have ag. But I do have experience with a lot of illegal grows that happen up in Tahoe, and there's no controls. They're required to do nothing with regards to odor. They're not required to have any kind of, any kind of wraparounds that protect that market. And so I think we should tread easily and carefully. I don't think we should jump in, with both feet, but I would like to see us head more in the direction of legal and controlled rather than continuing this illicit market. Whereas everyone is well aware, we lost a law enforcement officer to an illegal grow. So that's kind of where my mindset is. And I'm really trying hard to understand the residents and where they're coming from and all these different nuances. And I'll continue to work to gather that information. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Lane. All right, I'd like to weigh in at this point, and these things are always really challenging because I think we understand everyone's viewpoints. We understand both sides of this issue. And because we do understand where everyone is coming from, it is incumbent on us to really become rather dispassionate about and take our own feelings out of this issue and look at exactly what is before us. And today, this is an appeal. It's an appeal on the Planning Commission's approval. And to me, that appeal is, was the Planning Commission flawed? It is not before us today whether we like cannabis. I heard a lot of public comments and I understood each and every one of them. Would I want a cannabis grow in my backyard? No, I wouldn't. I understand that. It's your home. I get that. But that's not what's before us today. And there were a lot of, excuse me. I know it's before you. But that's what is before us today is a lot of the comments where you were asking us to make a policy decision. And we are not making a policy decision today. It's a hearing on whether the process was correct or not. we were asked to determine, that perhaps we don't want cannabis in a AVA, or we shouldn't have any cannabis around homes. And there was even a outright ask for us to stop this project. Once again, those are policy decisions. And what is not before us today is whether we like cannabis or not. We have to weigh the staff report and go through the 4 issues that were a part of this appeal. And I think as we went through this process, the question about inadequate, inaccurate information, let's see, that there was new and inaccurate information, I think that was successfully answered today. I don't think that's a consideration before us today. The non-compliance with cannabis setbacks. That is an interesting issue, and I've appreciated the deep discussion on that. I also appreciated our staff's, regardless of how we feel about that, I appreciated staff's explanation on how we have applied that, this issue, and that if someone owned property prior to 2018, that setback did not apply to that project, especially if they could meet some practical effect. I actually went and drove this project yesterday. I drove down Perry Creek Road. I had to see it as I was wrestling with all of this information that was permitted to us. I had to see this for myself, and I had to see the bus stop. I had to see where that was, and I'll get to that in a second. But as far as this project, there are large vegetation around it. It's a very, very rural road, and there's large vegetation around it. And I could not see where the grow site was going to be from the road with all of and yet the mitigation measures are in effect. So it's not a typical, suburban neighborhood. And as far as the bus stop, as I wrestled with this issue with our county staff yesterday, I asked, at what point do the physical built environment that you have to analyze, what point in time do you analyze when a project, especially a project this has gone through a lengthy process. This project started in 2001. This is not a brand new project that's just coming down the pike. There's been a very, very thoughtful, deliberate process all along the way. And Mr. Hardy throughout that time has been very upfront about what his intention was with this. And so my understanding, so when is an application, my question to our staff is, when is an application complete in the regards to, at what moment in time do we assess the conditions in which to be analyzed?
So it's kind of a 2-part question, I suppose, but typically, we review the application to make sure that we have everything that we need in order to actually process the application right when it's submitted, and that's called application completeness determination. That typically happens within 30 days of the application, and that's also when we send it out for agency review. Now, I didn't come into cannabis until about last year. And so I did my review of the actual, this project itself late last year. That's when I made when I went through all the different policies to determine, is this meeting these standards?
And that was once the application was complete.
Yeah, the application had already been complete for about 2 years at that point.
Okay, all right. And at that point, that bus stop at 6500 Perry Creek Road was not in existence.
Correct.
Yeah, and as I drove by there, and I recognize that on rural roads, there's differing levels of bus stops. There's 3 small mailboxes there, and there would be nothing that would identify as a bus stop. And I recognize that it didn't get put on the list of bus stops until after the Planning Commission hearing. And that is significant. And at some point in time, especially when you are in the development process, you can't just keep moving the goalpost on what conditions you study and are. So I think, that's unfortunate, but there has to be a moment in time where you said, this is this is the built environment on which we're going to study, and this is in existence at this time. And that bus stop was not there. I do think along Supervisor Lane and Parlin's lines, I think the school bus is something we're going to absolutely have to wrestle with in the ordinance. That's not today, I know that, but this is something we do have to really nail down. I think during the public comment, what did pique my curiosity, that caused me just a lot of deep thought, was the CEQA concern. I think that was the one that gave me the most pause. And as I've kind of dug into it, and I spent my lunch hour also digging into that, as far as the water issue, to me, I think when Ms. Owning explained the thresholds that are necessary for review, that did answer my question. It's not, there are, whether we like it or not, there are certain parameters and regulations on which review is made. And so that answered my question as far as the water review. I understand the concerns about whether this odor mitigation is going to work or not. What gives me some comfort is that there is an annual review in place on that will give us the ability to say, yes, this is working, or no, it's not, and then make a different decision. I think that's prudent. And finally, there were questions that, the Planning Commission were, there were words used that were bored, that were disengaged, that were basically saying it was a flawed process. In my thorough review, I also went back and I watched the Planning Commission hearing. And I respectfully disagree. I think our planning commissioners, whether you agree with their determination or not, we're really wrestling with this. We're engaged, and this is not a new issue or project to them either. And I thought they were really wrestling with this and arrived at some sound measures. So I am more in measure to say that that because this is an appeal, that the process was not flawed. And I do like the idea of a review, and that once again, if all of those, if the setbacks are not working, if the odor mitigation is not working, and we are having a smaller grow site to test this, it gives us the ability to then make a different determination if the community's fears are true. So that's where I think the conditions of approval by the Planning Commission allow a measured approach to proceed, recognizing that this is a legal process to grow, a legal crop to grow. And I guess my last question is, I just want to clarify that the zoning on Mr. Hardy's property is correct for this use.
Correct. This is an allowable use with the CCUP.
Right. And I think that is also an important consideration, that while I wouldn't want it in my backyard either, I understand that this is an allowable use of this land. This is an ag district, and that you are asking us to deny this because there are homes there. Once again, this is an allowable use per our zoning code. And I think that is an important consideration for this board. So those are my comments. So what is the pleasure of the board?
Any more discussion?
Yes, I mean, whatever. Is there any more discussion?
That's what I'm asking,
Okay.
because I'll make a motion.
All right, go ahead and make a motion.
Okay, I'm going to make a motion to, I think it would be uphold the appeal based on the fact that this parcel does not qualify without the exemption.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right, any further discussion on that? So once again, the question before us is to
Uphold the appeal.
uphold the appeal. And I will make a second motion I move staff's recommendation to deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's approval of cannabis use permit CCUP 21-0002 based on the findings and subject to the conditions of approval as presented, and adopt and authorize the chair to sign resolution 037 to 2024 denying appeal CCUP 21 A24001 and adopting the findings of fact.
So I will second that with the understanding there's a lot more work to be done. And
Yes,
this isn't
I
once
agree.
and done, we're gonna walk away from it. This is an ongoing thing that we're gonna have to evaluate and get into a lot more details on. So with
I
that,
would
I'll
not be
second it.
making that motion if I didn't feel
Understand,
those
understand.
processes were in place.
Yep.
Absolutely. All right. Any further discussion? Supervisor Lane, any further discussion? Okay, all right. So we take the vote on the second motion first. All right, so Kim, can you please give us a roll call vote?
Supervisor Heidel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
No.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
No.
Supervisor Lane, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 3-2.
Thank you all. This is a difficult process. And, you know, Mr. Hardy, we encourage you to be the best neighbor you could possibly be, to work with this community and to be a benefit. Thank you all. All right, let's take a brief break while we,
Well, we're gonna keep, we have a meeting, so, but yeah, you can email.
10 minutes, whatever you want,
Yeah, we'll
right?
take 10
Okay, all right.
I feel better in my sound. I still have that. Huh?
Sorry,
I still have that in my chest. Sure. Okay, thank you, Kim. All right, we're starting our meeting again.
I thought we took a break.
Oh, yeah. Thank you for your
Yes,
service.
yes.
Sure. Thank you for that.
Well, thank you.
Really
Yeah,
tough,
we did.
really tough. Yeah. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Thank you for making it possible for your service.
Yes, thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you for your gracious comment. All right, with that, we will continue our meeting. We will, I think we'll do what twos from CAO's update and then go into closed session, except I should ask, are we expecting any report out from closed session?
There is a possibility of a report out from closed session, yes.
Okay, so perhaps do we want to do to and froms after closed session? I don't think closed session is going to be long. We did have to move item 21, which is the public employee evaluation of the DOT director to which date? March 12th?
Yes, we're continuing the item to March 12th.
Because he did have a commitment this afternoon that he had to leave.
Oh,
So we
gotcha.
just have
Okay.
item 20. So
Can we just do to and froms, get it over with?
sure.
I mean, is everybody ready now, do you
Oh,
think?
heck no.
Can you guys get ready?
I
Can
can.
can you do it? Because then when we do a report out, it'll
We
be
can just go.
fast.
All right, why
yeah.
don't we go ahead and do that? And we will then have to and froms, which are matters of brief informational items of matters of county-wide concern. And Supervisor Parlin, I know you were representing the county and the El Dorado County Water Agency in DC this
Yeah.
next week. So it was last week. So
Yeah.
would you like to give us started?
Yeah, I haven't done to and froms in a while, but actually there's not that much that's reportable, or at least in my mind. I know, right? It's like, and I'll be brief if I can.
Start the timer, please.
Yeah.
There you go.
Do we have a jar for that too?
We should start one.
A talkie jar. We'll have a talking jar or something. So, but I just want to let you guys know, back in February, on the 8th, I went down to Tuolumne County because there's I think it's a 3 or 4 county effort to try to get a USDA meat processing facility in our region.
Right.
And so there was a big meeting with ranchers and they're doing surveys. And so I went to go listen and kind of ask some questions. And I've been keeping in touch with our ag commissioner about this effort. It's been tried before and wasn't successful, but there's definitely a need. And especially if we want to grow, this market here in industry in the county, we need to have the USDA legal processing. So I'll keep you posted as that unfolds, but it's kind of exciting, a lot of energy right now. We don't want to lose that. I wanted to give you guys a follow-up. So we had our meeting in December about the fee to trust on the tribe parcels. And Shelley, my assistant's been doing an awesome job of corresponding with Amy Dutchke. That's how you say it. I was saying it wrong. Dutchke at our regional BIA office. And Miss Dutchke confirmed that, remember we had the question about if they take it, because it's an if at this moment, if they take those parcels into trust, do the existing road easements remain? And that was a big question that we all had. And that's why I think during our discussion, I said we'd follow up, and we did. And Miss Dutchke gave us a response. I've shared it with the North Buckeye, the neighbors, and I've shared it with staff here. And I want to let you guys know that she confirmed that those easements, if they're on the title now, they will remain, which is really a big relief for the neighbors to know that. It was a big question of concern. So I wanted to let you know that we followed up on that. And then also last month in February, I got a follow-up email from RCRC representative. That, remember I've been telling you kind of about the 1383 that we've been trying to update it and make it more flexible for local jurisdictions. Well, Assembly Member Wood, I think it's Jim Wood, is carrying that legislation. And so I'll be bringing a request for a letter of support. I think it's next week on consent. So just a heads up that that'll be on there. And I must say that our environmental management director actually wrote that for me because he's really in tune with it. So thank you, Jeff. It made it so much better than if I had done it, would have taken me forever. So, and then I don't know, Supervisor Heidel, if you reported out, but I did attend the Pioneer Community Energy meeting for you last month. And they have an exciting program coming that the board on that day approved. And so my understanding is the executive director will be reaching out to do a presentation here, but it's microgrids for houses, and somehow they're doing a partnership with this company called Participate Energy and Tesla. And so, and I don't remember the details, and we'll get that here, but it's supposed to be like little microgrid on your house, and it will help you be self-sustaining. And the cost is supposed to be, somehow they've gotten a grant or something to fund it up front for you. And therefore it will buffer people from the PG&E rate increases that are coming. So it's very exciting, sounds positive, I know. So I'm looking forward to when we get our presentation here, but I wanted, so I got to vote yes on that. So
Good.
that was cool. And then I think the last thing that you guys might want to know about, oh yeah, I was in Washington, DC. Thank you for carrying on without me. But we just had some really great meetings with legislators and, Bureau of Reclamation, Forest Service representatives, and it's, our water storage and also water weather monitoring stations is really critical for forecasting what's coming. And we're doing that collaboratively with regional partners. So it's exciting to see us sharing data and collaborating together as a region for water. It was very well received. So that was it.
Always appreciate when El Dorado County can be in front of the folks in Washington. So
Yeah,
thank you for
it
representing
was a good
us.
meeting. Thank you.
Excellent. Who would like to go next?
Okay, I
Supervisor?
don't know. Wednesday the 14th, we had an annual meeting. Okay, just before Lori left. Anyway, and then I attended a Lake Off luncheon. It was Lake Off luncheon. Jeff spoke on what the sheriff's department's been doing and recognized a lot of good people. And also he recognized John Tealba, Tribe Fire, for all the good things they have done for our county, especially with brush mitigation and helping us with cleanup on the homeless camps and all the other things that they've done. It was great, is what it was. So then, let's see, let me go on. And then we had the So Far Biomass Working Group meeting and stuff that went very well, talking about different things that we could bring to the county that's going to benefit us. And then I attended Friday on the Grizzly Flats Post Office grand opening, and it was a great event. Kevin Kiley was there. We actually did the ribbon cutting together. He held one part of the scissors, I held the other.
I got to watch.
And
I saw the
Lori was
picture in
in
the paper.
attendance there. So it was really a really good event, and a lot of people showed up. And I want to thank Kevin Kiley for the kind words that he said about me. And then let's see. John and I have followed up with the rail follow-up meeting. And let's see, what else? I think that is pretty much it.
Thank you.
That's what I have right now.
All right, very good. So to follow up on the Pioneer Community Energy, it's called Participate Energy.
There it is.
And what it is a system where it costs the homeowner nothing. They put a solar unit on, they put in backup batteries. It is like a microgrid because you have use of whatever you store in that batteries for your immediate use in the event of a power outage for whatever period the batteries will last. It's all of the system is maintained. But what you give up is your federal tax credit and some other things that go along with it. But to me, that's an easy exchange. What you get out of it is essentially locking in a specific rate for your electrical service with an inflator, an annual inflator. So you'll hear a lot more about it. But the other thing that was interesting to me, because I asked the question is, will they also allow solar structures other than roofs? Because in my particular case, I'd like to have a gazebo that has all the solar stuff on and not encumber my roof. And the answer was yes, on a case-by-case basis, depending upon how it's proposed. And I've seen a lot of offerings now where you have solar gazebos because it depends on how much energy you want, but I don't necessarily want the stuff on my roof because my roof view shed is not good for collecting the solar energy, but I got a great place to put a gazebo.
Nice.
So those kinds of things
They
being
also have-
flexible.
Tesla's has those fans is what they look like.
Right. There's a
Yeah.
lot of options
Yeah.
with it, but it's a venture that Pioneer is taking on to try to offer that service to their customers because we're all interested in reducing our electrical power rates when it's all said and done. So this seems like a way to accomplish that. So with that, I also want to reflect upon an event that happened on February 12th. It was called the Wildfire Mitigation Alignment Webinar. It was very, I thought, interesting in terms of the number of speakers. They all addressed the situation in California locally, what they're doing about with insurances, et cetera. It's a YouTube video, and I've asked Cindy to distribute that link. I went through and watched about 3/4 of it, and then I had to leave the meeting, but I know George had mentioned it to him, and I think it's of interest to all of us because it helps us stay informed of what's going on with wildfire preparedness, what the state's doing, what the insurance commissioner's doing. There was a lot of really good inputs in that particular discussion. So for your availability and the public's availability, should they choose to want to watch it as well. And then lastly, last Thursday on the 29th, we had the annual visit from GSEC, the Greater Sacramento Economic Council. A lot of good discussion. We had 3 of our economic development staff present. We're gonna have some follow-up discussions for some things that we will be able to talk about in the future, but really can't be announced right now, that are really interesting if they happen. But it's in that formative stage, and we have to get through a couple of hurdles before I think we want to share it with anybody beyond that. But GSEC is alive and well, and I think they're serving us well in terms of providing access and visibility of what our offerings are in economic development in El Dorado County. So you can weigh that on your own, but their annual report will be forthcoming, and it shows a real good ROI. So more to come. That's it.
All right, thank you. Well, Supervisor Lane, what is going on in Tahoe?
Snow.
Snow. Slip, slip, slip. No.
I don't know what you're talking about. It's beautiful, blue skies, sunshine. I do want to mention something about that, and that does have to do with snow removal. And I want to first thank the Chief Administrative Officer and all of those involved in the Department of Transportation, starting with our leader, Mr. Martinez, and Mr. Moody locally up here in Tahoe, and Gator up in Tahoma. We got hit hard. And you know, I think the city manager said it best. I saw he did an interview on CNN News, and he said, look, we live in Tahoe. A blizzard is not an emergency situation. A blizzard is something that we live with. It happens. So far, you know, we're good. And I think that that was a very, very true statement. The county in particular on Thursday and Friday, short-staffed. We actually have more equipment in the yard than we have drivers right now. We're down like 5 people. And 4 seasonal people. So we're significantly deficient as far as the workforce goes, but you wouldn't have been able to tell. Thursday and Friday, they just really did a great job. They kept up. We were doing okay. We were running a very small night shift. When you compare that to the city, they run, you know, a very robust night shift. And then Saturday came, and it just took the air out of our sail. We had our brand new plow got hit by a car. It's not fair for me to say who was at fault, but I don't think it was us. But it took our plow out. It took us off the route for 4 hours, just trying to get the police report done, getting the plow back to, you know, the department, and then having to move on. So on top of that, we started getting wind gusts of 100 to 190 miles an hour. 190, I'll be honest with you, was clocked up at Palisades, but we had easily between 65 and 100 mile an hour consistent winds throughout the day. So almost all the progress that the county had made on the roads Thursday and Friday got filled in with not only new snow, but these snow gusts, these drifts. And it really set us back. And so we ended up on Sunday and Monday getting significant concerns from the residents. We've been stuck since Thursday. We still aren't plowed. The pictures and stuff are crazy. I'll share with all of you some other time. But the county really pulled together, heard the concerns of the residents, not only the fact that they really were stuck, but also that we were coming up on election day. Today's election day, and there were people literally saying, I couldn't even mail my mail-in ballot because I've been stuck in my home since Thursday and I can't get to a polling place and I want to vote. And the county sent from the West Slope like 7 individuals up to South Shore to help. We were able to have a full night shift, and by morning, the department was able to report that all roads have been open. And that was just the magnitude of that lift. I can't even tell you. So I'm just so proud of how hard that we worked. My hope is that we are able to look at why do we have these staffing deficiencies and what can we do to really, this has been a problem that has begun spiraling now for several years. We were once had a really good process for snow removal, and we're not there anymore. So staff has fully acknowledged that. They make no excuses. Like I said, they came through in the 11th hour, so I'm very proud of them, but I would like for them not have to run fire drills all the time. So that, hopefully that's something that we can work on. I want to mention very briefly that the issue regarding a possible transit authority between the county and the city of South Lake Tahoe will be coming before, hopefully will be coming before this board at our next meeting on March 12th. Vacation home rentals, that process has been concluded as far as the advisory committee. We're going to the public on March 20th and we'll be bringing recommendations before the board on May 14th. That'll be a meeting up in Tahoe. And then last thing I just wanted to mention that I think you should be aware of is that the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency recently passed some very robust affordable housing amendments to try to make affordable housing incentives significant enough that contractors and developers would want to take it on and build it. And as a result, the TRPA was sued over those amendments. And so those are some things that you're going to be hearing about going forward. We are going to, strongly fight that lawsuit because we really do think that everything that we're trying to do is in line with what the governor in the state of California has been asking all of our communities to do, which is to build affordable housing. And so stay tuned for that one. Thank you.
All right, well, so good to hear about the Herculean efforts of our staff. I'm glad they were able to get everyone dug out and working again and give them access to their voting rights. So thank you for that update, Supervisor, and glad you stayed safe up there. Just very briefly, my only real shout out is I would like to thank, all of our teams of Whopper and the Chief Administrative Office and our fire partners for the vegetation management workshop, hazardous vegetation management workshop that was held at the CSD last Thursday.
Well, can I
And
say something?
let me finish.
Yeah, go
Let
ahead, and
me
then
finish
and then
that.
I'll chime in.
Yeah. It was a really well done event, I thought. When all was said and done, it was a rainy, stormy Thursday night. And we had about 150 people in attendance on the West Slope, which I thought was fantastic. There were about half and half online and half in the CSD. Captain Shepard did a fabulous job really answering everyone's questions at this workshop, and Sue Henneke for a Whopper in our CAO's office, as well as Ted Wood from legal, the Whopper, Tom from a Whopper was also there, and everyone did a wonderful job in being accessible. People felt heard. There were no time limits on this workshop. In fact, people were so engaged that finally at 9 o'clock, we had to say, we have to leave this building because we only have the CSD till 9, but that shows you how engaged the community was. And I think people really appreciated the opportunity to have correct information, to be able to ask their questions. And I think it will help our process moving forward when the board, when it will come back to the board for final action. So I know it was a lot of effort to hold workshops both in the Tahoe Basin and on the West Slope, but I think it's really made a big difference in helping our community understand what this is and what it isn't, and work collaboratively with us to ensure that we have a resilient county. So once again, thank you to all involved for taking that board direction and facilitating it, because I think it was very successful. So
Was it videotaped? Because I'd like to share that with my constituents who weren't able to attend.
was it videotaped? I don't think it was. I don't think it was.
Well,
and-
guess what?
What?
There's
There
going to be another one in
that's right.
Garden Valley if they want to go to Garden Valley.
Yeah, I
because-
highly recommend it. Yeah. And then I also attended Assembly Patterson's town hall meeting in El Dorado Hills that night, and really appreciate Assembly Member Patterson's engagement, along with our sheriff, who was fantastic at presenting. I thought was a very effective town hall, and I'm sorry I couldn't stay for the end of it, but I had to go to this vegetation management workshop. So
really good.
it was a great
And
meeting.
thanks for being there. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
And one of the things is, I got to tell you about that. There was a lot of complaints because the audio wasn't working when they were zooming in. People were on that town hall meeting that was on the CSD. They just.
For which one? The
one-
Assemblyman
West Slope.
Patterson's
No,
or
no.
the vegetation management?
Vegetation management.
Okay.
And the CSD doesn't have a very good setup there, and that was the biggest part of the problem people. So I just wanted to let you know.
I do have one go back.
Yes.
With respect to the elections and stuff, obviously, I'm hoping everybody turns out and votes because this is.
Mike,
I'm just encouraging everyone to vote.
Yep.
I think the voting polls close at 8 p.m. If you haven't voted, please vote because we're anticipating low voter turnouts.
Yeah.
And it's never good to look at the results when people were just too apathetic to turn it out and vote. We all need to take the time to study the ballot and vote. So I would just encourage everybody to vote.
Yep, absolutely. All right. CAO, do you have an update for us?
No, I do not. Nothing to report.
All right. So with that, the board will now recess into closed session to hear item 20 on the agenda. And anyone who wishes to provide comment concerning that may do so at this time. And once again, item 21 will be continued to March 21st. So is there any public comment?
Now taking public comment on closed session item number 20. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. No public comment in the boardroom. Any public comment for online participants? There's no public comment.
All right. Well, thank you all. And we will be back after closed session. Thank you. right, well, we are back from closed session and county council. Did the board make any reportable action?
Yes, Madam Chair, on item number 20, on a 5-0 vote, the board authorized the initiation of litigation, and in accordance with Government Code Section 54957.1, the nature of the action, the defendants, and the other particulars shall, once formally commenced, be disclosed to any person upon inquiry, unless to do so would jeopardize the county's ability to effect service of process on one or more unserved parties, or that to do so would jeopardize its ability to conclude existing settlement negotiations to its advantage. That concludes my report.
All right, so with that, it is 3:36 and we are adjourned, and happy voting, everybody, and happy election day. Thank you for being with us.